for the delayed start. Holy crap, actually, how long was I gone for? Oh my word. I'm so sorry. There's a lot of people that were here. I took way too long. I'm so sorry. Good morning, Gimmick, Avalanche, Islandsus, Dimsy, Nosreta, Mechanoir, Visiocraft, Sleeping Kisa, Pupper Whopper, Huggy, Leonidas, Dovey, Flaming Rabbits, 2 teaspoons, not bad at all. Ruse, Zipros Water, Chrome XY, Lemans. Dude, I'm so far behind. Holy crap! I'm sorry, guys. My bad. I should have waited to start streaming, but I didn't realize how long it was gonna take me. Did I get the breakfast cheese? I don't just wake up and eat cheese for breakfast. This is way overblown. Okay, guys. A couple times during stream, occasionally I'd grab a slice of cheese for just a small little snack, and you guys assume I eat cheese like that's the only thing I eat. That's not the case. Okay. I ate this morning. Okay, normally I like to make myself like a bagel and sausage and some other stuff, but today I literally just ate cereal. Okay, we were out of we were out of the other breakfast foods. You know, it's like you have some breakfast foods that you like to eat, and then once you run out, then you get desperate, and then you break out the box of cereal. You know, it's one of those days. Once you're out of cheese, there was no cheese. Okay, well, actually, I guess technically with the bagel, sometimes I do cream cheese with the bagel. Occasionally. You must be devastated by the future cheese tariffs. So that's the top of my concern, actually. The potential cheese tariffs. How did you know? Guys, okay, so I briefly this morning, I just went through and looked for the Stormweaver Archmage changes so I can make an update video on that. I haven't really looked at the patch notes besides that. So hopefully the patch notes besides that, there's some good stuff in here. How many of you guys have your build gotten murdered? Has anyone had their build? They had a good build that didn't get nerfed at all? Did you read any notes yet? We want to see the reaction. I basically, what I did this morning is I went Control F Archmage, Control F Stormweaver, Control F Everlasting Gaze, Control F, what was the other thing I looked at? Eldritch Battery. I basically went through and Controlled F the main Archmage stuff, just to get a feel for how much they nerfed it by. But aside from that, I didn't really look at the patch notes at all. That's what I did this morning. Nothing good but about the patch notes, but we got Rue to make a cover of Chop Suey. Wait, what? Rue made a cover of Chop Suey? Wait, what? I'm trying to think if I can think of what. Wait, he actually did a cover of Chop Suey based on the patch notes? You're messing with me, right? Hold on, let me see the clip. Okay, there's a clip of it. Okay, hold on. Pause. Okay, before he's got the slapping hand motion. I'll make it so YouTube can hear this as well. All right, what is he gonna say?
You didn't nerf the motherfucking critical weakness. I will tell you never explosive grenade. What the fuck is wrong with you guys? Do you guys are on the game?
Holy crap, dude! What happened? What was in the notes? Look at that throat, man. It's got the veins. What is he even saying? I need context. Okay, what is he even reading right now? Despair got changed. Okay, sure. Detonate Dead got nerfed. Okay. Detonate Arrow. Radius buff. Direct Minions. Okay, sure.
Cat Mice 1.
What was he even reacting to? Elemental Invocation. Blah, 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 escape Shot. Explosive Concoction has better ignite magnitude. I mean, that was needed, I guess. Explosive Grenade cooldown. Explosive Grenade got nerfed by a lot on cooldown. Has explosive radius 2 to 2.4, previously 1.8 to 2.4. Now it's detonation time of 3, previously 2.5. I don't know why they're nerfing Explosive Grenade. Eye of Winter now gains 75% of his damage. Corresponding time passing over elemental ground, previously 50. The skill no longer incorrectly applies. Ground. Wait, they didn't. So okay, they nerf Explosive Grenade, but they didn't nerf crit chance. Is that what he's mad about? The freaking Eye of Winter being really important for most crit builds. Wait, let me try to actually listen to what he's saying.
You didn't nerf the motherfucking critical weakness to Eye of Winter.
Okay, you didn't nerf mother effing critical weakness.
You never explosive grenade. What the fuck is wrong with you guys? Do you guys run the game?
You nerfed explosive grenade. WTF is wrong with you guys? Okay, I'm getting it now. Okay. Yo, the hand pats go pretty well with it. The wind up.
You didn't nerf the motherfucking critical weakness to Eye of Winter. You never explosive grenade. What the fuck is wrong with you guys? Do you guys run the game?
That was perfect.
That was pretty perfect. That's a pretty good clip. So I guess that I mean, yeah, I guess not nerfing the crit weakness on Eye of Winter, I guess, is a bit weird. I haven't played explosive grenade or whatever. Is explosive grenade already pretty bad? Is that I'm guessing that's the context. Explosive grenade's already pretty bad. They nerfed its cooldown and its radius and its like explosive duration. Thoughts on ES and Zeri's nerf for Lich? Oh, did they actually nerf Disdain? Did they nerf Disdain? They actually did? It's Zeri's Disdain. Unique helmet now has 10% damage taken bypass. No! No! My 40% DR! Okay, you know what? I guess that's fair. I didn't think they would do it. I didn't think they had it in them. I didn't think they had it in them to nerf it. They added 5% on the tree. Okay, so it's 25% DR. I mean, that's still pretty decent. If it's 25% DR, that's still pretty decent, right? Existing items can be made worse with the Divine Orbs. Yeah, that's a classic. The Divine Orbs. He doesn't know? Kek, what do I not... What do you mean? Just valid? Yeah, I guess so you could valid up to what? Yeah, 12 or 13%. And then you have 28 DR. Start reading. All right. Let's start from the beginning. Let's stop skipping around. We actually have to start from the beginning. We have to work our way through this. Okay? We have to work our way through this. We have to do this right, guys. We have to do this right. I'm gonna time you out if you play spoilers. Holy. Alweezy's not interested in any spoils. It's a bloodbath. Okay. So general feeling, do we think they successfully are going to stop the player base from instant one-shotting their bosses? Do you think they nerfed enough things? No, Lamau, no, 0% chance. Yeah, I feel like we're still gonna trivialize the content. Well, I guess I don't know. I can't make that judgment call because I haven't really actually played the character. All I have the context for is the nerf to its Series Insane and the nerf to Archmage. And Archmage, I think, is still probably decently strong. We need numbers. Nobody can be certain. Just need to find the new thing. Yeah. All right, anyways, let's get freaking started. Dawn of the Hunt, fresh economy, sure, blobbity blobbity, who cares? This stuff is never related to actual, like, changes. New content, Huntress, Ritualist, blah, 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 Smith Katava, Tactician, Lich, yes. 25 new primary skills. New skills, primary spear skills. Primarily spear skills, okay, yeah, sure. 100 supports, damage on a Tuesday, we got it. Added 2 new item classes, spears and bucklers. Yep, we already knew that. 100 uniques, cool. New endgame maps, cool. Introduced strong boxes. Rogue exiles, cool. Asmiri Wisp mechanic, which is tormented spirits, but maybe just slightly better, maybe. I don't know. 15 new socketable items with new modifiers that you can craft onto your items. 15 new socketable items. Is this just like the greater runes? Is this like the greater desert rune, which has 14 res instead of 12 res? Is that the situation I'm looking at here? Runes, talismans, etc. Okay. Runes were nerfed. Runes were nerfed. I guess I have to get to the rune changes. I didn't know they were nerfed. When they went over them, they showcased like instead of Desert Rune having 12 res, it had 14 res. I guess I didn't see what the flat damage was. Maybe they made the flat damage worse for like early game. Like if you get flat damage early on in your weapon, you just insta get back one type of thing. I guess we'll see what that is. Introduce Twilight Reliquary Vault. Okay, so now there's stuff that's in there. I'm surprised people added stuff this early on. How many of these options are ingenuity? What do you guys think? How many of these options? I did technically see ingenuity as well because I looked at it to see. I was curious. 0? What if like 400 of them are ingenuity? Essences can now have valors applied. And to corrupt them in unpredictable outcomes. Sweet. Continue to incrementally improve the sound art. Fantastic. You love to see it. All right. Endgame changes. Start getting into the stuff that got changed. Areas of corruption now can have a central corrupted nexus. That is the source of the affliction. In these areas leading to the nexus, corruption will spill out of slain enemies, amalgamate into powerful monsters. Okay, sure. Upon reaching the nexus, you'll begin a task of cleansing the corruption. Complete this task to receive crystallized shards that you can use to obtain Atlas passives. Okay, cool. A boss for each faction has been added. So there's one for the corrupted boss and the cleansed boss, I guess. Added corruption monsters have been introduced. Cool. Hexblast got... Wait, what? Guys, what the hell? YouTube chat's spoiling. Alweezy has no power in YouTube chat. You can't stop him. Cleansing a nexus will cause surrounding maps to become cleansed. Okay, yep, which we've seen all that. Fraction orb modifiers, fraction random modifier on a rare item with at least 4 modifiers locking in place. This is the gateway to Connor's cheap characters, by the way. Connor's going to be making the most budget-friendly builds thanks to the fraction orb. It's only going to take a few thousand chaos orbs per item, but once you get that mod fractured, holy, you better lock into crafting. We're more powerful than Alweezy? Yeah, I don't know. Can I make moderators in YouTube chat? I don't know if I have that power. All right, what else do we have? You can now respawn and return to a map if you die upon first entering the end game. You get up to 6 attempts per map. As you add more modifiers, less maps. Okay, so they have the weird portal change thing. Connor had a blast read this last night. Yeah, I'm sure a lot of people had a blast read these patch notes. In parties, everyone gets respawned that number of times. You'll be able to enter and exit your maps as long as you haven't died. Okay. The number of portals is represented the number of portals, number of revives you have during a map. You know, this is in some ways, this is a buff. If we ever get to the point of the game where there's enough loot in a map where you wouldn't be able to loot it in 6 portals, this is technically a buff in that situation, right? Because now you can just keep repeatedly entering and exiting and entering without losing any portals, right? I don't know if the game's really there loot-wise where you'd need that much. you'd need to. This is a buff, yeah. This is a buff, guys. This is a buff. Once you start a boss fight, the respawning system will change to require the map owner to collectively respawn the entire party. This is so that you must still kill the boss from full life. Okay, sure enough. If we've universally nerfed every skill in the game, this is a buff. Yeah. Now you get to enjoy the game more because it's going to take you longer to kill monsters and beat it. If you decide to rush the map boss without interacting with any of the other map content and then die, you will respawn at the boss checkpoint and only the map boss will be present. All the other monsters and content will be removed. This is to prevent cases where players would be able to farm multiple copies of the same reward by dying on purpose. Okay. Okay, sure, I guess. The number of towers in the Atlas has been drastically reduced. One more with just more powerful ones. Nice. Towers are better now. Tablets, except for Overseer tablets, inherently add twice as many mechanics. What is Overseer? Which one are these? I don't know. I don't think I remember what they do, to be honest. By tier 15, the bonus is doubled, allowing a single tablet to add 4 times as many things as before. Holy. Bosses? Oh, no. That's the one that gives the bosses? They're limiting my boss content! What the hell? This is the one case where I can get around the stupid kill-all rare monster mod, and then this is the one that doesn't add more mechanics. They're preventing my fun! What the hell? What the hell is this? JJJ. That's because it's doubled. Well, it's not doubled, right? Tablets, except for Overseer, are doubled. I guess at least it's doubled over here, so it's only 2x for those, maybe. I wonder how good the fire hit on spell will be with Katava. It depends, like what its requirement is for spirit generation, and then fire spells as a whole. How good are they? Tower maps can now spawn with all extra content mechanics, including bosses. Okay, cool. The number of maps affected by tablets has been doubled on average, and now also scales based on map tier. Yep. Killing rare monsters required for map completion no longer has a chance to grant monster modifiers to the remaining rare monsters. Killing rare monsters required for map completion no longer has a chance to grant monster modifiers to the remaining. I gotta be honest, I have no idea what this means. I've read this twice. Is this your first read? Yeah. I have not. We've not gone over the patch notes. I control F'd my way around for a couple of Archmage change stuff because I wanted to make a video update on what I thought about their changes to Archmage. I was assuming they were going to nerf it. I didn't know by how much. And I wanted to make a video basically saying, hey, should you start this? TLDR is I probably wouldn't start Archmage. I think as like a second character with good gear, it's probably still good. That's my initial thought after like reading the patch notes. But I want to actually like test it. Increased the chances for rare monsters to have 3 or 4 modifiers in maps. Okay, note this means they drop more items. This is mostly compensate removal of rare monsters, granting their modifiers to other rare monsters on death. There was a mechanic where rare monsters were granting other rare monsters on death. Like what? I didn't even know this was a thing. He is a PoE player. We can't read. None of us realized. No one did. Yeah. I hope you're not gonna quit after you read everything. Typically, I'm a big fan of metas being shaken up, like big sweeping nerfs to a bunch of things. I look at that and say, okay, this makes the puzzle harder to solve. Depends how bad the nerf is. I don't know. I don't think I've ever had it where the nerf was bad enough where I was like, oh, I'm completely demoralized now. I think the biggest I got ever bummed out for a nerf, I think, was when they nerfed Righteous Fire. When they nerfed Righteous Fire's damage pretty significantly. It was like, I think it was the EEEO patch. That was the one time I think I ever got somewhat discouraged about a nerf patch, where I was just like, yo, dude, the build already wasn't that good. Does it really need a nerf? That was that patch. But aside from that, usually I'm pretty down to just be like, okay, I'll play something else. But I have a special addiction to our Righteous Fire, you know what I mean? Don't worry. RF POD RF will put it to shame. Yeah. Just we're gonna hopefully the RF just doesn't get added for a while, so that way I don't have to see it what they did to it. Alright, extra content such as Delirium, Expedition Ritual now starts spawning further away from Ziggurat Refugee. Okay, sure. So it just takes longer for you to get the content. Okay. How Waystones are obtained in maps have been redesigned. Our intention is to make sustaining Waystones more reliable, less dependent on random elements. It sounds like they just buffed Waystone sustain, maybe. Waystones can no longer drop at a lower tier than the map you are in. Okay. Waystones drop by final maps will always be 1 tier higher than the map you're in. They're just buffing Waystone drop, right? I feel like we way over sustained Waystones to begin with, but maybe I'm just cooked. Unless you brick your build. Yeah, if you brick your build and you're just failing the maps. Wait until you read a bit lower. Okay. Final bosses and the final naturally occurring rare monsters tier 1 map have 100% chance to drop Waystone. This scales down as you get into higher maps, but will still be guaranteed with an appropriate investment into Waystone suffix modifiers. After the passage tree, natural Waystone drops have been reduced to compensate. Okay, so they give you higher consistency of a guaranteed Waystone, and they reduce some of your Waystone drop rate elsewhere. I guess this is... I feel like Waystones were easy to sustain before. I feel like the way they talked about it, they're trying to buff it, so I don't think it'll be a problem, but we'll see, I guess. Early game progression, I had a sustaining issue with Waystones? Really? I never... I don't know. I must have done something weird because I feel like I could literally just go straight up the tiers. Well, the thing is, I was also like screwing around. I didn't realize I could just do higher tier maps to complete the. You know how like they had like the progression where they're like, you need to do 10 T2s. And so I was literally just like, okay, I'll just do T2 10 times in a row. But I think I could have just gone and done like T3s and then T4s. I thought I had to do each one individually, so I spent way more time on each tier than I needed to. Zoom in, please. All right, here we go. Here. Can you guys see it better? We'll zoom in a little bit more. Enhance. Enhance. Does that help? Does that help the situation? Thank you, YouTube chat. Was it somebody in YouTube who told me to zoom in? See, guys, YouTube chat is useful, okay? We got a bigger cam, too. Don't make me take it away, okay? You guys better be behaving. All right. Where were we? Waystone stuff. Remove chance for Waystones to drop higher tier. The amount blah, blah, blah. Remove chances for Waystones to drop a tier higher from the Atlas passive tree. Lower the amount of Waystones quantity available in that passive tree. Okay. So we just changed our passive tree has less Waystone chance. I think that's probably fine, right? Just spec into more different stuff. Is Archmage Spark dead? It got a pretty sizable nerf. I would wager it's probably like 80% less damage. What do you guys think overall? Between the Archmage nerf, the Spark nerf, the Stormweaver nerf? Like, where do you think it overall ended up? I feel like it forces you into not doing Eldritch Battery. I think defenses is probably ends up being maybe similar / a bit better, but then you lose a ton of your single target. But it also had ridiculously overkill single target. I think it's in a good state. Yeah, I feel like it's probably still going to be a good build that can do all content, but I wouldn't want to league start it. I think that's like a second build if you have gear type of thing. 75% less, it probably still nearly one-taps Pinnacles. Yeah, that's kind of what I'm thinking about it. It's still like, you're still killing the boss super fast. But I don't know if I'd want to league start it. I think it's bottom end, like it's league start potential. Like, it wasn't great going through the campaign. It was like acceptable, I guess, going through the campaign. Lance giving us spoilers. Go live to your promise and ban us. Don't ban me. Just wait till I keep reading. All right. Doriani now has 10 Waystones available to purchase, either tier 1 or 1 tier below your highest completed tier. Overseer tablets now cause up to 2 to 4 maps in range to contain bosses. Previously 3 to 7. Wait, what the hell? What is this, man? Hey, guys. Boss maps now don't have the garbage map completion, the thing everyone's been asking for. But now we're making it so it's hard to get. If you want to force boss maps, well, too bad. You're going to be killing every rare in 60% of the maps, whether you like it or not. It's so freaking easy. Just make the kill condition a boss and put a boss in every map. All right, anyways, the Waystone chance graded by Waystone suffix results as a new chance to drop Waystone. Unidentified Waystones now grant 30% increased Waystone drop chance, increased quantity. Okay. The first 5 different unique maps that you complete now grant passive points. Okay. The specialties of some maps have been adjusted to account for the addition of Asmeri spirits. Sure. Remember they buffed towers to give 100% increased tablet stuff, so it's 4 to 8 with that. Still 1/3 as many towers overall. Yeah, that's the thing. They buff towers quite a bit, but it's just funny. I don't know. I guess with how much they're buffing tablets, you could probably make almost every map in the radius have like bosses if they kept it this way and had the number doubled, etc. Right? So I guess we'll see how it shakes out. I'm definitely gonna, as many times as I can, I'm gonna try to force in Overseer tablets just because that's like the fun part of the game is doing boss fights and having bosses in maps. Anyways, added new modifiers related to Asmeri Spirits for Overseer tablets, Asmeri Bolt for Rogue Exiles. Okay. The Untainted Paradise map now has XP, which is increased. Cool. The new crafting mechanic called Recombination has been added to Expedition, which allows you to select mods of 2 items, hoping to get the best elements of each on a single item. As you select more mods, the chance of success decreases. If you are not successful, the items will be destroyed. This will be unlocked as you complete your first expedition and requires artifacts found during the expedition to fuel it. You could select mods on 2 items. The more mods you select, the more it decreases your chance of success. Fair enough. Freesha Private League soon, TM. We're probably doing last epoch before we're doing a Freesha Private League. The tablet modifiers that cause ritual favors in your maps have chance to increase omens now have values of 15 to 25. Sure. Overseer tablets modifiers that cause map boss to have 10 to 20 chance to drop a Waystone in current tier now has a value of 5 to 8. It's probably just an adjustment for how they're changing Waystone drops. Precursor tablet. Grant additional base chance for extra random content. Now instead of granting chance to existing items. Okay. Two mod T1 weapon is literally burr. Yeah, but the T1 mods are pretty rare, right? Like just getting the individual affix is probably gonna be maybe on the pricey side. Box is sad, no righteous fire. I would be too, man. No righteous fire is a pretty bummer. The tablet modifiers that provide increased item quality maps. Okay, sure. Tablet modifiers nerf some of the pack size and buffed gold find. Breach density increased. Breach open faster, buffed, or no, nerfed. Nerf for breach density and open and faster. Okay, I've read those in reverse. The tablet modifiers for rare monsters have an additional modifier can no longer roll. Okay, which I guess that's a decent amount of loot. That sounds like probably a pretty good mod for loot, right? Modifiers of simulacrum for rare monsters have an additional modifier no longer appears. I was happily wrong. They had a backbone to nerf, Connor. They nerfed a lot more than I thought they were. I was of the same opinion as you. I didn't really think they were going to do it. I feel like it's been so long since they've done proper nerfs for builds that are super overtuned. So I was surprised that they actually did what they probably should have done to Archmage. A proper nerf. Alright, all bosses that are affected by difficulty and simulacrum can now drop all specific uniques items at any difficulty. However, rare uniques are even rarer at the lower difficulties. Sure, makes sense. Let's talk. POT, I'll burn to the ground. They should nerf crit too. I don't know if they're nerfing crit that much. Pinnacle boss content now takes roughly half the amount of time to unlock compared to before. In addition, the pinnacle bosses have been made easier. So yeah, easier onboarding to doing some of the bosses. Could Smith and Katava do a crossbow build? Smith and Katava is super generic. It's just your tree location is maybe a bit scuffed for crossbow would be the only thing. Crit nerfs will come in 0.3 probably. Players no longer lose experience from dying in Simulacrum, the Twisted Domain, Olroths, the Crux of Nothing, and Burning Law. The players also no longer gain experience. Okay, sure. Moved the location of the stash in the Simulacrum to make it harder to accidentally start the encounter. Okay, this is nice. This is a buff, guys. This is a sizable buff. Now, if you're doing Simulacrum, you're not going to accidentally click the start phase thing. This might save you a minute to 3 minutes per Simulacrum with the amount of time loss you have trying to make sure you don't accidentally click the start wave when you're trying to put loot away. Huge. I didn't have this issue. I had an issue with this, dude. I misclicked multiple times on this. Definitely not me, Lamau. Oh, come on. Dude, they were like on top of each other. Reduce the power of notables on league-specific atlas trees for acquiring logbricks, breach splinters, audience of the king. Okay. What does this mean exactly? We made it more likely for you to find these, but also we nerfed the likelihood for you to find these. What the hell am I reading right now? I guess it's easier to find them initially, but then it's maybe more similar after the fact because the tree themselves is weaker. Baseline rate higher, yeah. I guess the baseline rate being twice as high plus the nodes is maybe more than they wanted to give us. Fair enough. Delirium encounters maps now have reward 1 simulacrum each time a reward type is filled. Okay. Simulacrum splitters now obtained through Delirium encounters all map tiers. Blah blah blah. Base number of monsters spawned in Delirium encounters has been reduced, and the number that emerge by touching Fracture Mirror has been greatly increased. Sure. Not needing to need the tree to increase your chance to find them. Yeah, exactly. Like the most notable part of all of this, I thought, was like, when it came to like Audience of the King, the tree made it like you were 4 times as likely to find it or something. But before you could get the tree, your chance to get the audience was so freaking bad. And so it would take you forever to fill out the tree unless you purchased the thing to then make it so when you ran ritual, you had a chance of finding it. Trying to get logbooks. I don't think I ever even farmed Expedition at all. So I don't actually know the drop rate of logbooks. I think for those, I just bought some logbooks to find the boss. I didn't actually try it. It was pretty terrible. 10 maps to able to defer it enough. Yeah, it was a rough process getting that first audience. Is ingenuity dead? Yeah, it's pretty dead. It's fairly dead. Breach and Delirium encounters are now considered complete when you open classed hand or Delirium mirror. Okay, strongbox now spawns slightly more packs. Cool. Did it? Wait. Okay, guys. It's been a hot minute. Do strongboxes actually spawn monsters when you click them now, or is it still? Are they still the situation where I click the strongbox and then I have to wait 3 to 5 business days for the content to occur? Is it still that way? Or did they fix that? Stalling boxes? Take a guess. It's still delayed. I think I'm gonna still not click it. I'll click it when I see the unique ones, and then once I find out that the unique ones, their loot sucks, then I'll stop clicking those ones too. Find out tomorrow. Was the Val Strongbox instant in the trailer? Yeah, maybe the unique Strongbox works. We'll see. And we'll see. I think just make them instantly pop the monsters. All right, Omens now will always appear as ritual rewards. Small chance for additional Omen to appear. Okay, guys, just so we're clear, this is not an Omen of whittling. Okay, there's been multiple people that seem to think this means you're getting an Omen of whittling. That is not what this says. This is going to be an Omen of return, an Omen of death dancing, an Omen of like just random garbage that's basically useless. That's what this is saying. Okay, every single time you click a ritual, you get a garbage Omen. Okay, you're not getting the good one. The good one doesn't exist. Just so we're clear. Think about rare Omens are to begin with. Guaranteed at least one per makes the good way more common than currently. They said their change is a 2.5x multiplier on how common the omens are. I still heavily think it's going to be a situation where you aren't clicking those omens unless you're a rich boy who is making like an insane like rare upgrade. You know what I mean? Like the rarity of it and the power of them is going to be still very cost prohibitive.
Asmerian spirits are a shitty metamorph of ghosts, wisps, and abyss spires.
Change my mind? Oh, I want to play it first, but they do kind of look like tormented ghosts to me. I want to play it first. Is it going to be a change, something to the casual player? Yeah, that's my point. I don't think this changes anything for the casual player. Maybe 1 out of every 100 casual players will get a lucky drop because of this, whereas previously it was 1 out of every 500 casual players. But for the most part, I think this doesn't really change anything for a casual player. I think this is basically a change for mere tier crafters. It makes their cost a bit lower. That's what this is to me. And I kind of put Fraction Orbs in a similar boat. I think Fraction Orbs are pretty much just a mere tier crafter currency and not going to be super relevant for casuals either. Anyways, we keep going. The vendors in the Ziggurat Refuge and those that are your hideout now correctly have level 65 items available rather than one having level 60 items and the other having level 70. Okay, sure. I won't be the 1 in 100. Me neither, Dr. Sadistic. Me neither. You see the pre-download deliberately does not include any new information on PvTBB. I think that's for the best. I mean, okay, here's how it works. Here's how it works. If the pre-download has a bunch of spoilers and it goes to PvT2DB, I'm degenerate enough, I will look at it no matter what because I want to know the information. But I'm also happy if the information isn't out there and no one has it, that's a win too in my mind. If it's there, I'm gonna freaking look at it. If it's not there, I'm like, okay, cool, fair playing field. No one gets to know. Cool. I'm good both ways. If you exit the game while in an endgame map, logging back into the same character will now place you back inside the map instance if it still exists. Okay, cool. Wait. For hardcore players, just give me some context here. When you were in a map and you were in a dangerous situation, you would log to get out of the map, correct? And this stops that? Or now it's a 15-minute break for hardcore players? So now if they're in a dangerous situation that they think they're going to die, they have to decide whether or not they're going to take a break for 15 minutes or whether or not they want to take a break for 2 days of gameplay time and let their character die. Is a 15-minute cooldown? Yeah. So the toxic me, who is a little bit toxic about hardcore and logout core in general, is thinking, yo, about time, okay? I don't know. But the non-toxic me, for people that are actually playing hardcore, that's pretty troll. That does suck pretty, because it's basically just like you just have to stop playing for 15 minutes. You could spawn at the last checkpoint. Can you do that to get out of the... Because if you could still just spawn at last checkpoint and port you away from the danger, then maybe you're just fine. Maybe it doesn't matter. It doesn't change anything. You just log into your second character for a bit. Of all my time watching Lance, this may be the only time I was able to find his webcam right now. Yeah, we have a bit bigger today. Spawn at last checkpoint isn't instant. You will die. Wait, it's not? Okay, I guess I don't have the content. I thought the respawn at checkpoint was basically like the same as logging out, where it just instantly ports you over. There's like a delay between when you click it and monsters get to hit you before it teleports you. It's like half a second delay. Okay, which is pretty. In half a second, it could be the difference in death versus not. Especially if you're making the decision to log, you're probably already in a lot of danger. I almost got blind seeing the shiny forehead. It's questionable light choice. Okay, guys, don't look at my head. Screw you guys. Can the instack character you played work somehow on regular Settlers League? The wanding one, it'd be entirely different. The way I built the character would be entirely different. So not really. Well, I guess we'll see if this adds more content to hardcore clips. This may add more good rip clips, but overall, the people actually playing hardcore, I don't know. Is it content buff? Yeah, it's a content buff for people not playing hardcore. For people playing hardcore, they're probably not too happy about this. Is there gonna be somebody who forgets the logs in and dies after Quint? Yeah, that would be a good rip clip for sure. Logging out, not realizing this was the change, logging back in and getting insta-gibbed. 15-minute react breaks incoming. Yeah, that could be the case too. potent content. They intentionally get into dangerous situations so that way they can log and then react to content. Extending the stall. Holy, the stall value will be insane. What are the top 3 league starters you've seen so far? I literally haven't gotten to a single balance change yet. This is just endgame content changes we've looked at so far. I wouldn't league start Archmage. That's my current. That's the one thing I know about. That's the one thing I know about right now. All right, added more notable passes and reworked some existing ones to make available choices more interesting. Okay, added more notable passes. Atlas tree change, cool. Rogue Exiles. I'm excited for Rogue Exiles. I don't know about its Mirror Spirits, but Rogue Exiles I think I'm excited for. Deadly Evolution, Atlas Keystone. has been replaced by something called ecological shift, which causes your maps to have 40% more chance to contain random extra content and 20% less number of monster packs. I'm not sure how I feel about that. Can now obtain 40 atlas instead of 30. Cool. They're expanding the tree. I think that's a win, right? I had to test what they did to Hex Blast. Actually, a dead skill. Yeah, there's multiple people that said there's something that happened to Hex Blast. We'll get there when we get there. I'm not sure I'm ready to look at it yet. We're going to get there one by one. Crumbling walls, 10% chance for additional breach, previously 15. So they nerfed some breach stuff. Cool. Extreme archaeology no longer causes monster spawn with 20% missing life. Sure. Frantic invasion node, 50% increased quantity of breach splinters. Dropped by breach monsters, previously 75. So a bit of a more breach nerf. Grasping hands. 30% more classed hands, previously 50%. So more breach nerfs. Cool, I guess. Breach was strong, sure. Interdimensional Assault Atlas notable. Now has breaches in your maps have 10% increased monster density, previously 15. More breach nerfs. Is this all just breach nerfs? Ominous Portents Atlas notable now cause rituals favors to have 100% increased chance to be Omens. Previously 50, okay. Ritual buff, nice. More Omens of Return. The Rising Pyre notable. Now is breach in your maps 25% monster density, previously 40. Okay, breach nerf. All right, cool. Lots of breach nerfs. Probably fair. I mean, breach was just much better than the other mechanics for the most part, right? I'm probably still gonna play breach. Breach is probably still just good content, right? In order to work around a common crash that was occurring on NVIDIA hardware with recent drivers, the game can now recover from device-removed events. When this occurs, the game will display a loading screen and pause while it attempts to recover. This only applies for specific client crash, not all client crashes. Okay, I have NVIDIA, so that's a win for me, right? Maybe this was the more recent brick that was occurring. I don't know if there's some current crash that's occurring that just freezes your game. You have to Alt F4. So I'm hoping they fix that. The reforging bench in towns have been repositioned to more optimal locations. The stash and guild stash has also been slightly spaced to reduce misclicking. Yo, what the hell? Speedrunners, myself included, because I am a fast speedrunner. I'm gonna show up and not know where the stash is. It's gonna throw me off my game. The change in places of stuff. My actual Asgrath, appreciate the sub. Quality of life, yeah, that sounds like a buff. Strong boxes can now appear in Act 1. So in case you want to go slower instead of faster, you can now stop and click a strong box to delay your speed. Nice. Strong boxes have been added as decoy content to slow down your run. Fantastic. Added a stash to treasure room in the Trial of Chaos. Okay, stash to the treasure room. Oh, yeah, actually, this is fantastic. So you don't have to freaking port out. Thank goodness. My OCD brain dictates that I click on them. Yeah, this basically what this does is it's a debuff to people that like to do all the content in the area. Maybe not a debuff. You know, maybe that ends up they get more loot and they end up being stronger for the bosses. You know, and maybe it like can be read as a buff to some extent to people that want to like overgear for stuff, right? It's extra loot that you get throughout your time going to the bosses and stuff. Strong boxes are more relevant in the campaign. Yeah. So it helps you gear up a bit better, right? They caught on to I did hear about the stain. Many fire skills now visually burn grass. Fantastic. Yes. My immersion. Hell yes. Improve the performance of summoning and reviving minions. Cool. Further improve the safety checks preventing using movement skills to skip elevators in Trials of Chaos encounters and prevent the encounters from functioning correctly. Okay, that's nice. Hopefully that just means you don't skip over to like different levels and stuff, because this stuff was a bit buggy. The jumps performed when using escape shot and toxic growth now allow you to jump over enemies and small amounts of terrain. Vaulting impact also received this change. Okay, cool. They got rid of my blink to skip trials. Yeah, I guess technically this is a nerf for people who are bug abusing, right? If you were skipping the trial stuff. Now you have to wait for the elevators, rest in peace. The decay buff from Decaying Hex now uses a more appropriate visual effect. Okay, aesthetic improvement. Grenade skills now have a small amount of random variation in travel distance when firing multiple grenades at once. Wait, what? Does that mean like the likelihood that you get like an extra shotgun from like your secondary or third projectile is like maybe it just goes a little bit farther? So like you're less likely to get the hit or something. Firebolt now uses the same animation for G shards instead of generic projectile spell animation. Cool. Updated 3D art of Stash and Guild Stash. Holy. Stash is about to be looking good. Alright, okay, cool. Randomness to reduce repetition fatigue. It's something. Now you get to gamble with the grenades, yep. Player changes. Characters are now required to at least be level 25 to enter cruel difficulty areas and level 50 to enter endgame areas. Were there people that were actually level 25 upon killing the Act 3 boss? That's crazy. You get Uber Lab at level 20? Oh, okay, I see what you're saying. It's okay. That's for specifically the lab boost. I see. I was just thinking in terms of like, what would I actually, if I was running the campaign, would I be level 25 by the time I'm killing Doriani? Okay, that makes way more sense. That makes way more sense. I guess this might be maybe a little bit annoying. Like, say you're trying to, like, let's say you're doing Sanctum or whatever, and somebody wants to trade you. You have to go to your hideout now instead of just back to the zone, right? Lance can't boost people anymore. I wasn't boosting anyone. Player's base attack speed while unarmed is now 1.4 attacks per second, previously 1.2. Holy. Unarmed buffs? Killing Palm, Shattering Palm, Staggering Palm, and High End of Chula now have 25% less attack speed to compensate. Wait, what? Surely Facebreakers is getting added, right? They're trying to balance unarmed attacks, right? There's something happening there, right? Concoction buff, does this affect concoction skills? I guess maybe that affects concoction skills. I don't freaking know for sure. If it affected concoction skills, wouldn't that be on the list of things that got a less attack speed modifier? Freeze build now builds up 48% slower on enemies. Player base ailment threshold previous is now half of maximum life, previously all maximum life. Okay. I mean, ailments didn't feel too dangerous in PoE2, so I guess they're trying to make ailments more relevant. We'll see how often we're getting frozen now because of this. Presence base radius is now 4 meters, previously 6. What? They're nerfing the presence mods? Why? Why are they nerfing the presence mods? Okay. That seems so random. That seems super random. They buffed the present rolls on scepters. I guess I'm just not too familiar with how good the presence mods are to begin with. Whenever I see presence mods, I'm just like, ooh. Random is right. That's the theme of this whole patch. Maybe a little bit. Okay. I mean, it's not entirely random. Like, they clearly targeted Archmage. Archmage was clearly overtuned. Like, it's not all random. Some things make you scratch your head a little bit, though. Alright, monster modifiers stolen from rare monsters such as the head support have had effect they provide to players adjusted to be more appropriate. What do you guys think this means? Do you think this means they made Headhunter better? Or do you think they made Headhunter worse? What do you guys think? More appropriate. If you're gonna guess one way or the other, do you think it's gonna be the players just got a buff with their Headhunter and Behead support? Or do you think they got a nerf? What do you guys think? Based on the on how the patch notes are going. More appropriate. I like how they phrase it like that. Like, come on, just Just give us the cold hard truth, okay, man? Why do you gotta say more appropriate? Man, I love some of these things. It's like more appropriate, adjusted, fixed. All right, cool. The cruel version of Candlemass Essence now provides 5% increased life. Previously 8% life. Yo, what the hell? Was 8% life too much? I don't know what they did to ES builds. I don't know what they did to ES builds, but right now, I mean, life builds are already bad, okay? Life builds are already bad. And they're like, you know what? Minus 3% life. You didn't need that. ES is fine, Clueless. I think we'll see. I guess I don't know if they changed with ES. I think Jonathan has a blind spot for ES. I think ES is still gonna be completely OP. I'm gonna say that now before seeing what they actually did to it. But I think I'm gonna read these patch notes and I'm gonna walk away thinking ES is still OP. Actually, I never picked that up in the campaign. I missed it. Well, you just got a 5% life buff, my friend. If you never clicked it, you just got a 5% life buff. All right. The Worn Sandals in Second Month's Affliction now grants 30% less movement speed if you've been hit by an enemy recently. Previously, it was just 25% reduced movement speed. Okay. Okay, sure, I'll take that. That's sure, fine. I still don't want to click this, but okay. Blocking a hit by raising your shield or parrying now gives you a chance to avoid accumulating heavy stun buildup equal to the chance you would have blah, blah, blah with the evaded hit. Sure. Block and parry, two things I'm never going to do. So I guess that's a thing. Unified the stun mechanics and terminology between players and monsters. The stagger that players suffer when blocking too much with their shield raised is now a heavy stun. Yeah, they're adding super stuns to players. Players are now still unable to be heavy stunned unless the mechanic specifically states otherwise. Okay, sure. Cool. Block and parry nerfs. Players can no longer be light stunned while their shield is raised. Something, I guess. I gotta be honest. Heavy stun, light stun. I have no idea what the hell's going on. I'm just gonna. This is gonna continue to mean nothing to me until I suffer because of it, and then eventually through pain of getting heavy stunned versus light stunned, I'll learn the difference. Just wait. I'm gonna learn through in-game experience. Light stun is PV1's just regular stun. Heavy stun is blocking too much, and it's like a giga stun. Chill versus freeze. I don't think it's chill versus freeze. I can see the PV1 stun analogy makes sense to me though. It's 3 seconds if you can't play the game. Okay, so you're basically just dead if you get heavy stunned. You're essentially just dead if you get heavy stunned. Modifiers of curse effect have been changed to instead apply to curse magnitude. This means that they're additive with any other modifiers to effect of the debuff on the target. For example, curse magnitude and slow magnitude are now additive with each other. Okay, so they're nerfing temp chains here, sure. Player created objects such as ice crystals no longer have a monster power value. I have no idea what that means. Ice crystals can no longer apply on-kill effects such as Herald of Ash or Trample Toes Overkill. Okay. Players have 50% more light stun threshold per time stunned in the past 4 seconds. Previously, it was 25% more per 6 seconds. Is this a buff? That's maybe a buff. I'm not sure. All right. Your heavy stun bar now doesn't start emptying until heavy stun animation has finished. Okay. Fun. So heavy stun lasts for longer on players. Heavy stun duration on players is now 3 seconds. Previously, what? That's so freaking long. You get heavy stunned, you're just dead. You're just dead. You're just dead. Read the next song. Players cannot block or evade hits while they're heavy. Oh, great. I mean, I thought you were dead anyways, but you're definitely dead. Okay, so it's like you invested a block or evasion, and and then you have the guy next to you who didn't invest in a blocker evasion either, you both get heavy stunned, and you are the same picture. You are both dying. The guy who invested in a block and evasion thought he had a chance to survive, but it turns out he didn't. Heavy stun's only from blocking too much. Wait. You can only get heavy stun from the blocking. So like, I wasn't blocking before, but now I'm just definitely not blocking. You can only get heavy stun while manual blocking or mount right. Okay. So just don't manual block, and don't manual parry, and then you never get the instantaneous guaranteed death. There's a video where they show you get heavy stun on a boss attack. Was that somebody who was trying to block a boss attack? It's okay, I've never used manual blocks. Don't worry, manual blocks aren't real. They can't hurt you. All right, critical weakness stacks now track duration individually rather than refreshing the duration of all stacks when they get a new stack gained. Okay, I gotta be honest. I just assumed that this is how this worked. So this is basically no change. Because in my brain, I just thought, oh, I'm hitting this enemy like 20 times in a second with Eye of Winter. So this, although it technically is a nerf, I think we all could agree this is basically the same thing, right? Although it's technically a nerf, come on, I think we all were thinking it was just this, right? That's what everyone thought. Yeah, they could have left this note out, and no one would have known. I think it does affect the malice aura. Ooh, that's a fair point. Yeah, there was a malice aura. Which stacked up over time, which I never used, but maybe that's a nerf to like, that's a nerf to the minion players, right? Pin targets can no longer evade. Pinning a target no longer. Now also causes them to be light stun, dude. Are they just trying to make the tactician class relevant by making pin like this insane debuff? Pin now light stuns. Pin now makes them no longer able to evade. Pin makes them frozen. Pin makes them so they can't do anything. Pin is just now this giga freeze. Like, what the hell is this pin garbage? I'm gonna get to Act 1 at the end there, where the enemy does that stupid little spear attack that pins, and every single time I'm just gonna get enraged. I'm gonna be thinking about how much they buff pin every time I run into that monster, and I'm just, every time I'm gonna start feeling with anger, because I'm like, oh, they buff pin more than they should have, the stupid monster. this little freaking pin move. If I play this update, I'm gonna go the tactician just for the pin. Wait until you get Rogue Exile pin. Oh no, they're gonna give pin to Rogue Exiles. Oh no. All right, fully broken armor now causes enemies to take increased damage. Okay. Wait a second. Hold the phone. Does this change anything? Fizz damage wasn't really that much before. Bone Storm Stonks. I guess this technically buffs a lot of your Fizz attack builds. Defensively, I feel like this means all the non-armor characters take 20% increased damage. So it's like trying to make you justify investing into armor more. Right? Applies to players. Yeah, exactly. Like that's what I'm thinking about. I'm thinking in terms of defensive aspect. Offensively, this helps people. Like players, it's a buff to player damage for Fizz builds. But defensively, I'm thinking in terms of what will it actually change? Because Fizz hits weren't really that dangerous in the game to begin with, if you're playing an ES character. But then this maybe makes them a little bit more dangerous because you just always have 0 armor. Can your armor be broken if you have 0 armor? That's what I'm wondering. Yeah, I would think it just means you're always taking 20% increased Fizz. Which to me, that's probably like, okay, that makes Fizz more relevant for ES builds. Armor still sucks though, right? So I feel like if you're an armor character, you're still like, you're still just getting folded. It's a big armor buff, to be honest. Is it an armor buff though, Connor? Because armor still is hot garbage. It doesn't affect armor. I guess like this makes armor characters better, but I still feel like you're Like, I just read earlier they took 3% life from your life build. I don't know. In 7 Days Thunder, AFK flexing with I never had armor broken once. Yeah, I get that. I get you're not having your armor fully broken. What I'm saying is armor characters are still pretty rough defensively. And this makes the non-armor characters take more damage, but the non-armor characters didn't really have a problem. Like, it wasn't even close to a problem for Fizz, I feel like. I don't know, I guess we'll see what if it... I guess on, like, the early game, this will be pretty impactful for making non-armor characters get hurt more by Fizz. Just have 90 auras? Yeah, 90 auras is a good time. Revival minions now spawn with their skills on cooldown. This only applies to newly summoned minions, not minions that have just revived. Okay. Sure. I feel like that doesn't change too much, right? And like if you have, let's say you have like snipers and you care about the gas arrow, they respawn and they still have their thing. I don't know. Maybe there's some people that are spamming spawning minions. It's a Spectre nerf? Spectre, you're not repeat casting, right? Spectres are like a permanent minion, aren't they? But I guess maybe it's stopping you from doing some weird cheese with Spectres. It's a DD nerf, that I can see. An ancestrally boosted slam now has 30% more damage and 20% more AoE, previously 20% of both. And yo, nice. A buff to ancestrally boosted slams. Cool. That needs to say 100% more, but we're getting there. It is improving. Persistent minions granted by Ascendancy passive skills now automatically will be summoned when you allocate the passive for the first time. Cool. I'm still not adding it as a support link. Yeah, I mean it still needs way more than this, but it's an improvement, okay? It's an improvement. Players of monsters now only count as moving while moving rather than for the whole length of many animations that have some movement during some part of them. Okay. That makes sense, I guess. Setting a stat to a specific value, such as Chaos Inoculation, setting your life to 1. Wait, is this the Ghost Wraith change? Or Blood Magic setting your mana to 0 now occurs before conversion is applied to that stat rather than being ignored by conversion. Okay. Okay, Ghost Wraith is no longer a 1k ES chess piece for CI builds. Fair, okay? That would make sense, right? That would make sense. I thought they would have changed this 3 months ago, but hey, we're getting it now. Okay, we're getting it now. Ghost Wraith is no longer a 1k ES chess piece for CI builds. They also nurse Ghost Wraith on top of it? Oh, did they really? That's kind of... I mean, Ghost Wraith is pretty good. All right, what else do we have? Titan, surprising strength notable. All right, Ascendancy changes. I did look at Stormweaver, so I do know how they nerf Stormweaver, but let's see, what did they do for the Warrior Homeboys? You now get 50% more damage against stun instead of 40%. Okay, nice little buff. Nice little buff. The Earthbreaker Ascendancy now gives you 25% chance for slam skills to use yourself, cause aftershocks. Nice little buff. I guess that's, Titan got a little bit of a buff. Cool. I mean, most people didn't click these nodes, but I guess it's something, right? It's technically something. What else do they do for Warrior? Warbringer! The Warrior's Call Bellow Ascendancy now causes war cries to explode corpses, dealing 25% of their life as physical instead of providing corpses in your presence when you war cry. Deal 25%. This allows Warcry area effect to scale the corpse explosion. Oh, okay. Okay, that sounds nice. There's like a lot of Warcry AoE on the tree, right? That seems like a nice little buff to the Warcrier stuff. Turtle Charm Ascendancy now has 25% less block chance instead of 35. Okay, Turtle Charm buffed. Cool. Cool for Turtle Charm. Nice. Encasing Jade has been reworked. It now consumes all stacks of Jade to grant guard based off your maximum life for each Jade stack. Interesting. So, no longer is Encasing Jade a bad skill that makes your character not operational. It now is just a nice tank node, like a Molten Shell type of thing. Consumes all stacks of Jade to grant guard based on how much max life you have. Like, it's like a Molten Shell. It's Olroth's. Yeah, it's like a guard skill, like a more traditional guard skill, like something that you can still play the game and you just have extra tank. That sounds like a win for Warbringer. 3 wins so far. Ancestral Spirit skill granted by Ancestral Call Ascendancy. Passive skill now has minions from skills have 1% increased accuracy per 3 decks. Minions from skills have 1% increased damage per 3 of your strength. This minion granted by a skill had the following changes. Its pinning skill has a cooldown that's better. It has more stun buildup. Okay, so they just made the minion better. Who freaking cares? Minions, honestly, let's just not. Does it even matter? The Warcrawler's Bellow buff from Ancestral Warhorn now gives you rage on hit. Okay, minions, freaking minions. Okay. The Paw Shell Aura from Ancestral Turtle now grants 80% increased defenses, previously 50, and 40% block chance, previously 25. I mean it's freaking minions. I don't know what I'm reading. Are these guys permanent? I don't know what Why is bro hate on minions? I don't hate on minions. It's just my brain doesn't really care is the situation. I don't know if that's the right way to put that. Hopefully no nerfs to Corrupting Cry. I guess we'll find out. All right, Gemling Legionnaire. This is actually a good ascendancy. Enhanced effectiveness now grants 20% less attributes. 20% less attributes means I go from getting 10 times 2 times 0.8. So it's still 60% more power from attributes. But then you lose all of your various, like, per stat buffs throughout the tree. That's a pretty sizable nerf to enhance effectiveness. That is a pretty sizable nerf. Connor, when you read this, how do you feel about your 20% less attributes? Because enhanced effectiveness was like, I thought it was like the best ascendancy node in the game. You guys remember when I was like ranking ascendancy points and I was like, yo, this is literally the best ascendancy node in the game? It's still it's still a pretty good ascendancy node, but that sizably reduces its power. All right, what else we got? Integrated efficiency. Oh, okay, I briefly saw this. This thing seems so nice. This is a good buff, I think. Integrated efficiency has swap positions with gem studded, and it no longer provides +3 skill slots. Instead, it now grants 20% increased damage per socket, socket of red support, 6% skill speed, and crit chance. Swapped with gem studded. Which one is that? Is that the one that gives you you can use the same support twice? Is that the one I'm thinking of? Okay, yeah. So gem studded goes down here. This goes up here, and it's made better. Are these both local, the 6 link, or global? Let me read it more closely. No longer provides +3 skill slots. Instead, it now causes skills to gain 20% increased damage per socketed red gem. Skills gain 6% increased skill speed per socketed green gem. Skills gain 20% crit chance per socketed blue support gem. I think this is global. To me, I think this is global. Skill sounds local. You think it's going to be local? It now causes skills 20% increased damage per socketed red support gem. How does the what does this thing read? Max res per socketed. Per blue gems socketed. Per socketed red support gem. Per socketed green support gem. You guys think it's local? I mean, if it wasn't local, it's pretty insane, right? Yeah, it sounds like a Q&A question. Local would be Garborough. Yeah, local would be pretty dang bad for an ascendancy point. Global would be insane. the whole patch is nerfs, so I guess is local. Yeah, I guess this is the situation where is it the good thing or is it the bad thing? Is armor buffed? I don't think so. I haven't seen any buffs to armor yet. It doesn't seem that bad if it's local. I mean, I think it's not very good if it's local. If it's local, it's 30% speed, 100% crit chance, or 100% damage, right? 5x, whatever the stats are. Three gems would be all green gems, yeah. Percent increased damage, 12% speed, 20% crit for an ascendancy point. It's pretty garbage. It's not very good for an ascendancy point. So I think I'm betting on global. I'm gonna cope. I'm gonna cope on global. It's good even if it's local. I don't think it's good if it's local. I think it's just not bad. It's like, this is some okay stat that's giving me like 10 to 15% more damage. It will get nerfed if it's global. They don't want to nerf things mid-patch. My guess for it being global is the old one was global. This thing's a global. And then this thing, you have to go through a bad node to get to it. Like, in order to click that node, you're forced into a bad node. The support gem, double support gem thing is not a particularly good node. It would be like 900% increase. Yeah, it would be very good if it's global. You have 10 skills, you have 5 supports. No shot. I think there's a possibility it's global because this thing's global, encouraging you to do stuff with the with socking a bunch of support gems and whatnot. How would you use that many skills? You wouldn't use that many skills, but you'd force in that many gems in order to get more stats out of it. Lance Kobe too hard? Yeah. I don't disagree with you guys. If it's global, it carries it can carry the ascendancy. If it's local, it's kind of trash. I don't disagree with you guys about the balance perspective. But I think there's a chance, a pretty non-zero chance that they'd put this as global. All right, let's see the next thing. Implanted Gems Ascendancy no longer has +1 to all skills and now grants +2 of strength, dex requirement, or int requirement. Seems like a buff. 1 in a trillion? What? Don't give me 1 in a trillion. That's a buff, to be honest. Yeah, I think this is a buff. And I feel like in most cases this is a buff. So this got buffed. And this will freaking find out if it's decent or not. Stagger got nerfed. Yes, they nerfed Stagger on multiple cases. All right, Witch Hunter, no mercy, concentration is slightly buffed. And then the node that gives less armor and evasion got buffed. The sorcery word barrier recharge delay has also been reduced. I mean, that sounds nice, right? Sorcery ward got a sizable buff. Sorcery ward might be like pretty legit now, maybe. Has to be global because you'd need a lot of perfect jewels for it to work well, Subexer. Yeah, that's another context clues that require a lot of investment to benefit from. Giga Shield, yeah. Witch Hunter, I mean, the Sorcery Ward is quite good, I think. We'll see. I guess we'll see how it shakes out. We have the Deadeye. Thrilling Chase Ascendancy node now provides when you consume a Frenzy, you count as having consumed twice as many instead of previously a 50% chance to not consume. I don't freaking know what to change. Deadeye buff, yeah, it seems like the charge node got stronger. Pathfinder, the running assault ascendancy now grants 50% less movement speed penalty from your skills while moving. The location of this path skill has been swapped with relentless pursuit. What was relentless pursuit before? Pathfinder. Unaffected by slows. So you're a lot faster to use skills while moving, but now you have to take this node. I mean, sure, I guess. Pathfinder's nodes aren't great. A connected chemistry ascendancy has been removed. Enduring Elixir no longer has a prerequisite. And that is this thing, which sucks. Okay, cool. Relentless Pursuit is a joke. Yeah, it's not great. Added a new multi-choice for some immunities. Sure. Added a new sustainable practice ascendancy point. 30% evasion also grants elemental damage reduction. I mean, that seems kind of good. Maybe. Potentially. LE damage reduction based on your evasion. For your Queen of the Forest build. Maybe? I don't freaking know. Imagine this is like evasion acts like armor for elemental damage and uses the armor formula where it applies before resistance, though. Embrace the darkness. Hey, did they make Chayula good? Guys, what do you think? Is Chayula Monk good now? Surely they buffed it, right? Surely they buffed Chayula. The Embrace Darkness Ascendancy passive now provides 8 flat to darkness per level, previously 5. Shut up. That was the change they did to the darkness? No. The Chayula Mana Leech is better? Okay, what do they do to the Mana Leech? No longer provides Mana Leech's instant. Instead, it now provides Mana Leech recovers based on other damage types as well as physical. I think Chalk's still bad. I don't know, guys. I think Chalk's still bad. Honor Lost Dairy Trial second one, the only purpose Chalk had removed. I don't know, guys. I think this is still bad. Darkness is still you lose your reservations for a temporary barrier that's just way weaker than ES. Instant Mana Leech, the thing that people were coping was going to be good, got changed to be you can actually leech based on your damage, which helps, but also does it really help that much? I don't know, man. Invoker nerfed? What did they do to Invoker? Protect Me from Harm Ascendancy skill now provides 50% less evasion rating instead of 40%. And this is the thing that made you get evasion apply to physical mitigation, which is one of the okay nodes. The Lead Me Through Grace. This is the good node, right? Ascendancy passive skill now provides 1 spirit for every 8 energy shield, previously 6. Okay, so they nerfed the good node. And then Elemental Expression is buffed. Cool. Lance, can you make me, please, a copy of your Blood Needle wand? Yeah, I can log in. Hold on. Hold, guys. Somebody needs us to log back in. Somebody playing Pharisha League. A Pharisha League enjoyer needs my help right now, guys. Hold on. We got to help this guy out. Pharisha League for life, baby. All right, message me in game. Hit me up. Hit me up. Is this you? Why do you have GG in your name? Are you You impersonating a GG employee or something? What's going on here? What's going on here, Tom Tom? Why are you giving me divines, dude? I'm not even gonna... This is gonna go to standard in some stash where I'm never gonna see it again. Alright. Confirm. You want the blood needle. Yes. Alright. Here you go, good sir. Here you go. Alright. Enjoy. Enjoy. Alright. Where were we? Easy plus 20D. Yeah, easy plus 20D. It'll be stuck in standard stash somewhere. Okay, so Invoker got nerfed for the good node, and the node people thought was good. Sure. Fair enough. Blood Mage. What happened to Blood Mage? No longer gain 10% as extra fizz. It now provides the ability to inflict aggravation on cursed targets. Okay. So you can get aggravate for spell builds now. Cool, I guess. And added a new Between the Cracks Ascendancy that now causes critical hits to ignore Finn's monster armor. Cool, I guess. Sure. Do enemies have enough armor for this to be relevant, though? Blood Mage is still like your first node. Your first node bricks your character, right? That's what when I read this, Blood Mage is still the first node you click bricks your character. Right? Welcome to the 3% life ascendancy until you get gear to make it work. All right, nice. Ooh, Infernal's got a lot of changes. What do you guys think? Infernal's buffs or nerfs? Infernalist was a pretty high play rate, so it's probably nerfs, right? Demon form skill granted by demonic possession now has a cooldown of 15 seconds, previously 20. Hey, that's a buff. That's a buff. And maximum demon flame is now 10, previously uncapped. Rest in peace, the infinite flame abusers. You now lose a. I like how they started out with this being an ascendancy point. Like the ascendancy point behind demon form was like it was actually a debuff to spend the points to click it, and now it's just the standard. You now lose a flat amount of life per second. I wonder what that is. How much flat? Scaling with skill level. Okay. So they're fighting the reduced your life cheese, but maybe now if you have a high amount of life and you go percent regen, maybe you can outscale it. The dodge roll while demon form has been reduced. Yo, what the hell? They're hitting the demon form dodge roll? That's messed up. That's messed up. That's toxic. How much did it get reduced by? Demon form better still be speed. Okay, this is messed up. They see your VOD for yesterday if you get stuck on stuff. Alright, the Seething Body Ascendancy now has, while on high Infernal Flame, you now gain 50%. I mean, that's a pretty sizable buff, right? What was that node? It forces you into Infernal Flame, though, right? Yeah, it forces you into Infernal Flame. I mean, that's a lot better, right? Gain 50% instead of 20%. The Grinning Immolation Ascendancy now provides 50% more crit damage, previously 30. Okay. Become ignited when you deal critical hit, taking 50% of your life energy shield's fire damage per second. What the hell? The suicide node? I don't know how I feel about that. Okay. Pyromantic Pack Ascendancy now causes 50% Infernal Flame to be lost per second if none was gained recently. Sure. That scales with res. Oh yeah, I guess you can mitigate it with res. Fair enough. I mean, 50% more crit's kind of a lot. All right. The Bringer of Flame Ascendancy node now causes all damage from you and allies in your presence to contribute to ignite magnitude. Okay, sure. No longer requires this. Wait. All damage to your enemies contribute to ignite magnitude chance instead of providing while on low infernal flame, blah, 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 blah. No longer requires this. So it just makes all damage ignite, and you don't have to go through the bad node, or the node that makes you PK yourself first. I mean, that's a pretty sizable buff to Bringer of Flames, right? That's a pretty sizable buff to it. Still bad? Yeah, I mean, Ignite probably still sucks. It is technically a buff, though, right? The Loyal Hellhound Ascendancy no longer gives the 20% damage taken at. Oh, no. Oh, no. Dude, the Hellhound, man. Rest in peace. This node was so good. Now it's just not. Rest in peace, the Loyal Companion. Not so loyal anymore. Yeah, he's not willing to take a bullet for you anymore. Somebody wants to mirror the wand again. Are you messing with me? Are you messing with me? Is there somebody else that actually wants to mirror the wand? Okay, I'm not going to go back and look through. Hopefully that's not. Hopefully you're just messing with me. The Master Darkness Ascendancy now grants Demon Flame has no maximum. Okay, I see what they're doing here. All right. So you get rid of the 10 stacks. You force the 10 stacks here, and now you can actually go for the mirror wand. Okay, wait, you guys weren't lying? So that somebody actually does want to mirror the wand? Okay, all right, hold on. I'll boot it back up again. I got you, dude. I got you. Just ping me in game. I got you. The flat degen's gonna be insane. Yeah. So you have to make a character that scales like percent regen type of thing. I think is the situation. Like a build that scales like a bunch of life and then has percent regen because of it. It's an angle for Rise of the Phoenix. The Rise of the Phoenix dream can be real. Holy, you're fast. Chill, my guy. Chill. You're giving me a dictator's weapon. Who asked? Why are you? Sure. Okay. All right. Confirm. You want the blood needle, correct? Yes. All right. Here you go. +1. Who asked card. Nice. Value. Absolute value. Well, that's kind of a cool animation. What the heck is that? All right. All right, sure. Demon form might still be something. The small mana ascendancy passive now provides 3% mana, previously 4. Okay, so they nerfed the small node slightly. After allocating Pyromantic Pack Ascendancy, you will now have at least one maximum Infernal Flame. So they're they're getting rid of the Infernal Flame cheese. I think that's what that is. Using Blink while in Demon form now plays an appropriate animation instead of landing to blink. Okay, so Demon form now has a cool animation. This is a buff. This is a buff to the Demon form animation. You missed one? What did I miss? I don't think I missed anything. Demon form's real fast. Missed again? Well, hold on, missed again. The dodge roll in Demon form has a reduced distance. I don't think you missed anything. I don't think I missed anything either. So looking at Infernalist. Man, I still don't think I can force low life. Ooh, actually, I think I can. I think I can actually. Picture this, guys. Picture this. We click Rise of the Phoenix, which has low life regen. And the regen is what helps us sustain the demon form. So that way the demon form degens us into low life territory, and then we are sustained at low life. And we can click Pain Attunement. And then we can click damage taken as stuff. And we can click Gritting Immolation for the crit. That could maybe make sense. Or we could click the reserve life and get Spirit because of it. You use a belt to go low life. You don't need to use a belt to go low life. Because there's stuff that like gives you more regen based on low life. Like if you go Rise of the Phoenix is the thing. Is there other stuff that gives regen based on low life? Yeah, like look at this. Look at this. Recovery from flask, low life, regenerate on low life. The thing is, like, you don't want to be freaking here. Like, this is like the wrong place of the tree, right? You don't really want to be on this side of the tree. And there's not really much over here that's good for you on the tree. Cast speed on low life, I guess, is something. You spend all your Ascendancy points to be low life, or you have to use the belt. No. What I'm saying is, so Demon Flame gives you like some sort of degen amount. Demon Flame, it degens your character down, right? And the idea is, if I have a bunch of regen that is contingent on the low life mod, then I'll degen down to low life, and then it'll get stuck there. No shield in demon form? Oh, that's right! We wouldn't even have Rise of the Phoenix. That's a good point. There's just like very little sources of regen. Just a bummer. Rise of the Phoenix. Huey 2. Holy stop with the Fextra. But yeah, this thing has regen based on low life. But yeah, you're right. Demon form wouldn't work with it. I keep forgetting demon form gets rid of your items. 80% crit would be nuts, yeah. I mean, you could go that route where you go for the reservation. If you reserve 50%... Wait, did they change... Did they change low life to not be 50% anymore? They did something like that, didn't they? How do I get to the PoE2 wiki? Path of Exile 2. I type PoE2 wiki and it takes me to the regular PoE2. Ah! There is a way to get to PoE2 wiki, right? A way to like manually go over. Alright, this is the PoE2 wiki. Low life. $35, dang it. Ugh. That is disgusting. That is so disgusting. You have to go Coward's Legacy? I guess, yeah, Coward's Legacy is an option then, isn't it? Coward's Legacy is... You count as low life while at 75% of your life or below. Okay, so one reservation plus Coward's Legacy, then you don't have to spend your entire tree on it. I mean, the belt slot sucks now, right? You're not losing out on ingenuity to put this on, are you? So this, I see this as an absolute win. You're not losing ingenuity to put it on. It can be corrupted. Yeah, I guess you can make the percentage higher. Does it still give you vulnerability? No, it's just 70% low life. You lose out of regen for the belt. Yeah, I mean, there's not a lot of regen sources. The thing is, like, you kind of want like percent regen. Flat regen is gonna probably get outscaled by demon form. You need like percent scaling. It's probably cooked for the most part, no matter what. All right, Infernalists, cool. I guess things are changing. There's gonna be a new meta belt that's gonna give you 3 hands. Yeah, I guess we'll find out. Circular Heartbeat Ascendancy passive has been removed. Rapid River no longer has a prerequisite. Okay, so that's Chronomancer. So they got rid of the 30% recoup, but now recoup is just slightly better. Is that even a buff? Like, there's not a lot of sources of recoup, right? Like, if you remove the source of recoup you have, and then you make recoup better. There's a lot of recoup on jewelry. Is there? I don't know. I don't think recoup is very good. a bit on the tree. The sources on the tree aren't very good from what I've seen on the tree. I don't know about that. Hourglass is 10 seconds, gain 50 for a 5 cast speed. So this got made better than it was before, sure. And added Unleash. No idea what that means. Guess we'll find out. I guess is this the Unleash they showcased with the staff and then that didn't exist in the game or whatever? Where it, like, repeats skill usage. So I guess we'll see what that's like. Unleash sounds insane. Let's not get too crazy. Let's not get too crazy here. All right, what else do we have? Stormweaver, Force of Will. Okay, yeah, Stormweaver had the good node nerfed by almost twice, and then Scouring Winds nerfed, Strike Twice nerfed, and small nodes nerfed. Poor Stormweaver, man. Deserved. Probably pretty deserved. How are the patch notes looking? Oh, they actually seem like they did a fairly thorough job so far, nerfing a lot of things. Stormweaver's still alive? I think Stormweaver's still probably pretty decent. Elemental Storms are pretty solid. Strike Twice is still a good node. And then, the ES Recoup node was okay-ish. It wasn't great. Have you seen the disclaimer on PoE2DB? I have not, no. Haven't seen the Spark changes? I have seen the Spark changes. I know what they did to Spark. I did earlier today, I control F'd to Spark, Everlasting Gaze, Stormweaver, Archmage. Basically, I was just checking the relevant Archmage stuff. Pre-watched. No, it was only relevant stuff to Spark / Archmage because I wanted like once the patch notes are out, I wanted to go over like how much the build got nerfed by. But everything else we haven't read. Like this stuff, I have no idea what this is. Most of this Ascendancy stuff I had not read before at all. So, Stormweaver is the only thing I looked at in the Ascendancies, for example. All right, anyways, we're gonna go to passive tree changes. And before we do that, I'm gonna get some hydration. I'm gonna get some water. I'm a little bit thirsty. Okay, I'll leave you guys with some Battlefield background music while I go get some water because we're out. I need it. I need hydration bad. I'll be right back. All right, I have returned. Water has been acquired. People screaming, this is BS. I'm going back to D4. I used to pray for times like this. It has been a while since we've seen the GG triple tap. It has been a hot minute.
I need a monk.
I need a monk.
Captain, oh captain, help me. I'm too stupid to theory craft my own build and I will blindly follow your lead.
This is
Have we reached a conclusion on a build for your pirates to follow?
Have we reached a conclusion? Not yet. I need to finish patch notes to make some decisions. That being said, I wouldn't start Stormweaver. I wouldn't start Stormweaver. Show snack. Relax, guys. Relax. Just a couple little cracker thingies, okay? Don't worry about it, okay? I didn't do anything wrong. Aren't those 300 calories? No. They're like 80 calories. Why would they be 300 calories? It's like 10 crackers. I don't know how big of a bag you think this is, but it's like less than the size of my hand. What's the serving size? I'm telling you, it's like 8 freaking crackers. Big soft hands. Okay, screw you guys. We're looking at passive tree stages, okay? Screw you guys. I finally got around to making an ES stacking RF build. Only 26,000 ES, but I'm still going. Hell yeah, Discord kidding. I support this. Stop talking about calories or your crackers. Enjoy life. It wasn't me. It was something in chat. It's like, no, too many calories. You're eating crackers. Lance, don't eat any food. All right. Anyways, added blind related clusters. Yes, this is what we need. More blind related clusters. Added volatility related clusters. Added ranged and melee clusters. Added hazard clustered. Companion clusters. Holy. Presence and radiant and aura related clusters. Holy, aura stackers logging in right now so hard. Parry related clusters. Woo! I was worried we wouldn't get those, but we are. Fantastic. Banner related clusters. Thorns related clusters. Yes. Bleeding clusters. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. Woo! Thorns is better than you think. But does that mean Thorns is good, though? Added everything except life. Quiver-related cluster. Yo, nice. All right. That's okay. Cool, I guess. Now, are we gonna see what these nodes actually are? Is that what this is, where they tell us what the nodes are? Is Stormweaver still viable? I would not league start it. It's probably still one of the better endgame builds, but we need to actually like play the patch to find out. All right. Added new Crimson Assault Keystone to the southeast of Ranger and Huntress starting location. Crimson Assault causes bleeding you inflict to be aggravated and base bleed duration to be 1 second. Okay. Sure. Add a new Trusted Kinship Keystone passive to the southeast of the Ranger cluster. Trusted Kinship allows you to have 2 companions of different types. Yay! Friends! Causes companions to have +1 to each defense for every 2 of the defense you have. Causes you to have 30% less defense. Wait, what? What the hell is this? But you get 2 friends, yeah. Do these require spirit reservation? It's percent reservation, okay. Friends are a burden for you? Yes, that makes sense. They can have defensive auras? Yeah, I guess we'll see how strong these dudes are. As far as I know, it's the Roa and the Pokemon. I think that's what it is. It's mainly the Pokemon, right? Alright, fair enough. Extra friends. Who freaking knows? The following note of passive skill has been removed. You will no longer be able to instill them, but existing ones will still be function. Blah, 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 blah. Stuff I don't care about. 12 jewel sockets have been removed from the passive skill tree. Wait, are they nerfing jewel sockets? Existing characters with jewels in these removed sockets can reclaim a jewel to their main inventory using the new reclaim jewels chat command. Nice. Removing 12 jewel sockets. Okay, let's try to figure out what that means. How many jewel sockets are on the tree? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. So they're either removing the outer or the inner ring. What do you guys think? Any outer believers or inner believers? It does say inner. Wait, it does? 12 jewel sockets have been removed. It doesn't say inner. Have enjoyers? I think it's gonna be inner. I'm an inner gang, I think. I think it's gonna be inner removed. Jewel sockets were super OP though. This is pretty fair, right? I think it's gonna be outer because inner's harder to get. I don't think that's true. They both have like the same spacing, right? Maybe you are right. Maybe it's one less spacing for inner. Five versus 4. They've seen attribute staggers, so therefore they're removing outer. Outer is the easier travel path, right? Because it's 4. Maybe you guys are right. Maybe it will be outer. Nah, I still think inner. Inner looks weird. I think inner gets removed. I am still of the belief inner gets removed. The nerf to less unique jewels? It's just nerfing the power on the tree in general. Because jewel sockets were just a ton of extra power throughout your tree. 6 in, 6 out, but where would they be freaking put though? Like a jewel socket placement gets real weird, I feel like, if they do that. I guess they could do like 1 here, 1 here, 1 here, 1 here, 1 here, 1 here, 1 like 1 here. They could do that. Like make it some weird every other approach. That's the halvesy approach. No jewels on the right half of the tree? Now that would be funny. They're like, all right, guys, warrior sucks. What do we do about it? And they keep the jewels that are near warrior, and then get rid of the jewels near like the ranger. This is a buff. This is a buff. I guess that could be it. That could be it. All right. So removing a lot of the jewel sockets, fair enough. Acrobatics Keystone now against lesser evasion, up to 75% instead of 70%. Okay. Acrobatics nerf. We're not gonna get any data mine, which is that is a thing. That is a thing. Which means we're flying a bit more blind. Eldritch Battery Keystone now has an additional property, double mana cost. Or it was a good run, Eldritch Battery. It was a good run. This is pretty prohibitively expensive because if you go Eldritch Battery, you pretty much need Mind Over Matter, which means you're like quadruple cost efficiency. I don't know. That's rough. That's real rough to sustain. That's a real rough to sustain. I guess you just click Melting Maelstrom and pretend that's your sustain. You could do that too. If you're running Archmage, you don't click Eldritch Battery unless you're running Archmage. There's not enough incentive to click Eldritch Battery unless you're running Archmage. All right. Anyways, Giant's Blood Keystone. Yeah, that's gone. Wait. No one tell him. Did they do something to Melting Maelstrom? Okay, I gotta look now. I'm curious. I'm killing Melting Maelstrom. No longer has the property recover all mana. Oh, never mind. Rest in pieces. Okay. All right. Giant's Blood. This is you get two hands, right? Triple attribute requirements of martial weapons. This previously only affected axes, maces, and swords. Does that mean you could dual wield spears or dual wield staves with this now? Unchanged? Yeah, yes. It's a wording change? No. So martial weapons does not include... That doesn't make sense though with the Keystone they leaked, right? Spears are already one hand? I guess that's fair, yeah. Wasn't it double stats? It was double stats and they nerfed it to triple at some point. Martial weapons. Crossbows, spears, claws, bows, quarterstaffs, daggers. Read the Keystone. Giant's Blood. This previously only affected mace and swords. Triple requirements of martials. Previously only affected mace and swords. You can wield two-hand blah, blah, blah in one hand. So it still has the you can only wield XXX, and then it just says instead of triple requirement of weapons, this is triple requirement of martial weapons. Okay, sure. Alright, cat-like agility passive now provides 40% evasion if you dodge roll recently, previously 25. Holy, the dodge roll evasion scaling, now we're talking. The Falcon technique notable now grants 1% dex, attack speed per dex, previously 15. The attribute stack onslaught continues. Based. The freedom movement notable now provides 10% reduced movement speed penalty from using skills, previously 30% if you dodge rolled. Freedom of movement provides 10% reduced movement. Freedom of movement notable provide penalty from using skills provides 10% reduced movement speed penalty. What the hell does that even mean? He's a literal. Okay, what do you? To me, this is just saying this twice because this is a penalty. It's less bad. I need to look at the freedom of movement node. Free. Dumb. Evasion rating if you've dodge rolled. And now provides 10% reduced movement speed penalty from using skills. So this is just a non-additive with the other stuff. It's like the mobility support gem. I'm following. I think I'm following. Heavy buffer notable now grants 5% bypass. Okay, so this is the thing you guys are talking about when you kept telling me about the Adzir's Disdain. So it's like the 25 to 28 DR with Lich. Instead of the reduced life. Okay, sure. Is chat being mean to you, Incarnate? They're always being mean to me, man. It's ridiculous. And it no longer works with CI. So, dual purpose. CI loses one good ES node. This is the first ES CI nerf. It's not a nerf to it's the buff to Lich specifically, a nerf to the other ES builds. I still think ES is gonna come out of this fine. I'm looking forward to it. Icebreaker notable passive skill now grants additional freeze threshold equal to 50%, previously 100. Okay, sure. Mana blessing notable no longer gives 5% mana and now provides 20% mana regen. Yo, what the hell? They're killing my percent mana increases? Rest in peace. This is another Archmage nerf that I didn't know about. They snuck it in there. I didn't even look for this one. What the hell? Alright, the Master Fletching notable skill now provides 20% increased bonus from Quiver, previously 30. 2 small notes, give 6 instead of 10. 2 passive skills now have 20% chance to inflict damage, blah, blah, blah. Okay. So they made the freaking bonus Quiver stuff worse. Fair. Pile on notable passive skill, 30% armor break duration. Okay, sure. Polymath nerfed. Fair. Raw mana notable. What the heck? They nerfed this thing up here. Now has 8% mana. That's 9% mana from there. 8% total from the Stormweaver. So that's 17% mana. Yikes. Okay. Spaghettification. Nerfed the... Okay, sure. Nerfed the percent attributes. Fine. Man, it's not gonna nerfed a lot yet. Well, it was pretty OP. The Split Earth notable passive now has 10% chance for Maze Strike skills. You use yourself to cause aftershocks. Okay. Maze stuff. Unhinged notable skill now provides 12% reduced movement speed penalty. Now provides 12% reduced movement speed penalty while using skills while moving. Previously increased 3% movement speed. Uh-huh. Alright. Something. If lightning crossbow skills got buffed, I think they'll be good again along the base side buffs. The base damage buffs? Yeah, potentially. It's just a wording change. This thing. It previously gave you 3% increased movement speed, and now it reduces the penalty of using skills and moving at the same time. To me, that's different. Because you walk faster while you're not attacking. But maybe it's the same while you are attacking. We all know that reduce movement speed. Yeah, I know that's what it says. I'm saying previously this thing gave you movement speed. Now it just reduces the penalty. I'm going to slap you guys right now. Those are different things. This isn't a buff, it's a wording change. This is not a wording change. This is different things. I'm gonna slap you. How am I still instructing? Because people are telling me to reread the same thing I already read. Reading about Mace stuff? This is the note I'm reading. I don't know if this is a Mace note or what. I don't freaking know what. The Mace node? Okay, so you want me to say this node. I was on this node, and you guys want to talk about this node that I already moved past because I don't freaking care. And this node might be a Mace node too. I don't freaking know if this is a Mace node or not. I'm gonna slap you guys. Because we're just wasting time on garbage that doesn't matter. Let's slap everyone. No, mostly just Bacano. Because he's like, go back and reread the thing you already read that you don't care about that isn't a change. You know what I mean? Like, how stupid is that? Why am I getting shots? Because you're the one telling me to go reread this thing, and then other people are hopping on top of your backseat train telling me to go reread this thing when this thing doesn't matter, and who freaking cares? And I'm already down here. We're helping. You're not helping. You're just wasting time. Small attack damage with nearby ally passives and killer instinct clusters been replaced with another small passive for increased damage. Sure, cool, whatever. Previously provided increased effective aura skills from aura skills now have values of 5%. Notable. Is this the Templar nodes? This is Templar nodes. The Templar nodes are too good, guys. The Templar nodes are too good. Skipped unwavering stance. Who freaking cares?
Take my Bezos box, senor. Let's go crossbows.
Let's go crossbows? Thanks, Phineas. Yeah, crossbows might be decent. I don't know. We'll freaking see. Your stun threshold is doubled. It now says light stun. Alright, good. Templar's too strong, please nerf. Yeah, they're pre-nerfing Templar before it gets added. Clarified the wording of the Iron Grip and Iron Will Keystones. Cool. Cannot be stunned. Cannot be light stunned is good. Why don't you care about that? Because light stuns aren't that common. And also I'm like never on this side of the tree. I guess if I'm on the side of the tree, I'm clicking it, which is nice. The thing is, like, the stun threshold thing was doubling your stun threshold meant you pretty much weren't getting light stunned anyways. All right, skill changes. Many skills have had their base damage or damage growth per level rebalanced. Most of these changes are not mentioned specifically below. The changes are too widespread. Many skills have had their base damage or damage growth per level rebalanced. Most of these skills are not mentioned below. Okay, guys. You know what I see? This is, hey, we buffed Essence Drain. Surely it's them saying, hey guys, we buffed Essence Drain. And all the random garbage that isn't good and does no damage. Hexblast deals 1000% more damage included. Did they go over damage like flat number amounts at all? Did they actually go like, okay, like if I go to Spark right now, they obviously kill the projectiles. But, like, does that mean Spark on top of this also lost flat damage? It might have, right? It might have lost flat damage. I read the Spark changes. I didn't consider it could be nerfed more in the unmentioned part. All right, let's get into things. The mana cost for all attacks, marks, and war cries have been reduced. Nice. Most notably at higher gem levels. Cool. Mana cost lowered. Good. Mark mentioned in the interview Spark got a straight damage nerf. I mean, Archmage... I mean, a lot of the things they did to Spark were straight damage nerfs. But I guess, yeah, they could have another damage nerf on top of those damage nerfs. You know, maybe he was talking about the other damage nerf. Alright, adjusted minion damage, life scaling. General damage and life is the same early game. The early game on minions is so bad. Lower than before at higher levels. Okay. Alright, so apparently the early game minions was appropriate. The end game minions though?
Monk.
Get wrecked. I need a monk.
Cope lance mad cope.
I'm not mad.
Mad mace skill mad cope mad mace lance.
Why are you including mace in there? I'm gonna stop it. Lance, go read the mace skill again. It's a wording change. All right, so nerfed to minions by an unforeseen amount. Adjusted the target life threshold for skeleton artist explosive device skill according with life scaling changes. Adjusted cleric heal scaling adjusted accordingly. Oh yeah. Yeah, dude, it's a good patch note if you get the more appropriate, if you get the accordingly, if you get the adjusted. It is a good patch notes. Appropriately, accordingly, adjusted. Holy, GG is back. It's been a while since we've had some nerfs like this. It's been a while. Arc no longer deals more damage for each remaining chain. Change 6 to 8 times the gem level, 5 to 20, previously 2 to 5. Quality now provides 2% more damage for each remaining chain, previously 0 to 5. All right, cool. I gotta be honest, was anyone actually playing Arc? Was anyone playing Arc before? Well, you might be playing Arc now, okay? It's got more chains. All right, Archmage. Well, we know what happened with Archmage. 66% less damage provided from Archmage. And mana cost is now higher. Nice. Maybe the base damage is better? Ooh, you would think so, wouldn't you? You would think so. You must be new here. Is the damage higher? Damage will not be higher. And you're gonna freaking be happy about it. This is a buff, buddy. The damage will be higher. You wish. Oh, you wish. Armor Breaker has had the armor break amount lowered by 20% at all gem levels. Nice. Nice. Armor Breaker. What even the hell is that? What even is Armor Breaker? Is that a base skill? Please tell me that's a base skill. They lowered the effectiveness of a base skill. Holy. No one is safe, guys. You thought you were safe playing your little mace build? You thought, man, my character sucks so much, there's no way they would nerf me? Well, guess again, buddy. You're on the list too. Yeah. Your skill specifically for breaking armor, forget about it. Doesn't even break as much as it used to. Did he skip Archmage? I already know Archmage. They nerfed it by 66%. Appropriate. And my axe. Yo, Mad Juggler, appreciate the sub, man. How you doing? Artillery ballistas. Base physical damage now matches that of other totems like Shockwave Totem, Ripwire Ballista. The artillery now converts 100% fizz to fire. Previously 90. Quality now provides 0 to -4 on totem's base attack time. I mean, do I even care? I'm not gonna be playing Ballista. What's his base attack time? What is that attack time? 2.5? 2.5? Holy, that's a long attack time. That is a really long attack time. Don't worry, now it's gonna say 2.1 with this change. Okay, not bad, not bad. Ancestral Warrior Totem now explicitly states that it wields two-hand mace to clarify that it benefits from your mace-related stats. Quality is now 0 to 2 seconds to totem duration, previously 0 to 0.4. Hey! That's kind of a buff, right? That's kind of a buff. Sounds like the PAL totem build got buffed. It's a wording change and a quality buff. So help me, Bakuano.
And my axe.
Yes, please, please. Every single time I read something, please resend the message to me about what I just read. How do you not see why you're so annoying right now? No, I'm done. He needs to get educated. He needs to get. I can't deal with this anymore. I at least need an hour break from Bakuano telling me what I just read. I need an hour break from this. Can you reread the base note again? No. No. The warning buff and a quality change. Shut up. Banner skills now have an aura radius of 4.5, previously 4, and are now corrected considering aura skills. Holy cow. What does this mean, guys? What does 4.5 instead of 4 mean? I don't have Bakuano here to tell me what this means, guys. What is this? What do you guys think this means? Instead of 4, it's now 4.5. I don't know what this means. Can somebody help me? Can somebody explain this to me? I don't know what the difference in 4.5 and 4 is. It's a buff and a word. I'm gonna freaking. You should unban him so we can figure it out. Yeah. Free Bakuana. He needs some time alone to think about it. Okay. This is a buff to my ability to read chat and not get tilted. Having Bakuano timed out for an hour is a buff to me. Barrage repeats now deal 50% less damage to gem levels. Previously, this is 23 to 15%. Okay, sure. 516% of repeated skill attack time is now added to the skill's max cooldown 30 seconds at gem level 5. This might have previously blah 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 blah. Quality blah 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 blah. I gotta be honest. This falls in the category of I just don't care. Like maybe this is making Barrage better or something. But Barrage is a skill I already don't care about enough, and then it added enough words and numbers that I don't really want to figure it out. So I'll let somebody else figure it out. If it was a skill I cared about, I would take the time to figure out what this means, but I'll pass. But Kawano could help us? Too late. He's gone. We'll never know without him. Yep, we'll never know. Barrier Invocation now only builds energy from enemy hits. Rest in peace, the Infernalist, like, self-hitting stuff. Shield of Wrath, all hits the energy shield. Barrier Invocation now gains 1 energy for each 10 energy shield. Previously, this was 5. Holy. Rest in peace, Barrier. Rest in peace, Barrier. You have been noticed. Bleed now deals 200% more magnitude. So they buff both the Ignite and the Bleed Concoction skills. Looks like. Not too shabby. Blink is now a travel skill. Okay. Cool. Bone Blast out has 40% chance to inflict bleeding on hit. Previously 20. Sure. Bleed still has an ES problem? You mean ES is still goated? Wait, did we already get through all the passive tree change? They didn't nerf ES at all. Was that the entire... Was the only ES nerf to CI builds and then a buff to the Lich version of ES? Is that what this whole... You guys are like, holy, ES is dead. They changed nothing. ES is still freaking 40% on regular big nodes and 20% on all the small nodes. I'm gonna keep going. I think to me it seems like ES is still just way better than life. Grim Feast is dead. Grim Feast doesn't matter at all. Grim Feast was for the people that had bad ES gear and had like 4K ES and they went to 8K ES. Good ES builds had freaking 15,000 ES. Okay, Grim Feast is not the problem. Items are nerfed. Now that would make a difference. We'll have to get and see. I don't know. We'll see. I feel like ES is still gonna be just OP. You didn't use Grim Feast? Grim Feast was literally unnecessary. Grim Feast was minus 30 spirit, is what it was. Bone Storm Shrapnel has become a general mechanic called Impale, similar to Impale mechanic from PoE 1. Okay. Impale's getting added back. Impale causes enemies to take added Fizz equal to 30% of the physical dealt by the impaling hit. Cool. So Bone Storm got better? Let me look at Bone Storm. Wait, Bone Storm was already good. No. I don't want the Bone Storm meta. I don't want the Bone Storm meta, please. Please, no. They better not have made it better. I don't listen. I'm gonna be doing my league start, and people are gonna be like, Lance, you would have killed that boss faster if you were using Bone Storm. Okay, Bone Storm previously had explosion, projectile, channel, blah 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 blah. Shrapnel lodged in the enemy's hit, causing the next attack against the enemy to deal additional physical damage. Debuff, enemies take this amount. I mean, it was only for attacks though, right? So this didn't help out this didn't like self-buff itself. Whereas Impale, does it say attacks specifically? Oh, it is attacks too. Okay, so this is like a non-change then. It maybe nerfs it for like your SRS going in and hitting the enemy. Because the flat damage on the Bone Storm numbers looks like it's equivalent amounts of flat versus now it's 30%, but maybe if you hit harder, then it's more. I don't freaking know. Bone Storm now impales to hit on hit instead of applying specialized debuff and has 200% more impale magnitude. Okay, so 200% more of this is pretty significant. So it's still basically doing the same thing it did before, ish, but maybe now you can scale it. Click Bone Storm? I don't want to. I don't want to click it.
Monk! I need a monk!
I need a monk!
So what was that about Bone Storm yesterday?
What was that about Bone Storm? No, I don't like it. That's what it was. I don't like it, okay? I don't want to click Bone Storm, guys. I don't want to click it. Cast on minion death now only gains energy when persistent minions are killed. How did it take them this long to do this? How? Like the game launched and the wording was literally like persistent minion or whatever. Like I feel like it already had this wording and then it worked with SRS and then instead of like bug fixing it, they made it work with SRS. They like changed it so the wording was correct or something and then it was just OP and stupid. Additional minions that are created by very underleveled minions killed relative to the current level now grant less energy killed. Okay, sure. They got bullied by Reddit videos, yeah. To me, this would have felt like such a non-issue that they could have fixed it without like just bug fixing it.
You will click the Bone Storm.
I will not click the Bone Storm. You can't bully me 100 bits at a time into clicking Bone Storm. Okay, I have resolve. How's the PvE2 copium going, Theros? GGG is back. Something happened. GGG remembered how to nerf things again. We've gotten adjusted. We've gotten accordingly. We've gotten more in line with. We've got more appropriate. Holy, the patch notes are loaded with just banger one-liners. Okay, one after another. They're all over the place. Castle Shock gains 1 energy per power on enemies you shock with hits from skills previously 2. Okay. Rest in peace, Castle Shock. How easy? You can't mind control me into doing Bone Storm. It's not happening. Cluster Grenade, Mini Grenade Explosions now is bigger. Hey, guys, that's a buff. That's a buff. Minion grenades are bigger now. That's a buff. Yeah, I don't like when the builds are known beforehand. Oh yeah, it's been PoE 1's had a super stale meta for like a really long time.
Will you click Bone Storm for 200?
No! I'm not clicking Bone Storm. You guys can't make me. Wait, what the hell? This isn't even the same person. There's 3 different people have been trying to tell me to play Bone Storm. You guys can't make me, okay? He thought about it? No, guys. You're not going to convince me to play Bone Storm by a...
Monk! I need a monk!
Warbringer sweep, Warbringer sweep.
I don't think I'm clicking Warbringer either. Combat Frenzy now has gain Frenzy when you free shot no more than once every 5.3 to 4.1. Previously went down to 1.58. Oh my word.
Monk, I need a monk.
Beautiful. Monk, I need a
New bit,
monk.
Bone Storm for 300.
No, I'm not. Guys, guys, save yourself some bits. You guys can't force me into Bone Storm, okay? I have a whole life ahead of me that doesn't involve Bone Storm. Okay, a whole life ahead of me. Concoction skills now require unarmed weapon set. They no longer deal your base unarmed damage, instead dealing only attack damage specified skill like marks. 5 mana flash charge were used previously. 3 concoction skills require unarmed weapon set.
Bone Storm.
No. Is that 1,000 bits? Dude, thank you, man. Also, no, I'm not playing Bone Storm. But I'll take 1,000 bits though. Concoctions got deleted. Yeah, how much does this hurt concoctions? You brick your mana charge use, and then no longer deal your base unarmed damage, instead dealing only attack damage specified from the skill. Which this hurts like the some of the nodes on the tree that apply to it that don't apply to it. Quiver scaling. I thought they already nerfed the quiver scaling thing. Did they not already nerf the quiver scaling thing? And it now requires you to be unarmed.
Monk,
So you can't even use Widow
I
Hail,
need a
right?
monk.
Don't play Bone Storm.
Yeah. Yeah, 1,500 bits to not play Bone Storm? Easy. That's what I was already planning to do. Worth. You can't equip a weapon now? Yeah, so that bricks the levels. Alright, rest in peace concoction skills. Conductivity now causes cursed enemies to have minus 25 lightning res at gem level 7, previously minus 32. Scaling up to 29, previously 36. Okay, so they're nerfing probably a lot of the res curses. Fair enough. Cold Snap has a better radius, which is the thing that could blow up a freeze. Fair enough. Curse skills now apply their curse after a delay of 1.5 instead of 1. Yeah, I was These are like, okay, there's a lot of nerfs in this that are like, yeah, that makes sense. Why? why is the curse delay getting increased? What is this emote? Bone Storm? Did you pay for this? Don't tell me you paid for this. Did you pay for this? You did pay for this. How many emotes do we have? Guys, 999 out of 1,000. All right, so I'm gonna have to go remove some emotes tonight. No more adding emotes to tomorrow morning. I'm gonna have to go through and I'm gonna have to execute some emotes. I'm gonna go through and the great purge is going to occur. We finally got there. Please kill the O emote. I'm gonna go through killing a lot of the emotes. We need to get some space back. So we'll have to do what we have to do. You know what I mean? We'll have to do what we have to do. All right. Congratulations on you, Bone Storm emote. Don't get too used to it. I'm not sure that one will survive tomorrow. Okay. I'm not sure that one will survive till tomorrow. Effigy, the totem thing, critically has now has a critical chance of 7, previously 11. An impact radius of 1.2, previously 0.8. Now has 20% chance of like wither, previously 0 to 50. Okay, you remember earlier when I was like, yo, they might buff the Chaos Dot skills? Remember earlier when I said, hey, Chaos Dot skills are bad? That was back when I was up here, okay? That was before I found out they're nerfing maces, and before I found out they're nerfing the totem that I've never thought about or wanted to use at any point in the game. I'm not so confident now. Okay, I'm not so confident now. Okay, I don't know if Essence Raid is getting buffed. I don't know. I don't know if it's getting popped. It might be in danger. It does fire a lot of projectiles. Is this actually a good thing? Maybe this totem thing was OP, and I wrote it off because it was a totem. Decompose. The skill granted by corpse weight boots now causes poison cloud to poison enemies, though dealing chaos damage equal 10 to 19. Blah 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 blah. Previously 30 to, so it cut this damage in half for decompose. Okay. What else we got? Despair. That's a lot of people in chat right now, probably. Minus 20 res at level 9, previously 32, scaling up to 24, previously 36. Rest in pieces, despair. Rest in pieces, despair. Detonate dead now deals damage equal to 8.8 to 10%, previously 20% at all gem levels. Nice. Nice little nerf for DD. Wait, okay, how come we get a numerical numbers for DD, but we can't get other numerical changes? Why can't this just say detonate dead was adjusted? Why do they get to know how much it was adjusted by? Like, this isn't fair, okay? They should get to read adjusted, and that way they can league start and be like, I don't know if my DD is gonna work, and then find out it sucks. But no, they get to know ahead of time how much it sucks by. Whereas me playing freaking Essence Drain, if I play Essence Drain, I don't know how much it's gonna suck by. This is rigged, okay? Because FDD, no, this is an advantage. They get to know how much their build got changed by. They get to actually know this is a win for somebody who's playing DD. They know the numbers. Whereas league starting a skill that you don't know how much it was adjusted by might just be way worse, right? You get Essence Drain Act 1, DD not usable until Act 3. Exactly. Okay, exactly. They should have to wait 3 acts to find out DD sucks now, okay? These DD players need something. They need some justice. When it's dead? Okay, whether or not this actually kills DD, I'm just saying, how come DD got numbers but other skills didn't? That's all I'm saying. Because this is purely just like a numerical change is all that's all I'm getting at, okay? They were all like, we couldn't include all the changes. Also, this skill specifically has numbers. That's all I'm saying. All right, anyways, detonate arrow explosion is now bigger. Direct minions now has a cooldown, okay. Percent counts as a functional change. Yeah, I guess that could maybe be it. I could see that argument. It went from something that didn't change at all levels to something that now scales. I'm just jealous that we don't get to know numbers on some other skills. Do you think each day from the start of the year was spent doing a nerf? No. I think most of their early days were spent bug fixing. There was a lot of buggy stuff. And then there were things they were thinking about nerfing that they just held off each day. They'd add it to the list. They see one guy, insta-gib, an arbiter, Jonathan would write it down. He'd be like, Spark needs to die. Mark saw the freaking lightning conduit 140 mil hit. He's probably like, lightning conduit on the list, you know? And they just kept they kept checking their list and kept adding to it. And then they started handing out the freaking quotas. Hey, like, make this bad, you know? Anyways, elemental invocation. 10 energy per power of enemies you freeze. Previously 10. Invocation now gains 10 energy per power. Enemy you freeze with hit skills. Previously 10. 10, previously 10. 10 hold on. I need to unban Baquano for this one. Hold on. I need to untime out Baquano for this one. Because I legitimately have no idea what's going on. Alright, Baquano, you've been brought back from the dead. What the hell is going on here? What is this? What is this? Now gains 10 per power, previously 10. I need an explanation right now. It's a wording change. I think that one was not based on power before. Now gains 10 energy per power of enemies you freeze versus previously 10. Oh, freaking, that's why we keep him around! The per power part where previously it wasn't based on per power. All right, I'll take it. I'll take it. Now time to out him again? Nah, we'll let him live for now. We'll let him live for now until the next backseating occurs. 2 energy per power from hits that I blah 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 blah. Previously 3. Now gains blah blah blah. So they're adding the per power stuff to elemental invocation, which is what they did to like cast on freeze initially, but I guess they didn't do it to invocation. Escape shot now scales freeze build up with gem levels. Okay, cool. Yes. More freeze ability from escape shot. Nice. Explosive Concoction now has better ignite magnitude. Cool. It's probably still better to just play hit pace because ignite sucks. What else we got? Explosive grenade is now 7 seconds. Previously 3. This is what set off route here is the explosive grenade nerf. Now has an explosive radius of 2 to 2.4 and shambles 1 to 20. Previously 1.8 to 2.4, and now has the detonation time that's slower. 7-second cooldown on explosive grenade. Rest in pieces. Eye of Winter now has the elemental ground matching whatever garbage. Who cares? People use it for crit weakness. Cool. Try and hit a moving rogue exile with that. Well, you're gonna have a 7-second timer before you get to try again. All right. Falling Thunder projectiles 50% more damage per power charge. Previously 25. The charge generation stuff and like the charge spend stuff, I don't know. My brain feels like it's just so... There's just not a lot of good ways to generate charges. I feel like they're pretty tedious. Although they said they didn't believe in long cooldowns, 7 seconds isn't long, okay? It's come on, man. 7 seconds, it's not that long. just stand around for 7 seconds every time you need to kill a monster. It's fine. It's not even that long. Charge really limited? Yeah, they nerf charge generation. Yeah. It's something. Fireball no longer bypasses the Raging Spirit limit. The secondary fireball projectiles are no longer affected by additional projectiles. This was mostly to prevent performance issues while using wild shard support. I mean, it is a nerf though, right? This was to prevent the performance issues. Also, no line that says, hey, we gave back some damage or something. Hey man, nothing personal. Nothing personal. It's just to prevent performance issues, okay? Yeah. So what if it hurts your build a little bit? It's better performance now. Firebolt now has a maximum downward tilt angle against closer targets, making it harder to hit enemies with multiple explosions. Firebolt? What the hell? Firebolt? Is that like one of the default wand skills? Were people shotgunning with this? I didn't even know about this one. I guess maybe Firebolt was good. The tilt angle? Yeah, the tilt angle. It's the Fireball projectiles. Oh, the extra things that come from Fireball? Oh, so this is another Fireball nerf. I was just assuming Firebolt was like Chaos Bolt and like some random wand ability. Fair enough. Firestorm's improved bolts now have a critical chance of 7%, previously 14.
Monk.
Okay.
I need a monk.
You will despair in 60 frames per second. This is a buff and a wording change.
Beautiful. Beautiful. Flame Blast. All right, Flame Blast. Now has a 15-second cooldown. Previously none. Now has 75% more damage per stage. Previously 200. It now has an explosion radius of 0.6 per stage. Previously 0.4. Hey, okay, it got bigger. It got bigger. And quality now gives you cast speed. What? Yo, rest in peace to the one guy playing Flame Blast. Adjusted, yeah. Dude, hey, on the upside, guys, on the upside, it is a lot bigger now, okay? It is a lot bigger now. The size, the girth of your circle will be more sizable. Harder for the Rogue Exiles to dodge. This is a buff. Hitting versus not hitting is infinite more damage, right? This is a buff. Flame Blast deals less damage than a Fireball with a cooldown? You're messing with me, right? Does it actually? What's Flame Blast's base damage? Flame Blast is 68 to 101. 10 stages would be 75% more, would make this like 850, right? 750% more. What's Fireball? Okay, that's not true. But I mean, Fireball is only like a third of the damage for a fully charged up Flame Blast with a 15-second cooldown. But you have to spend the time charging it up, right? What's the cast time on Flame Blast? Because you get the cast time on Fireball is 1.2, 0.25. So this is like a 2.5. So you could cast 2 fireballs in the time it takes you to cast this. 8 firebolts. Yeah, I guess if you count the extra hits, come on guys, we can't be counting the extra hits. Okay, it's not fair. Why did he type Flame Blast again when he could have just hit the back button? I can't. So help me. Is that actually Bucano again? You know what? 10 minutes in the cellar, okay? 10 minutes in the cellar, okay? You haven't been reformed enough. Okay, Rick, shut up. He could have hit the back button. He could have gotten to the Flame Blast screen faster if I'm gonna... Oh, you just... Yes. I don't think I've seen anyone more aggressively backseat than Bucano. Okay? He's backseating my tab navigation because I typed Flame Blast instead of clicking this. What on earth? Flame Wall now causes projectiles which pass through to deal blah 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 damage, which is less than there was before. Gem level 1 unchanged. More significant reductions have been made past gem level 20. Okay, so nerfed. What's your tri-snack plan? Is it to stack extra ring Ascendancy Flaming Fingers? I haven't thought about tri-stacking at all. I'm starting here and working my way over through the different changes. Flammability now causes curse enemies minus 25 to 32. Yeah, they're just nerfing all the res curses. Sure. Flash Grenade now has more stun buildup. Holy, it's a buff. Not too bad. Not too bad. Fragmentation rounds based on explosion radius is now 1.8. Previously 1.4 to 1.6. Okay, that's a buff too. Holy, 2 buffs in a row. We are on a streak right now. Why did Despair get nerfed more than others? Did I see the system of the cat? Yeah, I did. I did see the Chop Syria root clip. Why did Despair get nerfed more than other curses? Probably because monsters have higher elemental res. That's my best guess. Freezing Salvo now causes freeze buildup up to 107%, previously 50%. Sure. Frostbomb. Oh, wait. Freezing Shards I didn't hit. Now fires 5, previously 7. Now is a cooldown of 100% more. Okay. Frostbomb now has a pulse explosion of 2 to 2.7. Hey, Frostbomb got buffed. Yo, Frostbomb's got a bigger AoE now. Nice. Nice. Not too shabby at all. Frostwall now has a cooldown of 5 instead of 3. Frostwall is really good. Is Frostwall still good with almost double the cooldown? It's going to be lower damage. It's a scam. Yeah, you think we're getting baited by it? Maybe. I don't know. I guess at this point you just don't know what you're clicking for any of this stuff, right? Anything could be nerfed or buffed in who knows how much amount. All right. Frozen Locust Explosion now deals 6 to 9 quarterstaff cold damage at gem level 1, scaling up to 141. So Frozen Locust got more base. The damage pass has been adjusted. So wasn't raised, now 2.4 instead of 2. Okay, so Frozen Locust got buffed. Okay. Cool. Fulminating Concoction now has more shock chance. Who freaking cares? Galvanic Shards now gives 60% conversion instead of 40. Okay. Gas Arrow, Gas Grenades, and Decompose now have a limit of 6 Poison Clouds. Ooh. 6 Poison Cloud limit. That is another pretty sizable nerf to Decompose, right? Because Decompose people are using to help their clear significantly. That limitation's gonna hurt the clear a lot, right? I guess if it just constantly replaces the old cloud, maybe it won't be too bad. What's the name of the song? Chop Suey. Glacial Cascade quality now has 10% instead of 10% attack speed. Okay. Grim Feast can no longer be engraved. We aim to rework Grim Feast in the coming future. Rest in peace, Grim Feast. You were not needed for ES to be strong. I look forward to another patch where people think ES is not strong and then realize a month in, it is strong. Goodbye, Grim Feast. See you never. You were never needed to begin with. Hammer of the Gods. No longer has a cooldown. That's an interesting approach, but now requires 20 glory. What the hell is glory? Glory is a resource that gets built up by heavy stunning enemies. The amount of glory gained is based on the standard monster's power. Quality is now plus 0 to 0.4 to impact radius. Previously was CDR rate. So it's a bigger circle. And now you have to generate glory. Karn said it's good. I mean, this might be a buff in terms of clear, maybe. In terms of, I guess it depends how hard it is for you to heavy stun on bosses consistently. You don't clear with hammer? Well, I'm saying you get to use it more repeatedly throughout your mapping, like on more rares. Not that you necessarily even need that, but I'm just trying to think of an upside of the situation. Basically a Val skill. Yeah, it's kind of like a Val skill. That's a good way to put it. You have to do some damage to the enemy to generate it. Lance, do you know what happens when you hammer a boss? The boss dies, but you can't pre-hammer the boss. Like, your Zesh fight. I've seen your Zesh fights, Connor. I do recall watching you try Zesh with your Titan character, and like you missed your hammer, and then you proceeded to just get absolutely raffle stomped by the boss because you were doing no damage without your hammer. You start with hammer, and then they get heavy. I saw your Zesh fights, dude. You missed your hammer on like the opening part, and then proceeded to get destroyed repeatedly, and then had like to redo it. I one-shot Zesh 4. Yeah, after you freaking overgeared your character to the moon. I saw your earlier fights when your character had decent gear and you missed the hammer and then it was over. Talking about day 4? Yeah, I was talking about day 4 to like Zesh 2. The thing is now you have to generate the glory before the fight or during the fight. So you're like required to engage with mechanics, and you're just going to get destroyed while you're doing that, rather than just one-shotting it with the hammer because you have it preloaded. You'll have it from the trash? Maybe. We don't know how hard it is to generate glory. Connor, why are you even defending this? You're not even going to start Warrior. You're not... Connor, if Warrior's so good, why don't you start it? I am? What, you are? You're playing Warrior again? Oh, I don't know where it was, but I was watching Ziz yesterday, who's watching a compilation of streamer clips, and it was like 6 or 7 back-to-back clips of Connor tilting over Warrior gameplay. Holy, there's gonna be at least 6 or 7 more clips coming my way. I'm ready. He's gonna get stuck in some random Warrior animation, die to a drowning orb. I fixed it, don't worry. Oh, I'm not worried. I'm not worried. I mean, Warrior does have a good, to be fair, Warrior does have a good, like, early game, comparatively to other classes, to be fair. My current Warrior has Blink and CDR. I look forward to it. Connor's saying Hammer can generate its own glory, which there's no way. I have no idea if that's going to be true or not. The thing is, he's still going to have to generate glory on the boss fight, right? Perfect Strike carries the Warrior so hard. Yeah. Warrior has a pretty strong baseline power. Heavy Stun boss equals 20 glory. So it's auto 2 hammers. There's no restriction. I'm looking forward to it. I think you're coping, but I'm looking forward to it. The Warrior Connor content angle will be resumed. He did not learn his lesson from the first 3 weeks of Warrior. He's going again. Wait, oh, Connor, I was going to ask you about this just because we're talking about coping right now. This right here. Do you think this is global or local? Thoughts? Connor, thoughts? Are you team local and sad or team global Giga Chad? What are you thinking right now? Looking at this right here. It's global for sure. Connor's team global. Let's freaking go, baby! Yo, yes. You know, that's all I need. I just need somebody else who's coping, and then boom, I can cope too. That's the way to do it. You find somebody else who's coping about infinite hammers, and then you ask them about something you want to cope about. Holy, that's how you get the answer you want. The damage is low. Oh, shut up! You just said it was global! Frickin' screw you! Dang it! No, you bastard! Let me believe in something! Start Gemling? If this is global, then I want to start Gemling. If it's not global, then I don't want to start Gemling. Frickin' dang it. You know, Connor was coping out of his mind about Hammer, but he's not coping enough, unfortunate. Still good if local. It's mediocre if it's local. It's mediocre / bad if it's local. All right. Herald skills with attack skills now probably state their hits can't be evaded. This is not it's a functional change. It's a descriptive one. Hand Chayula now specifies triggers, socketed marks. This is purely description change. Nice. Herald of Ash got a base radius buff. The Heralds can't chain off each other, right? Anymore. Herald of Ash quality now provides an additional 5% basic ignite instead of previously surrounded enemies. Blah, 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 blah. Sure. I can't say anything. You'll shoot me? Yes, I will. Yes, live in fear. That's good. The Warrior problem was I stayed Warrior for 3 weeks thinking they'd fix it. Have they fixed it, Connor? This time I'm doing Warrior for 9 to 10 days and I'm just going to reroll the Lamborghini build. All right. I think you're going to have 9 to 10 days of pain. You're going to be happy the first day because you're in the campaign, and then you're going to... The reality's going to set in. All right, Herald of Ice explosions, base radius reduced. Herald of Plague now requires a martial weapon, making it consistent with blah, blah, blah. Sure. Herald of Thunder, base radius nerf. Hex Blast can now only detonate curses for which at least 50%... What? What is that? They can only detonate curses where 50% of the duration has expired? What on earth? Whoa, man. Guys, there's a problem. I see people are playing Hex Blast. What is the best way we could mutilate this skill to stop people from playing it? My word. You know, I've said multiple times that they should nerf Hex Blast in PoE 1. I take it back, okay? I take it back. You know, don't Hex Blast is fine in PoE 1. GGG. If this is the lengths you're willing to go, this means it can never explode. A curse that yeah. So you can blasphemy curses erect. Curse orbs will visually different when 50% of the explosive radius of blaze radius has been increased, and it now has a maximum of 3. I mean, it has a maximum of who freaking cares because no one's using this. Oh my word. Okay, there might... Okay, let's be honest. Be honest with me right now. I don't think there's anywhere world where you can argue that this is a smaller nerf than Grimfeast being removed. This is worse than what happened to Grimfeast. Because Grimfeast has hope. Grimfeast is like, hey, we'll rework it maybe. This is like, hey, don't ever use this ever again. And no, we don't have any future plans to change this. They basically removed Hexblast as well, but it's worse than being removed. It's in the state of it's so bad that it's just a punchline. Because you just talk about it as a joke. You know, there's leftover emotional damage that gets to reoccur against Hexblast from now on. The Hexblast numbers may have been giga buffed. You know, maybe they made Hexblast a nuclear explosion. Like maybe they made Hexblast like the Hammer of the Gods for curse builds or for chaos builds. Maybe there's hope. I'm waiting for the band-aid unique that makes all curses considered half duration past. Okay. You know, maybe they did that with Hexblast too. Maybe Hexblast got a big damage base increase. I don't know. Some of these changes without what numerical, maybe like the numerical context would maybe help it make sense. Maybe. Hypothermia. Can't we just call this frostbite? Can we just call this frostbite? Why has this got to be hypothermia? Conductivity is conductivity. Flammability is flammability. Why are we changing names, man? Why are you doing this to me, GGG? All right, curse nerf, sure. Ice crystals created by Glacial Bolt and Frostwall now have lowered life scaling past gem levels. Sure. Ice Shards Explosion is now this. Okay. If you have multiple travel skills with cooldowns, their cooldowns are now shared. Wait a minute. Whoa. Chill, GGG. Chill. Are they trying to stop me from being able to shield charge into a blink? What the hell is this? No shield charge into blink? I mean, all right. What did they do to blink again? They made it a travel skill, right? Blink is now a travel skill, and that's all they told us about, right? Okay. All right. Well, I guess now if I want to do Arbiter and I get the spawn where I need a shield charge to get back to the other side after I already used my blink to get to the one side, I'm just dead, right? Until I get a character that walks fast enough. That freaking spawn I got on those things was ridiculous. I got like 4 back-to-back across arena ones or whatever, and I literally just I had blink, but it wasn't enough because I needed another movement skill to get back to the other side. Arbiter's gonna be Lamborghini exclusive, or just have good damage, which there's probably builds that are still gonna have good damage, right? All right, okay, sure. Travel skills share cooldown. Interesting. Improve ball lightning's description to clarify the ball itself does not hit enemies. Also to clarify it's bad. Because it's trash. Because what the hell is ball lightning? Improve skeletal cleric behavior to reduce cases where they would run at enemies and attempt to attack them. Alright. Incinerate now has 25% less ignite duration, previously 50. Okay. Buff, WTF. Is this a buff to clerics? Their AI got improved, maybe. Slight buff to clerics, nice. Alright. Sleep Slam now does more stun buildup. Sure. Lightning Conduit now performs a number of extra lightning bolts if it consumes a shock from an enemy. These bolts are distributed among targets in the skills area, but can hit the same target multiple times if enough targets were hit. What? Okay, so they're changing Conduit a lot then, right? They're not buffing Conduit here. Surely not. Lightning Bolt has more chance to shock. Cool. Lightning Conduit has 20% more per 5 shock. Okay, that's... So they are nerfing Lightning Conduit, and then they're changing some mechanics to it a little bit. Lightning Rod now disappears after being chained to 6 times, previously 8 to 14, and now takes 1 second to charge up before releasing a Lightning Burst when chained to. Lightning arrows that chain to lightning rod cause it to happen instantly. So, lightning rod is no longer cheesable. Orbistorm's lightning rod, yeah. Orbistorm's lightning rod or ball lightning cast on shock stuff. Because what I'm assuming this means is you chain to the lightning rod, it would just unleash a burst right away, and so you could just keep chaining and keep having all your bursts occur. But now to me this sounds like you Orbistorms, and if you're shooting faster than 1 second and chaining to it faster than 1 second, there's a delay before the bomb goes off. So it takes like 6 seconds to fully expend the hits or whatever. Did Ice Strike survive? That was a fun skill? I don't know. I mean, we're past I, so it's not in here, but we don't know what they changed with it. Lightning Warp no longer creates shock ground if targeted ball lightning projectile. Okay, rest in peace to the shock ground for Lightning Warp. Magma Spray, the magma barrier skill now deals lower damage. Yes! Yes! One of the worst quality of life skills I've ever played in my entire existence. The only thing it had going for it was some decent base damage if you had a bunch of gem level investment. Now it deals less. And now it has higher damage based on shields. Okay. And then has worse effect of this. Oh, that's funny. Nothing will survive this? Yeah, we'll see. Magnetic Salvo now deals 100 to 140 with impact on gem. Previously it was 89 to 125. And 155 to 218 attack damage while explosion, gem, blah, 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 blah. Okay. Now fires 8 missiles at all levels. Previously 14, 17. So rest in peace, Magnetic Salvo. You've been seen. Okay, nice. Mana Tempest quality now grants additional gain damage instead of causing its effects to linger after you exit it, which didn't actually function. Yeah, this thing was just like bugged. The quality just didn't really work. All right, fair enough. I'm astounded at how they shredded everything. All I can think is the initial line that says adjusted damage numbers means bad skills got more damage. Yeah. You would think. You would think maybe a lot of the skills got higher numbers. Maybe they'd want to show us some of those higher numbers. But at the same time, it's not that patch, buddy. Okay? Adjusted, it ain't a good thing. Adjusted, Oh, baby. It's just a nice way of saying, we killed it. The unreleased changes are more nerfs. Maybe. Manager of the structure. Purple Flames of Chayla now has a duration of 8 seconds, previously 6. Okay. Malice now applies critical weakness every 0.52 seconds. At 19, previously 0.64. But they no longer refresh durations. Rest in peace. Didn't they say they were going to make some of the less played skills better? Yeah, they might. But we'll freaking see. Right now, it's just a lot of these things that we're actually reading are just most of our nerfs, right? Molten Blast now has wild dual wielding, fires twice as many projectiles with 50% less attack speed, previously 30%. Okay, nice. They made that better, right? That's an improvement. Pain Offering Aura grants Minion. Who cares? Perfect Strike no longer always ignites. Now has attack speed of 35% of base, previously 45%. Quality now provides 0 to 20% more ignite chance, previously 0 to 20% ignite magnitude. Perfect Strike also now deals damage in a wider area close to the player, making it less likely to miss. So now everybody that trained themselves to use Perfect Strike, their timing is all messed up. Their timing is all messed up now. But at least you're more likely to hit, but you're more likely to get stunned. Connor, how's your warrior leveling looking now, buddy? Where's your warrior leveling now? You're gonna get stunned before you get this off. It's still free, lads. 35 versus 45. That's like a 30% attack speed nerf, isn't it? That's quite a bit slower. It's not like you're going from 100 to 90. You're going from 45 to 35. And the not always ignites. Yeah, that too. How do I craft an attribute stacking simplex? Look up my Awakener Orb Science video, Beast Lock video on YouTube. It should have an example with simplex. Permafrost bolts, scale, freeze buildup. Cool. Plague Bearer now stores up to this instead of this. Cool. Okay, wait. This is a higher number than this, but then it says damage patch level 20 has also been reduced. Like, this is technically a higher number, right? That is just, like, reduced. Level 20, slightly better. Afterwards, Judgment Day. Poison Concoction now has 200% more magnitude of poison inflicted. Previously 100%. Now deals 100% physical damage instead of chaos damage, okay? I mean, all the Concoction skills got giga nerfed by requiring unarmed. Concoction can leech now. I don't know. Concoction skills, well, being forced unarmed, is it gonna be okay? You're losing a lot of your base damage, right? The base got surely giga buffed. Let's not cope too hard, guys. Let's not cope too hard. Profane Ritual now has a ritual radius of 2.2. Holy, another massive buff. Raging Spirit now has a duration of 5, previously 4. And a maximum of 2 spirits summoned per spellcast, previously 5. The description of Raging Spirit has been updated to make more clear that trigger spells will not summon spirits. Alright. So Raging Spirit leveling a little bit questionable right now, not gonna lie. A little bit questionable. I guess you could do like Unleash with it. Maybe that would feel Unleash. Flame Wall to feel okay. The only Raging Spirit here is my own. Improve the performance of spawning a very high number of spirits. If you spawn a large number at the same time, the spawning of them is now spread out over a short duration. This was the fireball. The fireball change was improving performance. And now your spirits will be delayed for how fast they spawn. improvement, performance, guys. This is for your benefit. This is a buff. Okay? This is we're on your side here, guys. Improvements, performance. These are good words. Okay, so checks SRS and Unleash doesn't summon extra skulls. I don't think the 2 skulls is gonna be good if I fitted. Oh, you tried Unleash with like Flame Wall and you don't get extras? Rest in peace. Yeah, that might be cooked then. Okay, rest in peace, summoning Rage Spirits. Rain of Arrows landing frequency is now affected by projectile speed modifiers, meaning that, for example, increased projectile speed causes the same number of arrows to land in a shorter total time. Is that a buff? When does point 2 start? Tomorrow! Like 24 hours from now, Dane Dog. Like 24 hours from now. Reaper Invocation now gains 15 energy per power of enemies killed by melee attacks previously 10. Holy, another massive buff. Require Ballista. Who cares? I stopped reading after Ballista. Rolling Slam now has plus... Oh, okay, it's better. It's better. And mana cost has been adjusted accordingly. Are we playing QQ? I haven't decided yet. I want to look at other things. Accordingly, okay, I think accordingly in this specific context is probably a good thing. If they're saying, hey, you can use this skill more often, they're probably making it cheaper, right, guys? Probably making it cheaper. Sacrifice now has minions revive 66% more slowly at gem level 14, previously 37. Scaling it at 60% more, gem level 20, previously 31% more. All right. Nice. Seismic Cry no longer has increased war cry speed. Nice. I wouldn't want to war cry too quickly now. I want to really feel the hoo-ah, you know? I don't want that to happen too fast. Got to make sure we at least get stun locked for 1 second per skill use. Shard Scavenger now instantly reloads your crossbow upon consuming a freeze. Blah, 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 blah. No more than once every 7.3 to 6.1. Previously 9.3 to 8.2. Hey, that's a buff. That is technically a buff. I didn't know accordingly sounded like a threat. Accordingly is a threat, okay? Don't make me deal with you accordingly for not respecting the notes and the danger involved. Shattering Concoction now has 200% more freeze buildup. Oh, fantastic. Backseat accordingly, yes. Shattering Palm Explosions now have an additional random... Yes! Yes! Delay and random. Holy. My immersion. Now we're talking, baby. Oh, yes. I love it when my skill is randomly delayed. Yes. Finally, the immersion to combat I've been looking for. The random delay. The shards of the new ice now cannot be applied to targets if the Shattering Palm damage strike broke an existing shard on them. Oh, fun. Fun. Shield wall segments life past gem level 20 matches that of ice crystals. For example, this is a reduction in total life. Explosion radius is 4 instead of 3. All right, cool. Shield wall. Nice. Shock chain arrows can now chain up to 8 meters away. Okay, cool. Nice. Buff. Siphoning Strike. Shockwave radius is now 2 meters instead of 1.8. Holy buff. Triple buff combo. 3 in a row, guys. Can we keep it up? Skeleton Arsonist. Explosive to minus skill. Additional fire damage equal 12% minion life. Previously was 15%. Nope. Nope. Triple buff combo has been ended. We made it through 3 lines of buffs. Back to nerfs, baby. Base radius improved. Wait, no, kind of a buff. Pseudo kind of a buff. It was a good run, yeah. Skeletal Brute quality now causes brutes to inflict more stun buildup instead of having increased life. Yeah, you wouldn't want these to be good for DD. I agree. Frost Mages now has an 8-second cooldown, previously 6. Nice, nice. Skeletal Reavers now have the correctly gain rage on hit. Their command and rage skill is active. Cool. Nice. Skeletal Storm Mage count. +4 change. Previously 2 at all levels. Okay. That's a buff. Skeletal Warrior no longer... Wait, it was real? Can no longer be engraved in gem cutting menu as it was only provided as a stopgap until this functionality was implemented. Existing copies of Skeleton Warrior skill gem have been turned into Skeleton Sniper gems. The Skeleton Warrior skill granted by some subject now allows you to summon additional skeletons by reserving spirit. In addition to the 2 free ones, it grants automatically. This is a buff, guys. This is a buff. Unless you were using a scepter that didn't give Skeleton Warriors and you still wanted to use Skeleton Warriors, in which case, unlucky. Guys, service content. What do you think of all these like random little nerfs? Chipping away. The snipe's attack speed multiplier mana cost has been adjusted so that the attack matches the time until perfect strike. This is mainly to improve description and function of the skill is unchanged. Okay, sure. Stormwave shock chance. Cool. We need Chris back. I do miss Chris. Chris he's long gone now though. Soul Offering now gives % increased damage at gem level 30 instead of more damage. Oh, thank goodness. This is... Okay, guys, this is like just a little side tangent. Not really related. Not really related. I mean, obviously, this is mainly probably a nerf to mostly like minion builds. But, the thing about Soul Offering was the amount of times people were like, Lance, you need to do this thing and weapon swap to this thing for 39% more damage, blah, 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 blah. Well, now I can say, who freaking cares? Because, like, the damage multiplier isn't that much. Whereas previously, I had to say, I'm lazy. Now I can say, who cares? Worth. This is a buff for me, not having to deal with chat backseating as much. This is it. I see this as a pure win. Okay? I see this as a pure win. People were trying to get me to click way more buttons than I wanted to, and now I don't have to, because it's not as justifiably as good of a reason to click the more buttons. Spent 4 seconds to reduce skill time of T4 boss from 0.3 to 0.2. Yeah, it was ridiculous. It was ridiculous. All right. Spark. Surely they didn't cut your projectiles in half. Surely they didn't cut your projectiles in half while also nerfing your base damage, right? Surely your base damage is fine, Spark, right? Right? Tell me you're going to still be alive after this patch. I'm going to come back and I'm going to see your base damage. It's like, it actually went up like 20% or something. Like, come on. Come on. They killed half the projectiles, which means we get back base damage, right? Yes. Just tell me you're still okay. Here, one Spark sends its regards, man. We'll see how it is afterwards. Spark can't tell you anything because it's already too dead. It's gonna be fine, Spark. It's gonna be fine. Looks fair. Oh, Spark was ridiculous. What? How much projectiles do we have in game? Like 20 projectiles or something? Like, it was stupid ridiculous. 9 projectiles. If the base damage is still okay, Spark's still probably one of the best skills, but it was a good run, okay? 20 projectiles, Spark, it was a good time. Negative proj speed? There's no way, right? There's no way they nerf the base proj speed. Surely not. Surely there isn't some secret patch behind this patch notes that is them nerfing the proj speed. Surely not. It was absolutely deserved. It was super deserved. Okay. Spark committed the crime. It deserves to do the time. Hex Blast, on the other hand, or Flame Blast, maybe the crime they made was having Blast in their name. I don't know. I don't know. On quality now, yeah, they got rid of the base proj speed and gave the proj speed back. So they cut the projectile speed or the projectile amount in half and gave it a bit more proj speed. But whether or not they nerfed the actual like base projectiles, like the base rate it travels at, which is what they nerfed in Spark and PoE 1 multiple times, I don't know. GG took the no blasting quite literally. Yeah, they're trying to stop people from blasting. That all makes sense. Spiral Volley got buffed. Holy. Sunder got buffed. And adjusted mana cost accordingly. Guys, okay. I'm not actually memeing. I do believe this means they lowered the mana cost. Based on the interview where they were talking about mana cost and they were like, well, we have an idea of how much we want you to cast the skill. The way he was talking about it made me believe they think that the more spammy a skill is, the cheaper it should be cost-wise. So if they're making it so you can use the skill more often, then they're making it cheaper. I unironically think this means the mana cost went down. Your coping levels have been adjusted. 30% more speed for 40% more cost? No. I unironically think for the skills where they made them faster to occur, I think they've made the mana cost lower. Straight up. You guys want to bet on it? Wait, no, that's just gonna be too long of a bet because we have to wait till tomorrow to freaking find out. Stampede quality now only provides 0 to 20% chance to cause aftershock. Previously 0 to 30%. Stampede quality now provides 0 to 20% chance to cause aftershock. Previously 0 to 30. Okay, sure, I guess. And 40% less damage. Yeah, that's true. We don't know about the secret damage nerfs behind the skill changes. Or damage buffs. You never know. So Stormbolt has a faster reload speed now. Cool. Stormbolt arrows now cost 500% more instead of 800. Okay, sure. It's a slight nerf to the Giga Stampede, always after Aftershock Titan build. Yeah. Tempest Bell. Impact now deals 490% of attack damage at jump level 3 to 20. Previously 316. Now requires 10... Wait, what? Now requires 10 combo to use? The bell is destroyed after 10 hits. Previously 10 to 19. And quality goes from 0 to 2 extra hits from 0 to 6. So it had 25 hits, now it has 12. And it requires you to hit the enemy 10 times before you could use it. I mean, to be fair, Tempest Bell was pretty OP. You know what the sad part about this is? Tempest Bell was, I feel like, something that felt good to play and maybe felt like it was balanced for the campaign. And now, do I want to combo 10 times before using it in the campaign? I'm not sure I do. Keep reading. Wait, it goes longer? Tempest Bell Shockwave no longer deals 30% more damage per elemental ailment affecting the bell, or 60% of physical damage converted to corresponding elements. Instead, it now gains 30% of fizz as extra damage of each type for elemental ailments on the bell. It also now deals 60 to 132 of attack damage at gain level 320 previously. Okay, so it nerfed again. Wait, there's more? Tempest Bell can now only trigger a shockwave every 250 milliseconds. This value is a strict limit, not a cooldown. As such, it cannot be modified. Tempest Bell's limit on number of bells placed is now shared between different copies of the skill. Oh, yo, nice. Yo, Tempest Bell got 4 notes. Wait, no. Yeah, 4 notes. I highlighted the Herald thing. There's more for Tempest Bell. The on-kill Heralds no longer cause a Herald skills. This isn't Tempest Bell related. The quadruple tab. Hell yeah. Technically, I believe since the percent effectiveness of the bell did go up, that means it got 4 down, 1 up, which means it actually only got 3 down. This is technically still a triple tap, okay? This is technically still a triple tap. You got to count the 1 up versus the 1 down, which nullify each other. That's only when you place it. Yeah. I didn't say it was a good buff. Okay? I'm just girl math, shut up. That first section is a nerf. No, this initial hit is higher. This is higher, okay? The other stuff is terrible. The other stuff is like it getting gutted. I am well aware of that. They want combo skills. Tempest Bell was a good combo skill, and now it's not even a combo skill anymore. It's just wild. You know, that's a good point. That is a very good point. That's the part of me that says GGG is not willing to do what's necessary to make us play combo skills. Because what's necessary to make us play combo skills is it has to be insane. But because it's insane, therefore it's too good, therefore they have to remove it, therefore we're never going to have combo skills we want to do, because they're not willing to give us the damage that's necessary for us to want to do it. That's the thing. It's like they're never... for them to make us actually want to do combos, they have to give us obscene damage with it, like actually make it relevant, but they're not willing to give the damage to make it relevant. So it's never actually going to happen where people actually go out of their way to play combo skills. Because the second they do, if they give us enough reason to do it, then it's too powerful. What do they mean? All they have to do is nerf everything that isn't a combo into the ground? Say stuff. The combo skills are dependent on the base skill having some X amount of damage. So when you say, hey, you use this combo skill, you get 3x the damage, or whatever it is. You have some number of multiplier that happens on the base level skill. What I'm saying is the multiplier has to be so obscene to make it worth doing, but they're not willing to give you the multiplier because then it's too good. That's the point. It self-prohibits itself. All right, I'm gonna go grab just one little snack. I'm getting a little snacky, okay? Just one tiny little snack. These patch notes got me hungry, okay? Just maybe like one slice of cheese, okay? I'll be right back. Just one quick one, okay? One quick one. Cheese slice acquired. Mods, ban this one? What happened? Why are people calling for bans? Everybody relax. Put the weapons down. What snacks did you steal today? I didn't steal any snacks. Just got a slice of cheese. Are you snacking on some random cheese I can't? It's not random. It's a slice of provolone, okay? Show some respect. Why do you like cheese slices so much? They're good. On kill effect, heralds can no longer trigger from kills caused by herald skills. Okay. Fair. It's not random because GG didn't get their hands on it. They didn't randomize the cheese. Tornado shot splitting effect now also applies to thrown spears. Sure. Okay. Toxic growth now requires more stored poison to reach maximum radius and damage. Now stored poison to expire faster. Blah 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 blah. Now is the limit. Okay. Okay, fair, I guess, maybe. They added 25 new skills and forgot to say that it removes 90% of the existing ones. They're balancing the game, guys. If everyone is showing up and one-shotting bosses, they say to themselves, we have to make the numbers lower so people don't one-shot their bosses. Which means they gotta go around with a flamethrower and start just torching things randomly. You know what I mean? Like, you know, I haven't seen anybody one-shot a boss with Flame Blast, but they might think about doing it. So now the skill has a 15-second cooldown. Adjusted, you know? Bosses have to stop one-shotting us? They don't. The bosses just don't hit very hard. The scenario where the boss one-shots you is you misclicked life instead of ES, which that's on you. That is a skill issue, okay? You got to remember to click ES instead of life. Unearth's bone construct duration is now 15, previously 12. Quality now provides 5 seconds to bone construct. Yo, nice. Bone construct buff. Not too shabby. Vaulting impacts now has 54 to 88 more stun buildup at gem levels 3 to 20. Sure. Vine Arrow now has a limit of 1 plant, but can be increased to 2 with overabundant support. The Vine now has a duration of 8 instead of 6. Maybe they made Vine Arrow better. What do you think is the best League starter? Lightning Amazon or Spellcaster Lich? I don't know, to be honest. Spellcaster Lich is probably decent. Maces, honestly, Maces is probably the best, like, through campaign. Bows are pretty good, right? I don't know. From the things I've seen, I feel like bows are probably still pretty decent. What spells are even good now? Frostwall's decent. Frostbomb's decent. The thing is, we don't really know, though, honestly. They said they adjusted numbers. We don't really know what that means, right? Lightning rods? Yeah, a lot of the single target was nerfed with lightning rod. Alright, volcanic fissure now has a limit of 8 concurrent fissures on the ground. Okay, sure. Volcanic grenade now has a 6-second. So they just kill a lot of the grenade cooldown times. Is that what I'm seeing here? Wind Dancer now has 10% more evasion per stage at all gem levels, previously 15 to 19. And now gain stages slower or slightly faster. Gale Force now deals. Okay, sure. When Dancer stage also consumed being hit, an enemy instead of a melee attack. And then you lost the max stage. So that's a pretty significant. It's a pretty significant evasion nerf. Which is a nerf to Queen of the Forest. By a fairly large margin, right? Why more cooldown? They may have made grenades more, gave them more effectiveness. We don't freaking know. Like Hex Blast change makes no sense. Flame Blast change makes no sense. If they change the base numbers to be better, that would give context for those things. But they don't give us the numbers if they change the base damage, so we don't freaking know. But looking at the changes, it's just like, what the hell? So, I don't freaking know where it ends up. Withering Presence, wither duration is 6 seconds, previously 4, and now withers enemies in your presence every this instead of this. I mean, that's nice. They made withering quite a bit better. So now for our essence drain leveling, we just click Withering Presence and we're happy, right? No more SRS, no more Flame Wall, no more confusion about what we believe in. All right, skills with expanding ground effects were unintentionally scaling radius over time, radius over time instead of the area effect. They still scale the radius though. We've updated description. All right, sure. They want grenades more as supporting skills instead of just chucking them out. That could be it. We will find out when we get the numbers, which apparently is going to be on League Start. The Poison Cloud on Gas Arrow, Gas Grenade, and Decompose now gain 20% more radius per second, up to a maximum of 80%. All previously 50%, up to 200%. Okay. Poison Cloud from Skeleton Sniper now gains radius per second, up to 80%, previously 200%. Okay, so a lot of those expanding radius stuff changed. Fair, I guess. Maybe. I don't freaking know. Discipline and Purity Auras granted by some scepters now apply to the player wielding the scepter as well. Really? Is that a real thing? What does Discipline even do? Discipline. What does it even do? Grants 300 ES. Ooh. Do you have to pay reservation for this? Or do you just get this now if you have a scepter that has Discipline on it? Free? Oh, that's pretty sick. Maybe that's why they nerfed the aura effect. Just another win for the ES builds. Am I right, guys? Just another win for the ES builds. Holy. It's like now I previously was like, man, I have to give up my shield to use a scepter where I lose 300 ES. I just get it right back. Just an excuse to add 100 spirit into my build. Easy win for the home team. ES builds stay winning. Not too shabby. All right, the spread of grenade skills with more than one projectile, such as scatter shot, has been reduced by 40% except for cluster grenade. So that helps you overlap better, right? The spread is reduced. That sounds like a grenade skill win, right? Maybe? ES bad? ES great. What are you talking about? Does Lynch want Wand plus Scepter? I think a lot of builds will be Wand plus Scepter. This change is making Scepter, your opportunity cost for Scepter now has 300 base ES with it. So I think there will be quite a few builds that now will use Scepter because of this change. But we'll see. We'll see how it shakes out. Scepter, yeah, Scepter has Spirit. That's the thing, right? Depending on what the Spirit reservations you have available to you and whatnot. PvT players are really mad about these patch notes. Are people actually really mad about it? I guess there are people mad about it. Added a new gem tag called Conditional. Yes! Yes! Oh, I've been waiting for this one. The conditional gem tag. Yeah, baby. This type denotes a skill which cannot be used unless a given condition is met. Combo is one example. Hell yeah. Conditional. Now that's a gem tag I can get behind. There was a tweet trying to calm the new players down that nerfs aren't bad for the game. That's a risky tweet. Never think that is a risky move. The last thing I want to be is the guy telling people to calm down in a crowd of angry people. That seems like a risk. That seems like an unabated risk. Hexblast and Flame Blast are unfortunate for me. Namerat, don't get down yet. You can still cope. That they buff the base damage numbers, and it makes sense because the base damage numbers are insane. You can still cope. I know from experience there are multiple ways to cope. Like for example, when everybody in your chat says, "No, Lance, the Gemmeling Legionnaire node is local," you say, it could be global. It could be insane. Okay? So you just ignore the likely scenario, which is your build is dead, and then pretend the unlikely scenario where your build's insane is alive. This is the key to coping correctly. You have to ignore the most likely outcome and just believe whatever is the most enjoyable outcome for your future. Trust me on this one. I know what I'm talking about. This is a next level strategy I've employed multiple times. All right, anyways, where were we? Support gem changes. Okay, apparently it doesn't, it's not support. What was it freaking, what was the wording? Unique changes, support changes. Oh, support changes, okay. So I should believe that the damage numbers have been buffed for all the nerf skills? Yeah, that's kind of the idea. All right. Support changes. Astral Projector now causes support skills that have 25% less AoE, previously 35. Okay, sure. Brutality now causes support dams. Cool. 35% was too much. I agree. 35% was too much of a damage multiplier, okay? That was too convenient of a support gem to click. Screw the fizz skills, am I right, guys? Burning Inscription now has a cost multiplier of 110. Yep. Yeah, this needed a cost multiplier. Otherwise, why would you not have some level of reservation about clicking it? You need to think whether or not it's worth clicking. Cannibalism now provides 2% life recovered on kill with support gem. Previously 4. Were people even using this? Anyone in chat? Were you guys actually putting this on your build? You guys were? You didn't have a single support gem that was better than this? Is goated, to be honest? Live on kill's great. Like, live on kill's good, but is it worth your support gem? Oh, yeah, you could put it on. Oh, okay, I forgot you could put it on spirit gems. Okay, all right, that's fair. I forgot you just. I thought my brain was thinking that you guys were using this as an actual support gem on like losing 30% more damage for it. I forgot you could put that on spirit gems. Never mind. Carry on. Capacitor has 130% cost multiplier. Previously 100. All right, cool. Chatty's getting old. I am fine, guys. Okay, here's the thing. I played Archmage most of my PoE 2 career. Okay, and it conveniently took up 100 spirit, which is how much spirit I had. So I never got to consider adding other things. Okay. I didn't have the privilege of experiencing the the nice livelihood of being able to add extra things. Okay, we had no spirit space for it. Consider casting now has a higher cost multiplier. Close combat. Hey, this one reduces the mana cost. This one is higher previously, so this one got lowered. This one is a cost multiplier buff, guys, right here. Controls destruction and extraction supports now correctly are not toggleable into skills which had secondary damaging hits, but no supporting damage spell hit. All right, fair enough. So just skill issue protection, nice. Have you watched the new opening video for PoE 2? What's the new opening video? Is that something they posted today? Crescendo, higher cost. Culmination, 3% more damage per combo previously 2. Element weakness now causes support skills to consume enemy fully broken armor to deal 40% more damage. Previously 50. Exploit weakness. Okay, yes. Combo nerf. Right after the combo buff. Before it. Console gets an opening video that I noticed my friend on PC never gets when opening the game. Oh, really? Was that the original like showcase video they had with the dude freaking trapping Sin on the tree or whatever? Yeah, the one that explains how he got pinned to the tree. I think that was something that they like. It was supposed to launch in the game where that cinematic played, and then it never did. You have the opening on the standalone? Do I? As long as I don't click anything? Nope. Doesn't work for me. Sorry, guys. Doesn't work for me. Doesn't work. I got scammed. It's not included in the sugar client? Shut up. Feeding Frenzy and Meat Shield no longer support minions which are undamageable. Cool. Fist of War now has a higher cost multiplier. Nice. Hourglass now causes support skills to deal 30% more, previously 40% more. Really? Okay. Impact Shockwave now causes support skills to cause aftershock with a heavy stun enemy, dealing the same damage to the enemies within 1.8, previously 2. Alright, cool. Who used Hourglass? I mean, it was an auto include for some skills that you're just using once on a boss, right? I don't think I ever used it on any of my characters, but people do use it. It's just a super niche thing. Hammer of the Gods, yeah, that would be an example where you're just trying to get every highest multiplier possible. Impetus has a cost multiplier now. Lockdown now has a cost multiplier that's lower than it was previously. Magnified Effect. I guess most of these are changing cost multipliers. Mobility is now weaker for some reason. Neural Overload. Change cost multiplier. Overcharge. Shocks caused by support skills are reflected back to you. No longer cause support skills that have less duration. They now reflect the shock back to you. Yo, my self-shock build is coming online. Is there any items that interact with self-shock? Mjolnir? I don't think Mjolnir does it? Maybe the new ones? Yeah, maybe the new one does. Potential now causes support skills have 40% more crit chance, consuming power charge. Cool. Charge stuff. Scattershot now has 35% less damage, previously 20. Oh my word. That hits a lot of builds. Scattershot hits a lot of builds. There's a lot of builds that use Scattershot. Lance, can I link a Twitch clip? What's it about? The pre-Huntress nerf? It's a nerf to something. Rue see, yeah, we already see the Chop Suey Rue clip. It's LMP? Yeah, it's LMP. No fun allowed. You guys want to watch the Chop Suey clip again? Blink still reserves? Oh, did they clarify it still reserves? Why did people think Blink doesn't reserve? Because I do remember people saying something about Blink and reservation. What made people think that it didn't reserve? Because I haven't read anything that said that at all during this patch notes, but I guess they maybe changed to a travel skill. Why would they make it not reserve though? That they're just saying it has the travel tag, and then they added the thing with travel and shared cooldowns. Mages have no travel skill except for Blink. Just thought they were equalizing it, upping the cooldown. Oh no. The thing is, casters still have Blink. You just put it on Spirit on your freaking offhand and you weapon swap for it. That's what we did with Archmage. You just weapon swap Blink is when you did it. People are coping, that's why? Yeah, that's what it sounds like. Unbreakable now has different stun threshold multiplier value for incoming light stuns as opposed to incoming heavy stuns. Okay. Window of opportunity now causes support skills to deal 35% more damage when released with perfect timing, previously 50. Shorter timing, so it's harder to do. Okay. Travel skill also means there's no more cast dodge replacement, I assume? Maybe. Withering Touch now has a chance to apply Withered based on the amount of chaos damage dealt by the hit from always applying to a single stack, and allows chance to roll beyond 100%, potentially applying multiple stacks with large hits. Okay. That's something, I guess. All right. Support gems were pretty... They made some things more expensive, some things cheaper. Support gem changes were pretty bland, let's be honest. Against Darkness. All right, this is a good one. Now has medium radius, previously large. Okay. This change does not affect existing items. Modifiers that cause the skill radius to grant 2 to 4% specific attributes now have 2 to 3. Existing items can be made worse with the Divine Orb. Oh, there's another one. Against Darkness. Small passives grant 1% increased mana or life. Instead, they can now have small passives have 8 flat or 8 flat. Dude, they are just like they're going hard on percentages. You know what's like funny about this whole thing? Mana Archmage deserved it. Deserved it so freaking much. But then for some reason they're like, okay, if we're taking percent mana off the tree, we have to also take percent life off the tree. Like, I don't know, like somehow they think they're like correlated. That life needs to be removed from the tree too. And then they nerf a bunch of percent life sources, and then percent ES is like completely untouched. I'm telling you, it's a blind spot. It's a freaking blind spot. Okay, we're not at the bottom of the patch notes. There's still time for them to like delete ES gear. There is still time for them to delete ES gear, but holy. If I get to the bottom of this patch notes and the only change is removing Grim Feast, the aura you didn't need, I'm gonna be losing it. Okay, Astromentus is now harder to divine. Okay, cool. I guess that makes it harder to corrupt a good roll on it too. It's Ziri's Disdain, bypass. Yeah, you guys told me to check this out earlier. So Lich is much weaker than it would be. Still pretty freaking good because you get the 5% from the tree. So corruption of this takes you to like 27% DR. And this is weaker too. Used to be 25 to 30. It's still pretty, Lich is still pretty good. 27 DR isn't 41 though. It isn't 41. Still pretty good though. And then it might have the blood magic stuff abuse, things like that. Did you ask for an emote to be added? Guys, we're already at 1,000. I can't add any emotes right now. I can't add this. I can't. We literally already have 1,000. 1,000 out of 1,000. I need to, after the stream, I need to go through and purge. I'm gonna go through and purge emotes. So that way people can add them again. But we need to free up some space. Would it be 40%? It'd be 41 without the disdain nerf, say stuff. If the tree didn't get 5%. If disdain didn't get nerfed and the tree got 5%, then it'd be like 46%. Because you can roll up to 31% bypass on the helmet. Alright, so disdain nerfed, fair. Lich is still probably pretty tanky with this. Choir of the Storm, trigger lightning bolt, greater lightning bolts. I guess that's a nerf probably. Sounds like a nerf. Crown of the Victor unique helmet now grants 15% rarity instead of 10 to 20. Okay. I don't even know what this is. Crown of the Victor. Okay.
What we doing live?
That's so random. Yo, Uncle John, appreciate the raid, man. How you doing? It was giving too much rarity, guys. It was giving too much rarity. It was too strong. Deserved nerf. Yo, Dream Fragments. Wait, they had Dream Fragments too. Previously provided 20%, now it's 10%. Yeah, it committed the crime of having percent mana. Any item that had percent mana on it, axed. No more percent mana for you, man. No more percent mana for you. Everlasting Gaze. Okay, this I did know about. I did control off Everlasting Gaze. Everlasting Gaze was ridiculous. Rest in peace, Everlasting Gaze. The gain mana got wrecked. Welcome to the new tier we like to call leveling item tier. You used to be a good item that people could use in their build in late game, but you've been cordially invited to the leveling tier of item. Welcome to your new home, where you're relevant in Act 1, maybe Act 2, and you only see Acts 3 or later if people accidentally just forget to replace you. The Eye of Chayula unique amulet no longer provides stun threshold, it now provides cannot be light stunned. The amount of light stun mitigation I'm thinking about getting right now is off the charts. Firefall unique amulet now grants 10 to 15. Why? Why is it like this? Okay. Wait. Did they nerf rarity as a mechanic? Or did they just decide to go randomly nerfing rarity that occurred on uniques? Both? The GGG triple top? I guess why not? Ghostride, the unique body armor, now provides 25% life converted to ES, previously 50. Existing versions can be updated with a Divine Orb. Holy Ghostride. Not only did you get patched for the CI fix, but then you got mutilated as well. Rest in peace, Ghostride. Rest in peace, Ghostride. It was nice knowing you. I think literally all they had to do is what they did with the CI thing, and Ghostride was probably pretty balanced in that case, but yeah, they took it a step further. Gotta hand it to them. Respect. All right, Hand of Wisdom, please. Please. Neuter this thing. What are we talking about here? Adds 1 to 10 lightning per 20, which is previously 10, so they cut the flat in half. Good. Provides 1% per 20, previously 3% per 25. Nice. So they cut the attack speed scaling in half and the flat in half. Justice. The per attribute changes will affect existing items. Holy. You don't even get to hold on to your legacy Howas. Listen, you thought you were going to be able to keep your legacy Howas in the Legacy Standard League? will get wrecked, okay? Your legacy, standard legacy Howas, no longer. Holy, justice has been served. Overwhelming justice has been served. This change does not affect these items. Containing remaining value. The per attribute will affect existing items, while the divine orb to obtain the remaining value changes. This unique is now found as a different base. So you don't get the new base, but you lose the values. Not too shabby. And right after Hannah was imagined, ingenuity. Just to follow it up. Before we continue with this, I need to top off the water, though. I need to top off the water. Give me one moment. Need to hydrate if we're gonna properly talk smack about ingenuity. Okay, water has been acquired. How many times do we need to cut for water? As many as it takes, okay? You guys can't stop me from hydrating. Took a sweet time. Okay, maybe I did a couple other things while I was upstairs besides just get water, okay? Maybe I ate a couple cashews. That's none of your business, though, okay? None of your business. Anyways, the engineered unique belt has no longer 40 to 80% from equipped rings. Instead, it now has 20 to 30 from left ring and 20 to 30 from right ring. 1 to 2 charm slots and 20 to 20% increased charge gain and minus 10 to 10 charm charges used. Cashews are like 700 kilocalories per. Oh, relax with the calories, guys. I don't need you guys counting my calories. You're already backseating enough other things. And everyone's sad when this is best until he finds something to do. This was I didn't think they were gonna nerf it by this much, honestly. I remember yesterday I was telling people that I think it's gonna be a 40 to 60 roll. And it's still gonna be best in slot. They're just gonna make it rare. That's what I said. Holy, was I wrong. They went hard on this thing. Divine roll range is hella crazy. Yesterday, I said 0 to 50. Yep, you're wrong too. This is a lot worse than 0 to 50. Well, I guess the only valuable thing you get from Ritual now is Omens, but you don't get those. Plus ring from Ritual is not affected by the belt. I think that's the case, unless it's considered a left ring, which maybe it is. All right. Last flame, damage taken cannot be absorbed. Absorption effect includes guard, encased in jade, sorcery ward, existing items are unaffected by this change. All right. No hit runs. Actually a no hit run now. It was 30 to 50 when the notes released. Wait, was it? This was 30 to 50? They changed it? Holy. So between the time when they released the notes and now, they nerfed it by another 50% on top of their nerfed numbers? My word. The savages. That is funny. And then they doubled it? Yeah, that's crazy. Mahawaddle's unique shield now has increased. Wait, what? 100% increased effective soul cores, but everlasting sacrifice. I wonder if everlasting sacrifice is the same as it is in PV1. I wonder if it's the same Keystone or if it's something different. Melting Maelstrom no longer has recover mana when used. Does not affect the existing versions. Holy, the legacy Melting Maelstroms. Warrior Invictus now has 3 mods. Okay. 3 mods, but all of the good stats are gone. What are the new stats? It doesn't even tell you what the new stats are. Right? It still has 10 spirit, it still has global defense isn't very good. All res is decent. So it still has this one, which is okay, and this one, which is okay. I wonder what the other new stats are. Sacrifice is 4% max res. Oh, so they did clarify that it is basically what Everlasting Sacrifice is in PV1. PV1, it's 5 max all res, I think. Another life nerf? Yeah, another life nerf. Oaksworn no longer provides spirit. It now provides life regenerate. Get wrecked, Oaksworn. Get wrecked. Just another thing taken out. Justice being served repeatedly. Can you start making Lich things? No, I need to finish the patch notes, guys. I need to know what all is changing. Ooh, what's Pillar do? Pillar provides attack speed per 10 dex and AoE per 10 int, previously 2 of both of these. Provides 10% weapon damage per 10, previously 10 per 5. The variety changes will affect the existing items with the Divine Arms. Nice. Yo, they hit Queen too? Wait a minute. So they killed the evasion number. They killed the evasion number on like Wind Dancer. And then they made this 1 per 800 instead of 500. Gotta pre-nerf it. I mean, this is one of the better items in the game, right? It's one of the few ways you can have a character that moves at not the speed of molasses. It's 800 instead of 390. Well, no, 390 is the corruption number, Andre. If you apply the corruption to this, you get 650 or something, right? You know. So if you're comparing corruption, it's 650 versus 390 or whatever, or 800 versus 500 non-corruption. Keep reading. Wait. This modifier can no longer scale with modifier effects such as corruption. Oh wait. Oh wait. Never mind. All right, yeah, fair. You know, 800 versus 390. All right, yo, holy. Whoa, I forgot. They got more ammunition in their gun. My bad. I'm wondering how fast Connor's Lamborghini build is. Because Connor was thinking about Queen of the Forest. How fast do you think his Lamborghini is now? Do you think his Lamborghini does 0 to 30 in 10 seconds or something? What do you think? He thinks he can get 80% movement speed from what I saw yesterday. At that point, would you not just go adorned with movement speed jewels? I guess I should hold my tongue, right? Because they might have gotten rid of the movement speed mod on jewels, right? Like if your top end is 80. With what jewel sockets? Oh, that's right. They nerfed the jewel sockets. I did forget about that. They did nerf the jewel sockets. 12 less jewel sockets. Rest in peace. I made about 300 div last league by corrupted and reselling Queen of the Forest, not counting what I made by speedrunning Sanctum using it as well, Bobes. They targeted you, man. They targeted you. Which, to be fair, yeah, Bobes, the corruption on corrupting Queen of Forces was like huge, consistent profit. Like the corruption lost almost no value of the item. And then when you hit the good corruption outcome, you made like massive bank. The Temporal's unique body armor now causes skills to have -2 to -1 second cooldown, previously 4 to 2. Existing versions of this item can be updated with new values of the diner, but why would you? You're right, I wouldn't. 3.99, baby. We have our Legacy Temporalis. We gotta wait 5 years and then corrupt it when it's super valuable. We have to wait 5 years. That'll be a content angle for another day. Man, that's more than I thought it would be. Holy. That's a lot more than I thought it would be. You skipped one? Oh, Sandstorm, yes. Enemies and presence gain crit weakness once per second. For 15 seconds, previously 1 second. I mean, this is just the same thing, right? Based on how they changed the persistence or whatever. This is still kind of the same thing, because they changed the way critical weakness has persist, right? We're getting this at 1.0 standard? Yeah, legacy standard, guys. Legacy standard. It's weaker? Could crit weakness go higher? I guess the presence is weaker, the AoE is weaker. Does crit weakness go higher than 15? I thought critical weakness went to like 10 or something. I don't actually know off the top of my head. Holy, what the hell is this? Fandom? Ugh. It goes to 20? Oh, okay. You probably can corrupt this value, then corrupt it up, maybe. I don't know, but yeah, sure. That's, I guess, a slight nerf to Sandstorm Visage. It's stronger, it was bad before? I think it's similar to what it was. I guess you could, like, run out of range and then lose the stacks. Alright, where were we? Trench Timber, unique mace. Now has 1 to 2 level of all minion skills, previously 1 to 3. Existing items can be made worse with a divine orb. Sure. Sure, okay. Vendor's Gamble, negative 25 to positive 25 was previously 40 to 40. Alright, nice. Gotta adjust those rarity values. Grapevine unique modifiers correctly state that enemy must be in your presence and not an ally. Nice. Update the text on Solus, Ips, unique helmet, and Gemini Legionnaire Gemstudded Ascendancy passive skill to reflect the fact that they stack with each other. This is not a functional change. Fair enough. Correct the wording on the Black Scythe training, circular teaching, and nightly tenants timeless jewels so they no longer incorrectly imply the alternate bonus they grant are inherent bonuses of those attributes. So in other words, once again, get wrecked stat stackers. It wasn't bugged. It just was the wrong wording, guys. It was never supposed to work with enhanced effectiveness. Get wrecked. The time lost jewel modifier that grants notables increased magnitude of damaging ailments now grants 5 to 10%, previously 10 to 20. Hey, yo! I feel seen! This was like one of the one things I was like, yo, man, guys, it's rolling twice the range where everything else got cut in half. But the thing is, even doing this with this with this higher value, it didn't matter because magnitude of stuff scaling just wasn't good. Time loss jewel modifier that grants notable faster damaging from ailments now grants 2 to 3, previously 3 to 7. Okay. And notable that grants increased energy generation 4 to 12, previously 5 to 15. Okay, sure. Timeless Jewels model that grant notable skill Warcry buff effect can no longer be attained. Rest in peace, Warcry buff effect. Circular teachings, Black Scythe training. This change does not apply to the existing items. Okay, so they've modified that, sure. All right, item changes. This is probably one of the last chances, guys. The last chance for ES to get nerfed. One of the last remaining chances for them to actually do the right thing and nerf ES. Let's find out. Let's find out. Do they have what it takes to do what's necessary? Jeweler Orbs now set a skill gem to have a specified number of support gem sockets rather than adding support gem sockets to a skill gem. Which is basically just saying you can use a perfect and take a 3-link to a 6-link. Fair enough. Advanced expert item bases now have distinct names. Cool. Runes now have 3 tiers. For example, Storm Rune has been split into Lesser Storm Rune, and Greater Storm Rune. You're now able to reforge 3 Lessers into 1 regular, and 3 regular into 1 greater of that type. Okay, so maybe now you find Lessers in Act 1 and it makes your flat damage worse for attack-based builds at the early game. Double the drop rate of runes. Okay. You can no longer reforge 3 runes to obtain a random rune in return. Okay, they have the 3-to-1 recipe. Using a Valor Orb on an item can no longer cause a modifier value of 1 to be reduced to 0. Okay. The base damage of all crossbows have all been increased. The crossbows also have 2-handed weapon versions. So, crossbows, big buff. Has he seen Grim Feast? Grim Feast is a non-issue. ES builds never needed Grim Feast to begin with. Physical Thorns on a rare item has been buffed by up to 3.5 times for highest tier modifier. Physical Thorns on rare items have been bumped by 3.5x. Do we think if they is this gonna be like Link skills where they just keep randomly giving like really big buffs to it and like, hey, they'll use it eventually. They'll use it eventually. Eventually the Thorns will be relevant, right? The Thorns vision, man. The Thorns vision. I don't care. I'm never playing Thorns. They're gonna change your mind. They're gonna slowly lure you over to the dark side of Thorns. Just give them enough time. Increased rarity modifiers magnitudes have been lowered at the top end. Suffix now get 25 at the highest tier, previously 30. Prefix 25, previously 32. Okay, so nerfed the increased rarity affixes. Gold charm is now worse. Cool. Breach rings now have implicit 40 quality, previously 50. Yep, breach rings are too good. Sure, why not? Nerf those too. The chance for a breach ring to drop has been greatly reduced. Whoa, 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 wait, what the hell? Oh man, I cannot wait. All these people being like, crafting's fine. I can't wait for them to be like in their SSF event trying to craft their breach rings. Be like, please, GGG, one more breach ring. Give me one more 1 in 1,000 chance to hit a good item, please, GGG. And then finally they hit their fracture, and then they realize Chaos Orbs aren't the way. Well, initially they hit their fracture. They think Chaos Orbs are the way. And then they start using Chaos Orbs. And 100 Chaos Orbs and 100 hours of gameplay later, they realize Chaos Orbs are not the way. Holy, I can't wait. It's going to be a beautiful, beautiful time. Notable passive skills in starting areas of each class can no longer be instilled or found on unique items like Megalomaniac. This change does not fix existing items or instill blah, 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 blah. Okay, sure. Changing the instilled options a little bit. Okay. Added a new Jew modifier. Provided similar benefits to new passive skills, such as companions have increased life. Okay. Jewel and Time Lost Jewel modifiers that provide stats scarcely located on the passive tree, such as increased blind effect or damage taken recouped, have been adjusted. Generally speaking, the minimum range has stayed the same, but the maximum value is lower than before. Okay, that's not where I thought that was going. That is not where I thought that was going. I was like, okay, they're referencing some garbage stats. I mean, recoup's not garbage, but it is garbage in PoE 2. Kind of, you know. I thought, oh, they're gonna make them more common. Nope. Maximum values are lower than before. You thought. What? You were scaling blind effect in your build? Oh, not today, buddy. Not today. Increased effect of auras from aura skills can no longer roll on jewels. Oh, rest in peace. Rest in peace. Aura effect on jewels was probably a bit too strong, right? Fair enough. The Fletching Jewel and Time Lost Jewel modifiers that provide the bonus to quivers now rolls 4 to 6 and 2 to 3, previously 5 to 15, 3 to 7. Justice is being served at a wide range of venues. Your recoup will finish just in time for you to hex blast. Yeah, you just have to wait for the curse. Yep. As Kappa is now quantity of gold, no longer 10 rarity. Yeah, they teased this, right? They teased this one, I think. I feel like I already knew this somehow, that they were killing the ultimatum farmer's dreams. Skipped it again. What did I skip this time? Energy generation. Who cares, honestly. Corruption jewels on modifiers that provide 5 to 10 of a specific stat attribute now have 4 to 6. Another attribute stacker adjustment. You thought you were gonna get in from freaking corruptions? Think again, buddy. I'll change it again if I have to. Corrupted modifier on helmets and rings that provide 1 to 2% life regen per second can no longer roll. That could occur. Yo, that's a good stat. It has been replaced. What? That can't be the right number, right? 1 to 2% increased regen rate? Shut up. That has to be a typo. Surely that's supposed to say 10 to 20, right? Surely that's supposed to say 10 to 20, right? Imagine being a life-based character. Imagine being a life-based character. Oh my word. All right, Scepters can now roll +4 all minions, previously 5. Holy, they're adjusting the gem levels. Is this gonna be for all different skills, or is it just minions specifically? Imagine this is just a minion thing. Where just only minions take the L on this. Holy, that'd be kind of funny. Can Scepters now roll 80% presence aura? Okay, sure. Amulet modifiers. Mana is now lower. Classic. Goodbye mana. Belts, blah, 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 blah. Nerfed mana. Classy. Helmets, nerfed mana. Classy. Wands, nerfed mana. Classy. Rings, nerfed mana. Classy. Wait, I didn't even know about all this. What the heck is going on? The debuffs you inflict increase the magnitude of slows. Can no longer roll. Cool. The first 2 tiers of added elemental damage on weapons had their values lowered. Okay, cool, I guess. Added, wait, that just makes the, does that make your league start worse, or does that make your endgame worse? First 2 tiers. Because GGG keeps making everything backwards. Is T1 T1, or is the first 2 tier as in like the good tiers? They mean the low level ones? Okay, so rest in peace the early game damage. When the guy who got a good bow early, no longer it's a good bow, it's just not good. Relic modifier that causes merchant to have additional options only grants a single additional, previously 2 to 3. Okay, yeah, that was kind of ridiculous. My word. Guys, they didn't touch ES at all! This is ridiculous! ES is stronger than every single freaking thing on this list, and it's not even close. What is this? They'll get it next patch, guys. They'll get it next patch. They literally fell for the Grim Feast decoy. There were so many people being like, oh, it's because Grim Feast. Oh my word, those guys saved us. All the people coping Grim Feast mattered saved us. It literally took the ES bullet nerf and it was like the bulletproof vest, man. My word. I can't believe that worked. You can still have 50,000 years without Grim Feast. You can have 20,000 years without Grim Feast. Wait, okay, like they could still change it, right? Monster changes, user face interchange, micro bug fixes. Okay, they could get us in bug fixes, okay? There's a chance. It would make no sense, but somehow they could get us in bug fixes. They might get us in bug fixes, guys. Let's keep reading. Life got more nerfed than ES? I know! It's freaking hilarious. Okay, I don't know if it's hilarious. It's just... I don't know what word I should use for it. I'm stumped. I don't know. At this point, it's just sad. I mean, they'll get it next patch. They'll get it next patch. Next patch, I mean, maybe they'll get it between now and the thing going live, but I think I was right about the blind spot thing. Jonathan has a blind spot for ES. He doesn't think it's the problem. It's okay. We'll make sure he knows it's a problem next patch. We'll make sure it's painfully obvious. Bosses that need to perform certain actions to progress their flight will now become immune to damage in their life if their life is brought significantly past the point at which that action should be used. Bosses that need to perform certain actions to progress their fight will now become immune to damage, i.e. you can't skip phases, right? This should have no noticeable effect on most players, but will prevent cases where bosses could get semi-permanently crowd controlled and prevent the fight from progressing. Okay, so also the stuff that bugs out. How are there no buffs to armor or life? There were nerfs. There were nerfs to life. Jamnera bug? Yeah, stuff just getting stuck. That's probably a good thing overall, I think. Armor on monsters have been reduced by 30%. Cool, I guess. I think Jonathan plays ES builds? No, I don't think he does. Soul Eater on monsters. I mean, okay, like, ES isn't too much of a problem in the campaign because you just have such laughably bad gear. where it hasn't become painfully obvious. So I feel like he maybe does a lot of campaign runs. Is probably part of it. Like a lot of SSF campaign runs type of thing. Because that's the scenario where you play ES and you maybe don't think it's broken. But it starts to scale so fast when you're not in the campaign, you're picking up actual ES gear pieces and you're putting them on and you have the ES nodes clicked. Okay, Soul Eater on monsters now grant 1% skill speed, 1% damage per stack. Previously 5 and 2, now stacks up to 50, previously 45. Okay, so they're nerfing Soul Eater, fantastic. Life of the following, I mean that also nerfs Headhunter, right? The life of the following bosses have been adjusted. Olroth, Zesh, blah, 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 blah. Scaling back up to unchanged, so easier to kill at the low levels, same difficulty at the higher levels. They left ES unnerfed and adding EE. Can you imagine? Can you imagine the same meta between? Well, I mean, obviously they don't have swords in the game, but that would be pretty hilarious. The stale meta from PoE 1 bleeding over to PoE 2, and it's all EE. That would be something.
Nothing.
And my axe.
I appreciate the sub, Bureau, for the win. They'll add LS unnerfed as well. Oh no. Lower the damage conversion to other elements for some skills used by Arbiter of Ash, Olroth, the Origin of the Fall. Okay, sure. Arbiter of Ash has a tapering less damage taken buff for correct amount of time. No. No. I think this is one of those things that I really don't like in the last epoch is the temporary damage buffer or damage reduction phase at the start of the fight. To try to gatekeep the people with good builds or whatever. Like I feel like it should be the case where you make a good character, you eventually get to the point where you insta wipe the boss, and you've won the game at that point, and you deserve the nerf. And when the nerf comes, you say it's about time. But then doing this, just to stop the instant one shot on when you've made a good character. The ward is so annoying, LE. It's every 20% HP. Yeah, the LE has it keeps reapplying the damage reduction over the course of the fight or something weird. It's the only way to make it take longer. Yeah, I don't like when game devs do this. The Arbiter of Ash now deals increased damage with a select few abilities. Okay, Scourge of the Skies deals whatever, Chimera something, Channel Blood Slam. They're making some of these bosses just harder, right? Stone, I guess this guy is dealing less damage. You skipped? What did I skip? I was just looking over these. What did I skip? Overwhelm? I'm blind. You guys messing with me? You guys better not be messing with me again. Armor penetration? Armor's been reduced by monsters. Life been reduced. Oh, no longer have armor penetration. Wait, that's hilarious. They had armor pen stats? Wait, that's so funny. So not only did armor have a really bad formula, man, that's really something. Hey, this is a buff to armor builds, guys. This is a buff to armor characters. That shed 30% overall? That is pretty crazy. That's a life buff? Yeah. Let's see if they recover from all the life nerfs they just got. Dodge roll deals reduced damage. Olroth. Sure. Okay. They're changing. Geonora's swipe can't be blocked. Sure. Okay. Monsters now have Higher light stun damage scaling with level. Okay. Sure. Yes. Lower the maximum number of monsters that can be alive at once in ritual encounters, particularly early game. So that makes ritual easier earlier on. Electro now builds up 44% slower on non-players. Pin now builds up slower on players. Holy, wait, does that mean I don't get instantly pinned by those one dudes? Probably not. I probably still get instantly pinned if I get hit by one of those guys' attacks. Those Act 1 dudes with their little spear. How are our notes looking? Energy Shield is still OP. Non-players? Oh! Never mind. Okay, I'll shut up now. Hey, listen. The Tactician was looking a little bit too slow, a little bit too strong with its pin mechanics. Okay, they got a counterbalance for that. The Tactician was looking a little bit too hefty. He's looking a little bit too hefty. Grimfeast doesn't matter. Grimfeast never mattered. Grimfeast was a sacrificial lamb that we used as a decoy to make GG think they were nerfing ES. Magic enemies are now primed for stun when they have at least 50% stun buildup, blah, 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 previously, whatever, sure. Electro buildup is now easier as well. Destructible pillars in this fight have had their life increased, so they're hard to destroy, okay. Added a series of enhanced rare monster modifiers that are powerful, more powerful than the standard version and more rewarding. Oh, that's a loaded line. Added a series of enhanced rare monster modifiers that are more powerful than the standard version and more rewarding. Enhanced. Holy! What do you think that got baked in there? What do you guys think? Damage immunity, is it on the table? What about rotational damage immunity or just outright some damage immunity? Thoughts? Enhanced version of fire resistant is like 90% fire DR. What do you think? It's going to be unfun BS? Absolutely not. Surely they learned their lesson about damage immunities and what people thought about it, right? Be 5% ES removal on hit. You'll think it'd be like stuff like that. This is why they fixed rarity. Yeah, more rewarding. Well, I guess we'll see how much more rewarding it is. Oh, we'll see what this is, man. Giga Uber temporal shield bubble. Oh, I don't even want to know. Some rare monster modifiers now scale at later levels, providing better rewards. Scale, providing better rewards. I like the positive spin. I like the positive spin. More rewarding, providing better rewards. Holy. Scale. We're gonna find out. Freesia private? No, we're definitely still playing this. We're committed now. I don't know how long we're committed. Probably till LE, but maybe we'll quit earlier. If this quality patch they're put out, I don't want to see 326 guys. These patch notes were made after the 326 got yanked away. Okay, you know what? Here's what we think happened. We think we bullied GGG into giving support for PoE1, but really, the 326 guys were making the game too easy, and they had to get kicked out. They had to get kicked out of the PoE2 dev office. Okay, they had to get shoved back over to their PoE1 cubicle. Okay, the PoE1 guys, they were making too many fun things occur, and they got dealt with accordingly. Okay, they were making the numbers go up when they were supposed to be going down. They weren't doing their job correctly. Now we get the fun things of PoE1. Yeah, we'll see. We'll see when June comes around. Bloated Miller charge now pushes players sideways instead of carrying them along. Okay, good. Bloated Miller shield charge can no longer be blocked. Fair enough. Why not? Lethal rare monsters now grants rare monster modifiers. Previously 2. Okay. Rare monster minions have been made stronger defensively and now scale far more appropriately in party play. Okay. Powerful minion modifier has been reduced in power to compensate for the above. Okay. Guaranteed magic monsters exit a Dreadnought will no longer respawn when you respawn at the checkpoint if you've killed them. Holy. They saw people farming XP and they said, no. No, not today. Not today, buddy. No more XP farm for you in this specific location. Who snitched? Who snitched? They don't know about the other one, right? There's still the other spot, right? In Act 4. The other location. Can you re-instant farm? I have no idea. Various fungal themed monsters now have a resistance to cold and a vulnerability to fire. Okay, sure. Act 4, wrong game. You know what I mean. Act freaking 1, cruel. Slightly reduce the damage of this dude. Spray skill, okay. Iron Enforcers no longer use tentacle grab skill. Cool, I don't even know what these are. The Sun Pump map has been renamed the Eater of Children to Baraka, the Withered Crone. She still eats children? Okay. I guess. Patrolling monsters can no longer be imprisoned essences. Incrementally improved monster behavior. This could potentially be the most dangerous line in this whole thing. You might be wondering, Lance, I'm a Minion player. Where's the Minion AI? I'll tell you where the Minion AI is going, okay? They're using the Minion AI investment resources into making the monsters smarter to get them better at killing you, okay? They can't improve the Minion AI because they're too busy making monsters better at PKing you instead. All right. What else do we have? Quest changes. Halana Gates before you advance the Access Power quests. Trial Sakina. Okay. The Earning Passage quest. Now, wait, you now must open the Halana Gates before you can access the Access of Power quest. Which part is this? Is this like you have to do like the Mastodon and all that other stuff before you can do this? First Jomnarol fight. Okay, first Jomnarol fight. All right. Slightly later, yeah. It doesn't change too much. Earning Passage quest now ends on entering the Outer and Crowd Act 2 rather than speaking to Zarkra in the Vastry outskirts. Okay. Time save. User interface changes. Added the ability to spectate party members if you died in combat. Added the ability to pan the minimap overlay when using controller. Spectate party members if you died in combat. Pan to minimap overlay when using controller. Sure. Hovering over any instance of the presence keyword will now indicate around your character the visual of the presence radius. Oh, that's kind of nice. You could see what that means. Controller could do that? No, it was kind of scuffed. Life players are going to be spectating a lot of ES players this league. Yep. Hovering over a skill on your skill bar now displays a short description of the skill's behavior with a button prompt. Open the visual panel. Okay. Instilling menu can no longer be closed if you have an item placed within it. Okay. The ritual rewards menu now pauses the game. Nice, I guess. Item filter. Can we get this in PoE1 when I click my betrayal member? Where's that? The item filter now applies to uncut gems. Okay. When leveling up, gems changes are now highlighted more obvious. Improve the visual of readability text under the monster life bars. Sure. Made a number of improvements to stats displayed on the character panel and skill information panels. For example, the character panel now displays your modified energy shield recharge delay and ailment thresholds, and skills panel now show more detailed ailment and hit chance information, among other changes. Yeah, I'm gonna say it. This is an energy shield buff. Who's with me? This is an energy shield buff. I can now figure out what my energy shield recharge delay is more easily. with less effort. That's an energy shield buff right there. It's a buff for real? Yep, for real. Does the fact that 66% of the patch notes not existing, gems and uniques being filtered out of the torrent so it doesn't get data mined feel like crap to you? Because I usually spend a week making the builds I want to try. Does it feel like crap to me? No. I said earlier, I take it either way. If we have it data mined, I'm gonna freaking look because I want to know. But if it's a freaking level playing field and no one knows, I'm happy with that too. I'm gonna log in either way. I'm good with both cases. Improved many cases in couch co-op where second player could not interact with mechanics. UI, cool. HUD icon for item turn off labels. Relics can now be quick move from relic author when using controller. Yo, nice! Functionality is set targeting mode per skill when using a controller. Nice! Yo, there's a lot of controller buffs going on here. I did like playing with the controller quite a bit. When using a controller, picking up items will no longer fail due to skills and progress. Nice. Controller getting buffed. Add an optional bindable action when using a controller that allows the player to cycle through socketed crossbow ammo, ignoring skills that are disabled with current website. Okay. Added an optional bindable action when using a controller that reloads your current crossbow ammo. Okay. More controller buffs. While using a controller, quick swapping an equipped weapon will now place any support gem socket in the skill gem granted by the old weapon in your inventory. Nice. When using a controller, detonating arrow, freezing salvo, manually aimed. All right. Redesign the cosmetic equipment interface. Can now open chat while in the cosmetics menu. You can flex pilfering ring and global. Wait, pilfering ring works now? Hey, multiple wins. I think I might try controller. Controller's a good time. The biggest thing I'd say about controller is it's a debuff while leveling. Like when you're changing a bunch of stuff, I think it's a debuff while leveling. But when you get to the part where your character's like mostly like set up and you're not swapping gems all the time, then controller I think is just a win. Like it feels really good gameplay wise. A little bit scuffed for party inviting and trading, that sort of thing, but when your character's like mostly set up, I like controller quite a bit. Enabled some MTX, 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 cool. All right, bug fixes, the last bastion of hope for can they nerf ES. Fix the bug where skills that allow movement during their actions wouldn't apply their slow at full effect if used with higher values of attack or cast speed and not held down. Wait, what? I did feel suspiciously fast when I was just spam casting while moving with like Spark. I did feel pretty dang fast. Spark did that? Yeah, I felt like when I was just move casted, I did feel pretty fast. Fix the bug where you could unreserve and re-reserve minions to resummon them instantly while they were in the process of resummoning. Holy. You had a way to get your minion back faster? Not allowed, buddy. Not allowed. Fix the bug where canceling a skill with Infernalist, Pyromancy Pack, Ascendancy allocated would still cause the player to gain Infernal Flame. Alright, nice. Fix the bug where Wind Dancer stages could be kept after weapon swapping to a weapon set that did not have Wind Dancer activated. There were quite a few of these, right? Where people had reservations that were working even when they were on the offhand set, right? People were like telling me like you could do heralds on your offhand and they would still work or something, things like that, I feel like. Fix the bug where some trigger skills were able to generate energy, such as Burning Inscription. Rest in peace, Burning Inscription. Fix the bug that could cause Shattering Palm's Ice Shard to occasionally fail to explode. Alright, fix the bug where Ignited Ground and Incinerate dealing damage correctly compared to the other sources of Ignited Ground. Alright. Fix the bug that could cause support gems applying to persistent buff skills to apply twice. Ooh. I didn't know that was a thing. The random delay is the fix. Fix the bug where Sunder Aftershocks could hit enemies too many times. Holy, it was doing too much damage. Fix the bug where Tremors could interfere with Aftershock chance from other sources. Fix the bug where resonating shield recovered stagger much faster than inherent raise shield. How about the bug where resonating shield does no damage? That freaking skill, man. That freaking resonating shield. Fix the bug where blink could be used to travel through walls. Listen, that was not a bug. That was a feature, baby. What do you mean? These are some suspicious bug fixes. Listen, bug fixes is where... Bug fixes, the translation is usually just, moral high ground nerfs, okay? They have the right to nerf because, technically it wasn't working the way it was supposed to. Fix the bug where effects that consume shocks can only consume a single shock at once. If the target has multiple active shocks, they will now consume and benefit from them. Wait, that's a buff to lightning conduit, isn't it? Rip LEC? I mean, they nerfed the LC multiplier from 100% to 20%, but this is technically a buff for it, right? If you can freaking proc it and have it consume both the shocks for the extra multiplier. I think it's probably that it benefited from both, but only consumed one. You think so? They didn't say that, but I guess maybe it could be that way. Fix the bug where the more projectile damage after piercing enemy stat granted it by quality from high velocity did not function. Classy. Fix the bug that could cause shield-based attacks to not deal damage. Wait, hold on. They're fixing resonating shield, right, guys? Sadly, I don't think this is gonna fix resonating shield. I wanna believe, but no. I think there's probably just occasionally when you hit with it, it just didn't deal damage like at all, but its normal damage would be like 1 instead of like 10,000 or whatever it would need to be to actually kill a monster. Fix some wonkiness with skills that could occur when using flash, such as Plague Bearer, Poison Nova, stacks being cleared. Okay, interesting. Lurk mode toggled off. Yep, you lost your lurk debuff or your lurk stack. Fix the bug where ES had 50% too much base. Yes, I don't see it happening. Fix the bug preventing ferocity. Fix the bug skeletons and pale lot off rates could sometimes still use skills if commanded to do so. So you can impale like the sniper and then have it still use gas cloud. That's commitment. Will you go minion? No. If they are good, no. Fix the bug with second wind and demon form where the additional cooldown would still tick while in demon form. Wait a second. The hell is this? My ability to recast demon form is being targeted? Can you explain, GG? Rest in peace, demon form. I mean, eventually you want to be permanent anyways. But the new change to it kind of makes that hard to do. Fix the bug that could use lingering illusion to stop functioning when supported by specific sport gems if you had a little unreserved spirit. All right, sure. Who are you planning to start on? I haven't decided. I want to get through all the patch notes first and then start thinking about options. I want to start thinking about options after the patch notes. Bone Storm? No, don't make me do Bone Storm, please. Fix the bug where long fuse did not prevent grenades from being detonated. Fix the bug where crossbow shot could shoot more than one bolt when firing. Stomping ground would not function if you had a wand or a scepter equipped. Okay. Fix the bug collapsing Horizon E core staff was providing its elemental gem level bonus multiple times. The skills more than one level. Yep, that was a thing. Yeah. Fix the bug where shield charge is not correctly interacting with active block mechanics. Okay. I'm losing steam, guys. I'm losing steam. Fix the bug where cast on block. Cast on block was a thing? Oh, Savalin. Now grants 25. Previously displayed 250, but it was actually gravity 2.5. So they made Savalin 10 times better. Is that a buff? Is that a buff in the bugs section? Cast on block dream may be alive. Fix the bug where Vile Effusion, the skill used by Dark Avachi, was not correctly scaling with area damage. Okay. Good luck scaling 25 block. You can probably corrupt it for 30, right? Is Savalin now goated? I have no idea. Fix the bug where the damage bonus provided by fresh clip support was shared between weapon sets. Fix the bug with Mana Tempest to stop draining the mana players. Okay, fix the bug. Shockwave trigger, thorns. Can now cause stuff. Holy, the thorns buffs are insane. Fiery Death was not considered a trigger. Fix the bug where more poisons could be active. Could damage the same target when the poisons had different limits. Telling you it's going to be Caltrops. You think the Caltrops is going to be popping off with the new viable stuff? What if that is the strongest build next league? It's just Caltrops, Thorns. How disgusting would that be? Fix the bug where projectiles that cannot change such as lightning arrow were chaining off of terrain. Alright. Fix the bug where marks could deal offhand damage when dual wielding, causing 0 damage because they don't have offhand damage stats. I have no idea what this means. Is it Ziri's Disdain still a must pick for Lich? Probably. It takes you from, you go from 15 DR to 27 DR, which that makes the helmet be like 15% DR plus the, it's giving you ES based on your life. Aftershocks, blah, blah, blah. Fix the bug. They could occur Iron Grip combination with ammo, increasing the implied attacks. Fix the bug where impact shockwaves. Aftershock, Shattering Palm. Ryslotha, not working with different damage conversion. Have support. We're applying twice on minions. Bug meta skills were not correctly counting energy costs for subsequent skills used. As skills used for socket finish for sequence. Holy, are we close? We're not close at all! There's so many more. There's so many more, please. Please. Seismic Cry, Gathering Storm, Lord of the Pit Boss, Corrosion Support. I'm just going to look over just briefly what the thing is about and then just skip to the next thing if it's not interesting. Fire Exposure, who cares? Armor Break, honestly, who cares? Conditional effects for ailments on target did not count electrocute. Oh my word. Now he's just reading random words? Dude, listen. Listen, we just have to make sure none of these have energy shield. Fix the bug that caused demon form's current cooldown time to not be displayed. Oh, holy. Fix the bug where demon form would kill your minions when using a controller. All right, not bad. Crossbow reroll speed. Soul Rend projectiles were unable to debuff targets after passing through them. Wait, is Soul Rend actually a skill in PoE 2? I gotta be honest, I didn't even know Soul Rend was a skill. I thought it was just Essence Drain. Fixed an issue with Ghost Dance quality being incorrect. Okay. Volcanic Fissure could fail to create fissures. Offering skills, who cares? Shockwave Totem, who cares? Ballista Totem, who cares? Ammo type, who cares? Some stats of Gale Force, triggered by Wind Dancer, were not being displayed. Okay. Toxic Growth Bug, sure. Maximum number of Lightning Rods, did not blah, 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 blah. Raging Spirits, did not display duration of spirits. Okay. Ballista Totem, who cares? Aftershock, who cares? Stomping Ground, really don't care. Gathering Storm erroneously had a strike tag. Holy, I was worried about that. Fix the bug where Comet's impact radius was not displayed. Sure. Frostwall did not display its length on its gem skill information. Martial Tempo was able to support triggered skills. That does sound a little bit weird. You've been reading the patch notes for too long? Maybe. We're almost done though. We're almost there. Ghost Dance did not display maximum Ghost Shrouds. Holy Descent, holy who cares? Quality of Combat Frenzy was missing description. Fix some issues relating to Endgame Atlas generation. Nice. Actually huge. Fix the bug where precision support used the wrong 2D art. We wouldn't want that. Fix the bug where Arbiter of Ash fight could be paused in some situations. Max ally resistance. Fix the bug where reduced resistance was granting max res instead of lowering? What? Yo, that's something. Okay, nice. According to Wiki, Soul Rend is a physical dot. Wait, is Soul Rend actually a real skill or is it not a real skill? I don't know what to believe right now. Legacy Precision Art? Yeah, well, they might have changed that too. Fix the case where players could get out of bounds during the Quetzalcoatl Sun fight? Sure. Flame Drop Beam Slam combo could cause certain parts of the skill to overlap. Wait, what? Arbiter Ash using Flame Drop Beam Slam combo cause certain skills to overlap. Does that mean that was actually a bug and wasn't just something you're supposed to mechanically outplay this whole time? I don't know what to believe anymore. It's from the rending staff. Okay, so it is a fizz thing. Maybe it's a staff base that it wasn't drop enabled. Sword Storm by Kosis, Revelation could fail to return to him. Oh, he got scammed out of his swords. Sometimes fail to put her Sandstorm shield when fighting Jamnara. The Sky Seer zooming out. Arena. Riona Cackle. Blah, 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 blah. Sump Map. Grimhaven. Quake. Lightning Lance. Fireball. Delirium Boss. Visual Proximity to Agarat. Durabor. Reward Marker Flag Expedition. Magic Rare. Decay Map. Blog. Gain damage is extra chaos. Modifier Ming's Heart was not affected by Chayula Catalyst. Holy buff. Fix the bug where Matsuya's unique staff skills reserve 50% less spirit modifier would not apply to totems when using Ancestral Bond Keystone. Okay, that's something, I guess. Hey, slow down. This will be on the final exam. Listen, I'll remember it perfectly, okay? If you ask me about any one of these random little bugs, trust me, I already read and memorized every last one of them. Trust. Fix an issue where critical damage bonus per power charge modifier and power tread unique boots was being described as base critical bonus damage instead of increase. This is purely a description change. Wait! So one of the only reasons I ever thought about considering power charges, it wasn't even as good as it was. Like there was a brief moment where I was like, man, I could maybe make a power charge build with this, where it actually has a reason to stack power charge. I didn't end up making it, thank goodness, because apparently it was just lying to me the whole time. Anyways, fix the bug where spirit granted by Warriors Invictus was still granted when you could not gain spirit from equipment. Okay, fix the bug with blah 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 blah. I have no idea what that even is. Alpha's Hell unique. Electrocute. Sacred Flame, Scepter, blah 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 blah. Fix the bug, Heartbound Loop, minions expired, blah blah blah, attack speed or accuracy instead of 250 to your offhand. Passive skills. How am I close? Oh, I'm close. Impending Doom, notable, and the Hex Balloon support. Fix the bug with the interaction. I don't even know what that means. Time Lost Jewels that was intended to grant notable passive skills increased effect instead of granting small passive skill increased effect. Fix the bug where the time loss modifier that was intended to grant notable passive skills increased effect instead granted. Okay, that makes so much more sense now. Okay, do you guys remember? You guys remember where like on the PODB there were two different mods that gave you increased effect, and they were both a small passive and they had different names? So that's what this was. It was meant to be one of them gave increased effect to notables in the radius. That's what it was. That makes sense. I remember, yeah. Holy, a bug patch I can relate to. Notable effect sounds pretty goated, yeah. Depending on what like notables you can get in range, that does sound pretty nice. So is that a buff to ES? Correct, Dark Breacher. You are correct. That is a buff to ES. Classy. Fix the bug on Scepters did not stack multiple blah blah blah. Fix the bug with Glove Corrupts. Blah 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 blah. Fix the bug quality Scepters. Blah, blah. Oh, wait, what? Multiply the amount of spirit they granted instead of granting quality to their inherent skill? This is... Wow, okay. Yeah, man, that is a sizable nerf to scepter power. In the bug fix section. Yo, rest in peace. Holy. You guys got bug fix nerfed. Classy. Alright, fix the bug with unhindered notable skills. Could not be instilled. This also means a discipline buff. What does the discipline quality do, guys? What do you think discipline quality does? Recharge rate? I mean... 20 recharge rate versus like 20 flat spirit. 20 flat spirit's probably still better, right? I think you'd rather still have the spirit in this case. Probably in most cases. What about Malice? Yeah, I guess we can look at Malice real quick. Malice, the crit one. Critical weakness duration is... It gives you 1 additional second to the duration. Rending Staff doesn't exist. I confirmed it. Oh, thank you, Anti-Valor. Yeah, I was like, I don't think I saw one of those ever. Bug where Greater Essence could not be used on an item with other items socketed in it. Okay, fixed an issue with 2 small passive skills leading to repulsion notable where incorrectly granting spell skills increase area effect instead of area damage. Yo, rest in peace. There was a node giving area of effect. Repulsion. Wait, I like that area. I like these area effect nodes. No, that's gonna get changed to 12% area damage. This was like one of the best AoE areas on the tree for spell builds. Yo, what the hell? GGG, I demand a refund, okay? Give me back my AoE. I was using those. AoE nodes. How dare you? I had those too? Yeah, man, this is messed up. GGG! You can't take my AoE like that. Listen, I am fine with you nuking mana from orbit and randomly nerfing life for some reason, but nerfing my AoE? I'm sorry, that's where I draw the line. Fix the bug where chance to trigger skills refund half their energy description could disappear if the chance was over 100%. Alright, fair enough. Are you just now reading these? Yes, I am, because yesterday I went to bed and did other things. Fix the bug where the Greed Shrine buff was granted by Avarice Shrine. In all instances, it should be referred to as the Greed Shrine. Okay, sure. Saber Spiders could still attack while imprisoned in an essence? What the? That's I did not realize that was a thing. Fix the bug where characters could be stuck between a wall and an indestructible pottery in Lost City. Nice. Fix the flickering bug that could occur when using DirectX 12 renderer. Is this a PoE 1 buff? Is this a bug fix to freaking Rogue Exiles in PoE 1? Because if so, that's huge. Okay, the Rogue Exile freaking flickering screen was obnoxious. we can hope, right? We can hope that somehow is a PoE 1 buff. Fix the bug in skill trees where jewels could sometimes be placed in a different socket than the one you'd clicked. Okay. They said they're fixing NVIDIA crashes too. Another PoE 1 buff. Fix the bug that would allow you to visually allocate more passive skills than you had points to spend. Okay. Struggle Scream unique amulet could not be stored in the unique item stash tab. Unfortunate. Fix the bug where using this to filter the number of sockets was not working. Okay, so a regex fix. Fix the bug where the list of available public parties could fail to load. Alright, so a buff to party play for people looking for friends. Nice. Fix the bug where increased the gem levels from global modifiers was not displaying when socketing meta gems while using the controller input. Okay, cool. I think I encountered that myself. Fix the bug where Control Alt plus C did not include information on skills granted by items. Nice. Fix the bug where League migration options could disappear when using a controller. Holy, the controller buffs just keep coming. Fix targeting issues when consider a Bone Storm using a controller. No. Just because they're making Bone Storm better on controller does not mean I am playing Bone Storm. Just so we're clear. This does not mean we're playing Bone Storm. Look at that. Yeah. No. Okay, just because, no, it's not happening. Okay, you can't make me. I don't want to. Fix some issues with targeting corpses when using a controller. Okay, that's something, I guess. Lance and Bone Sword go hand in hand. No, they don't. No, they freaking don't. Shut your mouth. Fix a bug in couch co-op where player 2 was not able to place a jewel socket on their passive tree until player 1 allocated the jewel socket. That's an interesting co-op bug. Bone Storm, Lance, and Snacks. That is not a trio. Twice the dialogue with co-op. Sure. Fix the bug preventing cosmetics. 3D art 5 client crashes. All right, so there were no ES nerfs in there. Maybe in the just missed the boat section of the nerf list, they will talk about ES. The below features were showcased, but unfortunately were not able to be included in the point 2 patch. We will patch these in as soon as they're ready. Added the ability to lock your main hand, offhand, or both, so you can use the same item between weapon sets. Oh, that's kind of nice. It's like if you want to swap like a shield. Oh, I like that. That's kind of cool. We were really hoping you enjoy the patch. Thanks for the support. Below are changes made to the patch notes since they were posted. Holy. We got patch notes for the patch notes. Now we're talking. There is a chance ES is nerfed in here, guys. Overcharge support now increases the magnitude of shocks from hits. Old. Overcharge now has the reflect shock. Rest in peace. Ingenuity. Left ring, right ring, 30 to 50%. Now 20 to 30. Oh, my word. Ingenuity got hit pretty hard, and then it got finished off. Oh, my goodness. It's like it knocked it down, and then they're like, you know what? He's still breathing. Modifiers to curse effect have been changed to instead apply it to curse magnitude. This means multiplicative with other merces. For example, curse magnitude, slow magnitude are now all associated with each other. This means they're additive with each other. Yeah. Okay. Which they were multiplicative before and they want them additive now. Sure. Hex blast damage has been lowered by roughly 17% at all gem levels. Like what? What? You're kidding! No! Wait, so earlier when I told that guy to cope that they're saving the damage number changes? Reed, this is a buff? I know! Okay, what I think is funny about this is that they were thinking about a situation where they were also going to nerf the damage numbers. Which implies to me, if they were considering nerfing Hex Blast as damage to begin with, there's no way the hidden notes of like the skill changes is Hex Blast getting a damage increase. What do you... Read one line above that. Removed notes. Yeah, I know. This is something that they previously had in the patch notes, that they were nerfing it more. And now they're nerfing it less, right? So they previously had this, but they second guessed having this here. The thing that I'm saying is funny about this is I told the guy earlier who was like, blast skills are my favorite. And then there was a guy asking like, how do you cope, Lance? And I was like, well, you see, they haven't told us the numbers. Hex Blast might be better to compensate for this terrible quality life that got added. Maybe the damage numbers are good now. But actually on top of that, they were already considering nerfing the damage number. Maybe it was 2 independent changes and it's still getting buffed. Now that guy passed my class. He actually aced my copium class. He is coping at the correct rate. Hex Blast seems unplayable. How do you justify the clunk? You don't, Rojan Holt. You don't play Hex Blast. You don't. I was thinking it was going to be one of those situations where they like 5x the damage or something. So that way it's like, you curse the enemy, the duration expires, and it's active, and you're like, boom, now I'm going to hit this guy with like a Hammer of the Gods level hit. But no, it's probably just the damage is the same, and it just has the worst quality of life imaginable. Oh, man. Every spell is equal or worse Covian. No, guys, Essence Drain could still be better, guys. Okay, Essence Drain could still be better. Essence Drain could still be better. Okay, listen, let's just go back to this part. Right over here. Many skills have had their base damage and or damage growth per level rebalanced. Most of these changes are not specifically mentioned below as the changes are too widespread. Now, you could read this in a couple different ways. The buffs, we don't want to tell you what's good right now. We want you to find it out. Or you could read it as, yeah, we killed all of them, but we didn't want to tell you how badly we killed all of them. So just play and find out. There's no way they left out the buffs. I mean, come on. Come on. They left out some buffs for sure. They have and or here. So it's buffs and nerfs, right? W patch. I think the biggest failure of this whole patch was not nerfing ES. I think that's the biggest question mark I have. There's a lot of things that are like don't make sense at all, like some stuff that just didn't deserve to get nerfed. But how do you not nerf ES? How do you nerf life? And that's the I don't know. Grim is gone. Guys, stop acting like Grim Feast matters. Stop it. It doesn't. It doesn't matter. Is it going to be ES meta again? I think it's going to be more ES dominant than it was before because they nerfed the amount of life you can get. They nerfed it on warriors. They nerfed it on Candlemass. They nerfed it on your tree. They nerfed it on Against Darkness. Like all the percent life options, like the amount of percent life you can get is heavily diminished, right? Grimfeast, yeah. That's what happened. Grimfeast, it over. What's the freaking word? The word for it. Grimfeast was it was fully stacked before ES took the hit. Overflowed, yeah. Grimfeast overflowed ES, and it took the entirety of the nerf. It tanked the entire nerf ES deserved to get. Best part is it's gonna get released. It's gonna be OP till 0.3. Yeah, that's kind of what I think. That's kind of what it's gonna be. It's gonna be OP till 0.3. It committed a get down, Mr. President. Yeah, it correctly protected. It protected the important thing. No way, they'll 100% still nerf in the first 2 weeks. Casuals won't notice, Zeth. I don't know, man. I think to me, like, why didn't they nerf? There's so many things they could have like nerfed or bug fixed or changed. A lot of the stuff in these that they didn't. After the cast on freeze change, they went back to saying we're gonna not nerf until like next patch. You know, I think ES is locked in for meta. They have 1 day to go back and change the notes and be like, hey, base types are bad now, or hey, maybe the small nodes shouldn't give 20% ES. But are they gonna do that? I don't know, man. I think they're running out of time to go back for that change. Watch the new Ziggy video. Ooh, Ziggy has a video for us. ZiggyD. He's got more spear skills. Part 2. 10 minutes ago, guys. Let's take a little look-see at more spear skills. Don't worry, guys. Listen, every other skill in the game is nerfed. It's fine. Spears are going to be good. Spears are going to be fun. Maybe Jonathan was right. 70% of the player base, spears. What he didn't know is all those spear builds will be ES in the end. They will be converted. Do you ever like his videos? Press the like button. Sure, I'll press the like button. All right. Before we start this, I'm gonna need to make sure YouTube chat can hear. Make sure they can hear the audio from this. And then I actually have to I kind of have to pee, guys. Okay, listen, we read a lot of bug fixes, drank a lot of water. And what happens when you read bug fixes and drink a lot of water is the water goes through your system. I will be right back, okay? More cheese? Yeah, maybe I'll grab a slice of cheese. What are you gonna do to stop me, huh? What are you do to stop me? You can't. Amazon is Templar start? Nope, it's Ranger area start. We still have no strength in class. That's gonna be Druid and Templar. I will be right back. Okay. It's time. You were snacking? Okay, I may have grabbed one miniature powdered donut. Turns out we got another bag. I will not eat every last one though, okay? I will make sure Nolan gets his share. Okay? I'm an equal snacking opportunity appreciator. Was it the last one? No, it was not the last one. Okay? It was not the last one. I'm an equal snacking opportunity appreciator. 300 calories? Yeah, stop backseating my calories, okay? Listen, I was hungry, okay? I've been streaming for a couple hours. I just need a little bit of pick me up, okay? All right, let's take a look, guys. Ziggy has more spear skills for us to look at. We about to see some OP ones. Ooh, he's got the laser beam. Thunderous Leap do look pretty decent.
Welcome back to part 2 of my hands-on look at the Huntress and Spear skills. If you missed part 1, it's linked in the description, so check it out first. Let's talk about the Amazon Ascendancy before we jump back into the skills. Let's take a look at some of the features here that I had a chance to have hands-on with this particular class. I took the Elemental Infusion node in Act 2 and the Critical Strikes one in Act 3, both of which are going to be very popular choices, I think, and I'll share my experiences with them both.
All right.
So the Elemental Infusion grants you the skill Infuse Weapon, which causes you to gain 2 stacks of an infusion whenever you consume charges. Power charges give cold infusions, endurance, fire infusions, and frenzy, lightning infusions. Whenever you make a projectile attack, an infusion stack is used to add an extra moderately sized explosion when the projectile lands at its final destination. For my throw and spear skills, this was pretty
Volume a little? Okay, I'll increase the volume. My bad, guys. My bad. We'll raise it. Charges back on the menu. I don't know about charges, dude. It's still pretty obnoxious to generate charges.
Where they stuck into the ground. You'll want to keep this particular aspect in mind, that infusion's explosion isn't on hit. If you pierce and so on, it's going to be where the projectile ends up. So if you're using it with a bow or something, then you might find yourself shooting into walls if you have full piercing. So you'll need to consider whether it's a good choice for your skills or not. They deal attack damage scaling off your weapon with some pretty good base damage numbers. Previews showing over 600% at level 20. And since it's a character skill, it just levels and gains sockets with your character level, which is always
600%'s pretty freaking good, right? If it's just adding that as an extra explosion on top of whatever attack you're already doing.
Super convenient for something like this, especially for league starting. I was using a mixture of parry and disengage, Sniper's Mark for single target, and Combat Frenzy to produce frenzy charges, and I was consuming them with Explosive Spear and Stormlance primarily. That ended up being the build that I settled into. Towards the end of my run, this kept a pretty steady stream of lightning infusions coming my way. It felt quite good, but earlier on in the run when I first got Infused Weapon, I didn't link any sports to it, and I wasn't really generating that many charges so frequently, so at the time, I kind of thought it was unimpactful and bad. It was just like a small extra pop on an already very explosive and flashy spear skill that I was using, so it was kind of hard to actually notice it doing anything. But later on I started using supports with it, and that obviously made a big difference. And the more frequent frenzy charges did mean that I had an almost constant supply of infusion, and then I started.
So don't take it? No, I don't think that's the case. I think it's just early on he didn't have good charge gen, so he wasn't even activating the skills, what he's saying. Don't take it as a first ascendancy. It's probably the case.
To notice it was doing a lot more. You can get a clearer look at what it looks like here in this testing that I'm doing with the basic spear throw skill. It's pretty solid at level 50-ish around here, with just like 3 somewhat random supports that I chucked onto it. It's a little bit bass guitar-ish, I think. It's going to be kind of happening in the background behind all of your other skill effects, but it's going to be that sort of thing that you probably only notice if you uninspect the node and stopped using it. So because you get 2 infusions per frenzy charge, and because they stack, you can feasibly get infusions pretty constantly during gameplay. This means the node infused avatar behind it is something you can take or leave depending on how your setup consumes and generates infusion to try.
Why does ZiggyD get pretty early access? Because he's been making content about Pee-wee for a long time, and GG likes him. He does like a pretty, what's the word? He does a pretty good, like, streamlined coverage of things. He also lives close, yeah. He's got dirt on Chris? I don't like dirt on Chris. He's their community. He's not their community manager. He's a softballer. You guys need to chill the hell out. ZD's a good dude. Not a brand risk? He's not a brand risk, no. I need to look at the
using it. So because you get 2 infusions per frenzy charge, and because they stack, you can feasibly get infusions pretty constantly during gameplay. This means the node infused avatar behind it is something you can take or leave depending on how your setup consumes and generates infusion to try and get yourself full uptime, which is probably going to be the goal for most builds. Possibly not every build will actually need this second notable, which is great.
I mean, this do look pretty good. If it's 600% effectiveness and you just need to figure out charge gen, how bad could the charge gen possibly be?
I feel like a lot of the time these are either mandatory or terrible, but this actually feels like it might be optional here, depending on your setup. In the end, I was using the bullseye support for extra accuracy, since it's an attack, so that works, and that was converted to a decent amount of crit chance with the critical strike ascendancy we'll talk about in a moment. That was giving me around 50% chance with no real crit scaling at this level, and
estimated mana crit chance from hit chance.
This also worked well with like long shot support to lower the accuracy
Wait, show how much it
at
changed.
longer ranges and give more damage to the infusion explosions.
Show how much it changed. If friggin' like scroll them up, is there crit chance over here?
I was also using Innovate here for a chance to give me the global lightning damage while clearing, which was up pretty often in dense areas, thanks to using exclusively frenzy charges and therefore lightning infusions. But these were basically just supports that I had lying around that weren't like good enough for my main skills. I had better supports on those already.
42 to 56, it changed. Estimated man crit chance from this. Oh, okay, I see. I was like trying to look down here because that's where he showcased it earlier, was this critical hits 30 to 50 versus 42 to 56. So that's not that good of a crit increase from putting that support in.
And give more damage to the infusion explosions. I was also using Innovate here for a chance to give me the global lightning damage while clearing, which was up pretty often in dense.
Is it normal to spend 200 divines and beast and on the simulacrum craft, or are you pretty unlucky? You're pretty unlucky, or you don't have that many bases. Normally, I would say if you have a decent set of bases, like most of the 2 mods, decent amount of 3 mods, and all the 1 mods you need, I would say it's in the range of like 10 to 15 beasts on average if you're okay with any of the results. If you need specifically like strength, or you need specifically int, or specifically dex, then it's worse odds, you know. If you're okay with more winning scenarios, there's more wins, there's more like you need less beasts, right?
Areas, thanks to using exclusively frenzy charges and therefore lightning infusions. But these were basically just supports that I had lying around that weren't like good enough for my main skills. I had better supports on those already and those were full up.
Sorry, real quick. I need dex, Sag, I got in already. If you hit int, by the way, sell the base, buy a new base, and just make profit. I should have mentioned that as well. If you hit a win scenario for any of the other 3, you just make profit.
So that just kind of ended up here. But even just with those random eclectic collection, that worked quite well. But there are likely way better options that you can explore. Overall, I really like Infusion, and it'll be a solid clear speed boost, and potentially even single target enhancement if you're getting Frenzy or pre-stacking the infusions before bosses. So the Critical Strike Notable is certainly standing out to people as a core Amazon passive, and I'm here to say, yep, I think it's going to be a fundamental part of why you picked the Ascendancy. Thanks for attending my TED Talk. Normally accuracy caps out at 100% and anything over that doesn't just do anything, so it's kind of wasted. This notable, however, converts any accuracy over that 100% to critical strike chance. It's worded like it's base crit, the devs suggested it's base crit, and to me, it looks like base crit. It quacks like a duck. When I took the node, I went from about 6% on my skills to 16 to 32% extra crit chance from that hit chance. It's got its own special line there. Now remember that accuracy scale.
Wait, what? Estimated main crit chance from hit chance. Okay, so his main hand crit chance is 6.5, which suggests he has like no crit investment at all. Estimated? Well, is this saying he's getting like freaking 9.5 base crit all the way up to like 20 base crit? I feel deceived. Oh, I'm saying I feel deceived because I was freaking watching Connor stream and he was saying this is gonna asymptote or whatever. It's gonna reach a limit and like its top end can only be this amount, right? Hit chance changes with distance. Yeah. I'm aware of the hit chance changes stuff. What I'm saying is the amount of base crit this is suggesting it can give is much bigger than what Connor was saying the upper limit of the node would be. It means more than 150%. Because this looks like 9.5 base crit all the way up to like freaking what 25.5 base crit or something. It looks like he has no crit investment at all. Could be a property of the low-level character. The accuracy rating he has below. Yeah, he had like 1,000 accuracy or something. Yeah, 1,300 accuracy. My main thing about this is he has 6.5 base crit, which means he basically has no crit chance investment. That's what I'm saying. So most of this is just raw base crit. My theory is the tooltip forgot the 0.25 multiplier. The numbers add up like 132% chance to hit and 32 base crit. The numbers add up. So, okay, what you guys are saying is, okay, yeah, that does match. So they just forgot that it was supposed to be only 25%, and maybe it's just bugged, and it's doing 4x the amount of base crit it's supposed to be doing. Or this thing is bugged. This tooltip is bugged. Because the actual tooltip says 25% of excess chance to hit. It's giving it max 8 base crit here, which would make sense if that's how it worked, right? So either this tooltip's bugged or it's actually bugged in game, and it just gives 4x the amount of crit people think it's supposed to give. That's my whole issue with the amount of base crit it's supposedly giving here. And I guess this number is separate from this number if it's 16 base or 32 plus base. Isn't that increased chance with the crit chance calcs? I don't think so. Because his base crit chance here is 6.5, which is like the base crit of the weapon or whatever, right? Because the if you had 132% chance to hit, it would be 8 base crit is what it should be. But this is saying 32. I think it's either the tooltip's bugged or in game it just is 4 times
Interestingly, it
as
seems
good.
to be separate lines to the
6.5 isn't the base crit, it's 5 though. He could have a crit roll on his scepter or on his spear or whatever. Right? Like if he had what, 30% crit chance or 25% crit chance or whatever it is, 20%? No. Like 26% crit chance. That like you could get this crit roll on a scepter. If you're here, no Lich Cast Dot Mana Stacker build. Well, you wouldn't combine Mana Stacker plus Chaos Dot Ruthless. I haven't really decided what I'm league starting. We're looking at the spear skills right now. It's base crit. Oh, so like it'd be like 1.5 base crit. Point is 6.5 is an achievable base crit on the spear weapon. / or he has very low crit investment. Either way, the point still stands that these base crit numbers do not make sense based on the node, or they're giving more than they're supposed to, or it's a bug tooltip. And it's a little bit suspicious that this number matches exactly with this number, which makes me think bugged tooltip.
base crit chance.
Is she the best? Yeah, Spark got heavily nerfed, so I'm not.
So I thought it would just kind of be added on top. So it looks like the 6% base is probably still there doing its own thing, and then this is like added on afterwards, after it's calculated on hitting the monster, and that kind of makes sense because it needs to take into account the monster's evasion and distance from you. I kind of figured with how much crit you're getting here and the fact that it's a separate line that it would be unscalable, but looking at my crit chance later on the infusion screen, you can see the range of my crit chance is 42 to 56%, which is much higher than the 130 to 140.
All right, guys, what do you have to say about this one? What do you have to say about this one, huh? Thoughts? Thoughts? What is the likelihood that we show up on launch and you just click this node and you're basically crit capped? Because it's just bugged. I think he has some crit chance now. That's what I think too. I think he has a little bit of crit chance now. Let's see if the math checks out. This would be roughly, what is this? 40% increased crit chance. Does that check out? Yeah, 40%. 40% gets you from 140 to Or 40 to 56. 40 gets you from 30 to 42. What about 40% of 6.5? Okay, now it would be higher. What's 40% of 5 base crit? 40% of 5 base crit is 7. So maybe he had a weapon that had 6.5 base crit, and now he has just a no base crit weapon, and now that's what it's saying. Because 40% would match on all of those numbers. Like, it's time to stack some accuracy. Dude, hey man, if you show up and that node's bugged like it is like in the
accuracy
screen,
that I have, so
that's
there's
such an
obviously some
insane
kind of
node.
scaling going on there. That's what it's suggesting at
Capped
least.
crit.
Don't take it as full confirmation.
You could be literally capped crit on like level 25 or something with this. If you grab a few of the crit nodes.
Just hypothetical, but the evidence looks to be there. We'll need
Yep, that checks out, right? I think that checks out.
some more testing and dev comments just to know for sure how all of this crit stuff scales together. But either way, I think this is insanely good. Giving you accuracy as an axis for scaling, crit is big for gearing and passives. All of a sudden those wasted extra accuracy rings and things like that are actually doing something. There's a lot of places to get that as well, and there's a lot of good nodes that you might have not really looked at before because you didn't need any more accuracy, but now they're like really good crit nodes. And that lets you free up a lot of space to invest in crit damage, of course, as well. And since nodes like Falcon,
all of his gems are level 10, so that puts him at like what, level 40 or so? I'm trying to think what gem level you at level 10 is. I think it's a little bit maybe under 40 at this point. He's got like 60% crit chance.
Dive exists, you can scale attack speed at the same time too. And there's
yeah.
potentially room for dex stacking since that gives accuracy, especially if something like Hand of Wisdom in action is still any good. And don't forget about Falcon Technique too, which scales dexterity, so they're kind of scaling the same thing at the same time there. And overall, this was actually impactful right from the get-go when I took it as a leveling node. Usually crit chance is something that's harder to get enough of while leveling for it to be impactful, but you get such a substantial amount here that I actually felt it while leveling, which is my like...
No, Dip, you felt it while leveling. It's giving you so much base crit. People thought it was good, and it's literally giving him, if it's working that way in gaming, it's giving him 4x the amount that people think it's supposed to give based on the description. And it's still good with the 1/4 of the amount.
Benchmark for a good, fun, notable. I want to feel it while leveling when I take it, and that is definitely the case here in the campaign. I won't comment on the rest of the Ascendancy because I didn't explicitly test them, but these are the ones I had hands on, and both Infusion and Accuracy crit are looking really solid to me. I won't comment on the rest of the Ascendancy because I didn't explicitly test them, but these are the ones I had hands on, and both
25% of excess chance to hit is converted to additional crit chance. All right. Okay, so
Fusion and Accuracy crit are looking really solid to me.
dude, I don't know. Okay, so looking at his footage, knowing he has that amount of base crit on the playtest he did. I guess to be fair, he doesn't look like he has much crit multi investment at all, right? Like he only had like 160. He didn't have like much crit investment at all. Just be a bad base.
Next up, Blood Hunt is a pretty wicked melee attack that lunges.
Oh, what was that? What was that clip? Primal Strike. We had a section here on Primal Strike where the skill was redesigned, so it's been cut to not mislead. Oh, bummer. Looks cool.
Next up, Blood Hunt is a pretty wicked melee attack that lunges you at a target. It interacts with the blood loss mechanic I covered in the last video for Herald of Blood. So if the...
Okay, well, hold on. Blood Hunt Didn't he have a skill that was like Rake that looked exactly like this? Or am I crazy?
The target has suffered blood loss, it's consumed, and 25% of that total bleed damage is dealt as a non-scalable physical damage explosion. The area of effect of the explosion also scales up to 100% larger, depending on the amount of blood loss that they've suffered. This is a pretty great payoff skill, I think, here, and kind of a big deal for bleed builds to have something like this. It's a way to effectively trigger the bleed again for an instant damage spike, and the fact that they've built it around this blood loss mechanic instead of like triggering an existing bleed to speed it up or something, which is usually how these sorts of things are done. This is, I think, way better. It's the sum total of bleeds that you've done to the target up to that point that has this like separate blood loss mechanic. It's so good. It'll be a great skill to have on your bleed build when like an enemy or pack needs to die, like right now. I need to get rid of them because you can pop it and not have to wait for that dot, which is obviously often a weakness of damage over time builds, that they can be in danger while they wait for something to die. You can speed things along. And of course, it's obviously really important for helping single target in bleed setups too. I did start a bleed focused second run, but I didn't have enough time to get to a high level on that. I only got a brief look at it. I didn't get to test it in a real scenario, but it looks very good. The mechanics, the numbers, everything about it looks very appealing to me. And I think it's just exactly the sort of thing that bleed builds want. It's almost a way to trigger Herald of Blood style effect earlier without need.
I mean, this do look pretty fun, right? The Herald of Blood may not even be that good, but watching things blow up in a bloody explosion is cool, though.
Needing to kill them, and it also works on bosses, which Herald of Blood obviously doesn't really. So as this is a payoff for...
Is it more fun than 15,000 ES? Okay. ES is not class-based, guys. You can click ES no matter where you are in the tree, where you start from, what weapon you're wielding. You can click ES. Nothing is stopped. Just because you don't have to be like, oh, I'm a warrior, that means I have to have crappy defenses. No, you can click ES still. You can. Okay, you can.
Bleed and doesn't need to actually cause bleeds itself. You can use the blood loss support to scale its damage nicely.
Don't have to keep
blood
suffering.
In the eyes support as well should be pretty interesting option here on Amazons, because Hobble as a mechanic lowers evasion, effectively allowing you to scale your crit chance further. If the enemy's evasion is lower, your effective hit chance is higher, and thus your crit is higher with that node. So that'd be pretty nice for boosting your damage for your next bleed and then the next blood hunt after it. And don't forget the new Rip and Tear supports as well, which seem like a good pairing with this, if you're using it primarily for clearing at least. Give you some big life recovery scaling. Now, just a quick note that Glacial Lance wasn't working in the build that I played. It's an Ice Thrown Spear skill, but it's got the wrong icon and it wasn't really playable, so we'll have to wait and see on that one. I can't give you any look at that one. The only other ice skill is Fangs of Frost, and having that freeze is really useful.
Hummel is basically evasion armor break. Yeah, I need to look a little bit closer at it. But if it's basically evasion armor break, that kind of makes sense. Yo, Wani Young, appreciate the sub, man. We're gonna find the nodes for the new Ascendancies. Just Google PoE2 Dawn of the Hunt Ascendancies or Reddit. There should be a post with all of them. Or you can look at the
combat frenzies for
the press kit at the end of the post.
Having a ranged option to do that could be really good, but we'll have to wait and see what the skill does. I know nothing about it. Sniper's Mark obviously isn't a new skill, but it's the other option on gem level 7 skills here, and it's quite relevant as a way to generate frenzy charges on bosses on demand without needing to parry. So that's pretty helpful for your damage.
Mark target the next critical hit. Target consumes the mark to deal extra damage and grant you a frenzy. Ooh. I guess if you have a way to cast on proc this would be nice.
Output, you drop a mark on them, causing the next crit you deal to get some extra decent bonus damage.
I'll make the
damage, which is either good or not that
yeah.
important, depending on the skill you're doing. If you just hit them with a small hit and consume that, you're not really going to get much damage in the end. But more importantly, really, is the fact that the mark is consumed when you crit the target to give you a frenzy charge, so that you can do your empowered spear throw and generate infusions and all of that good stuff. The perfusion support gives you a chance at an extra charge too, so it's obviously a good pairing here. And Sniper's Mark, like all marks, is pretty mana hungry, so you will have to restrain yourself from spamming it too much, which is really what this skill wants you to do. I used Inspiration to help a little bit, lower those mana costs. With the Frenetic passive,
Charge seems like such a pain, they kind of are. This is a low-level character. What does this damage look like?
And the Perfusion support, I was able to get pretty consistent frenzy charges in boss fights with this, with just recasting Sniper's.
First skills have 50% chance to grant additional frenzy charge, frenetic. 5% chance that if you would gain frenzy charge, you instead gain your maximum +1 max frenzy.
Mark every so often between volleys of thrown spears. It's not really something you have to do, but it is a pretty nice boost to do. But
Looks like he
spear.
just completely
Frenzy
destroyed
charges in
this
boss
guy.
fights with this. Able to get pretty consistent frenzy charges in boss
And this would
fights
be
with
this would have been before
with
he
just
had his base
recasting
crit,
Sniper's
right?
Mark. Used inspiration to help a little bit lower those mana costs. With the frenetic passive from the skill tree and the profusion support, was able to get pretty consistent frenzy charges in boss fights with this, with just recasting Sniper's Mark.
It looks like he destroyed this fight, honestly. And he had profusion at this point, right? He didn't spec crit first. The scenarios function like Spark, they do.
Every so often between volleys of thrown spears. It's not really something you have to do, but it is a pretty nice boost to your damage to weave in there. On to gem level 9. The first skill we're taking a look at here is Thunderous Leap, a very satisfying movement skill akin to Leap Slam. It doesn't seem to be quite as fast as Leap Slam, and I couldn't really animation cancel the landing like you can with it to speed it up, but still overall combined with dodge roll and disengage, this skill gives you a ton of mobility, and of course, the most important feature, the ability to jump over gaps and ledges. Apart from lightning conversion, this skill does one other important thing. It's a detonator. So, you can use it to jump on your Storm Lancers, Explosive Spears, and the Rapid Assault Stuck Spears to explode them. And that is super satisfying. Because it's a slam too, you can use Fist of War for 20% more damage in AoE, which makes it even more satisfying to leap in and blow up a bunch of spears. Really, it's just such a nice thing that they threw into this archetype to be able to, you know, you've thrown those ranged spears, they're just sitting there, instead of waiting for them to explode, you jump in and do melee damage, and that explodes them, and that feels very epic. I think every spear build will use this either for mobility, for blowing up thrown spears, even bleed builds as a way to detonate those stuck spearheads, and there's just so much utility for skills like this too, like Shocking Leap for shocked ground, Jagged Ground to slow enemies, or Holy Descent for consecrated ground to heal you. I personally will never not use this skill on a spear build. So Bloodhound's Mark is a new mark skill for, you guessed it, bleed builds, pretty obvious. This one's pretty different. It causes the marked target to gain heavy stun buildup from blood loss. I don't think we've ever seen a damage over time contributes to stun buildup effect like this before, and that's pretty cool for bossing or for dealing with nasty rares. The second part of the skill is that when the marked target dies or gets heavy stunned, there's a bleed explosion, much like Herald of Blood or Blood Hunt, with a little bit of a twist. The explosion deals its own base physical damage as an attack in an area, and it doesn't scale with your weapon. It gains up to 100% more area and damage based on specifically how much heavy stun has been caused by blood loss specifically. So the more you're focused on bleeds, the chunkier it's going to be. Fortunately, Bloodhound's Mark doesn't compete with Blood Hunt and Herald of Blood though, in that it doesn't consume the blood loss. That's really key here. Only the mark itself is consumed, and the damage from Bloodhound's Mark is its own independent thing. That means it can stack with those other effects. The explosion seems like, to me, a bit of a bonus aspect of it. You can scale it with supports and things like that, but I think the real allure of this gem is enabling stun on a build that's primarily focused on damage over time, something that you wouldn't normally get. And getting a heavy stun is, of course, how you can make use of the Rupture support to aggravate bleeds, which is essential for bleed DPS. After all, a heavy stun target is sitting still and not moving around, so they're not taking that bonus damage, so you'd kind of be like doing yourself a disservice there, but thankfully that support exists. I think Rupture would be amazing on Blood.
I mean, don't you just get aggravate bleed from Herald of Blood anyways? I don't know. I don't think I'm using Herald of the mark here. Like, you just go vulnerability.
Bloodhound Marks itself, since it will hit the heavy stunned enemy with the explosion, so it should work. We'd need to make it just double sure with a bit of testing, but that seems like it would work. The final new level 9 gem here is Tame Beast. A pretty significant one for a lot of different builds potentially here. This technically isn't a spear skill, just kind of themed to the Huntress, but anyone can use it. It has some awesome utility potential as it lets you choose a rare beast type monster and basically put it in a Pokeball. The gem you cut itself is actually Tame Beast, which gives you a skill to hinder a beast.
What?
Then if you kill that hindered beast, the gem is converted into
Am I using that on my build?
Locked inside it. These
Energy Shield Aura
can be stashed and swapped around
for my ES character.
But there is one unique restriction here: they cannot be traded to other players, and that's a massive relief, because otherwise the economically correct decision would be to always have like a bunch of tame beast gems in your inventory to catch any valuable beasts you run across to sell, and that'd be fun for a minute, but it'd very quickly get old. Anyway, the now tamed beast is a spirit skill with a percentage spirit cost based on some kind of
Doesn't look
math
like it's
about
giving
how
me a yes.
significant that specific beast is. Presumably, bigger, stronger beasts take more spirit, and little grubs take less. But I don't really know how things like aura
It did not look like it gave him spirit or energy shield. Energy shield aura was a lie.
is affected in. What exactly scales that number? Something that people will figure out over time. Activating the beast summons it, and the great news here is that if it dies, it revives automagically after a few seconds. I'm so glad we're over the like resummoning golems meta, and we just have these things just auto summon now. One of my favorite changes about
Maybe it gives Miscellaneous. Yeah, I guess it could be that.
You can see the beast's type and the modifiers on the gem itself, and any core skills and bonus rare modifier effects are all able to be used to your benefit from the beast. I was testing this pretty early on this build, so they were actively working to get the, I don't know, like hundreds or thousands of monster skills and effects to just work for the player and not like accidentally kill them or do other random stuff. So not everything I tested during this hands-on worked. Like I got a monster that had energy shield aura and it wasn't working, but energy shield auras will work.
Okay, so it wasn't working here, but it will work on live. Oh, snap. The percent reservation is so strange. I think that's to differentiate it from being a minion build item specific. I think they're trying to keep it into the... Because minion builds, you invest into a bunch of flat spirit, and maybe they're trying to make it so you can't just build around that as a minion player.
First beast I got was this cute roly-poly. And since the aura wasn't working yet, I gave it some pats and I sent it on its way after a little while. And I found a walking fish with shocked ground skill that did work. This was really cool for wind skills because it was an easy activator for that bonus added lightning damage, and it had a fair amount of uptime. And since you can support these companions, you can put things like increased area of effect or the ingenuity support to scale uptime of skills like this. And, you know, look at their coverage and all that. I used this little fishy bro for quite a long time, and I was pretty happy with him tagging along to shock enemies, just doing his job. Much later on, I tested a beast that had a healing pulse, and I was really impressed with how much healing it did. It was like a really powerful flask effect and it happened pretty often. That pulse also suppresses enemy healing too, so it'll deal with any like regens and annoying stuff like that. And of course, you can reduce the cooldown and things like that on it too.
Okay, this tame thing seems pretty freaking good for a reservation. Especially if the minion has any level of survivability.
So as this is a companion, which is a new type of minion effectively, you're limited to just one companion, so one tamed beast. And you will also have to choose just one companion, so one tamed beast. And you will effectively, you're limited to just one companion, so one tamed beast.
Healing.
And you will also effectively,
you're
limited to just one companion, so one tamed beast, and you will also have to choose between this or the rower, as that's also a companion, the rower mount, unless, that is, you pick up the new trusted kinship Keystone that lets you have one of each. I didn't get to test the rower, sadly, as it was a bit higher level in a spirit gem, so I couldn't just get my hands on one. It could be a little bit tricky for a while there. That Keystone...
I was about to say about how the row is just like how you get heavy stunned. Meanwhile,
so I couldn't
clip of this guy getting stun locked, can't move, instantly just chain leaped on and dead.
Does come with a defensive downside, but that's probably because of things like the new loyalty companion support skill that shifts 10% of the damage you take to your companion, so that's really nice as well, along with just like the utility of companions, I suppose.
I get to do that on my dude. I
don't know how.
We just have to find the most jacked rare with just disgusting mods on it. That's good for us.
Worth of that Keystone.
This companion thing seems
loss
really,
of evasion
really
is not great, but we'll see what sort of utility
they won't nerf it till next patch,
if
guys.
You just can't live without a rower and a tamed beast. Then you may well want to pick that one up. Tamed beast overall is frankly nuts. I can't believe the work GGG has made for themselves with this and specters to just test and tune every single monster ability and rare modifier and all that.
There's just account bound. You got to go catch them yourself. A
limitless amount of options for beast companions and rare modifiers here. And I've only really been thinking about things like utility, like auras and ground effects and healing pulses. I'm not sure if there's also going to be some decent damage potential with these things too, or other status effects that can be done by certain specific creatures that do something that does something we don't ever even thought about up to this point. It's going to be a fun experience of looking at all of the beasts you encounter and just being like, I wonder if that's going to be something I should get. There's also plenty of support on the tree to scale them, and
if that works, and you could steal their like Soul Eater, that'd You got funny.
Down in the Huntress area even lets you scale both your companion damage and yours with the same nodes, reminiscent of the Minion damage.
Companion damage. Increase the reduction to companion damage will also apply to yours. Wait, what? Those are just good damage nodes then. Increase damage while in the presence of your companion, 12% companion damage, which means this is just a 20% damage node.
Scale both your companion damage and yours with the same nodes, reminiscent of the Minion damage notable from PoE 1. And to be honest, this looks good even without a companion.
Yeah, it's because it is. Reduce reservation by 20%?
For like those, you know, those builds that have damage types that are
What's
a
the
little
other
bit harder
notable?
to scale, like
Ziggy, go back! Ziggy!
For like those... You know,
what the hell is this? Just gotta strafe past it? What are you doing? I need to know. You already said anything? Wait, what do you have this one?
PoE 1. And to be honest, this looks good even without a companion. For like those, you know, those builds. And to be honest, this looks good even.
Hold on, I need to frame by frame this. I want to. Is the small node still 12%, 8%? Reduced 5%. Ziggy, why?
Companion for like those, you know, those builds that have damage types that are a little bit harder.
This is the one that's 2 minions, +1 to each defense for every 2 defense you have, and 30% less defense overall. Interesting. Now we're looking for this notable.
Harder to scale, like bleed
Guess
and
we'll
poison.
never know.
On the topic of spirit skills, Caltrops is a spirit skill that drops 3 Caltrops whenever you dodge roll. They deal a little bit of physical damage and maim on hits.
Holy, the
I was a bit
Thorns
disappointed
builds are
though to
online.
find out that they don't work with disengage. I know disengage isn't dodge roll, but it kind of works in much the same way, and I half hoped that it would. Disengage Caltrops would have been really fun and maybe want to use this a bit more. It's a pretty low impact skill, to be honest. Maim is just easy to get elsewhere. Even just like the maiming strike notable in the Huntress area is like right there on the...
No jewel on outside? Oh, shoot. You guys right?
For like those, you know, those builds that have damage types that are...
You guys are right. No jewel on outside. It could be the alternating thing. It could be
a
alternating.
little bit harder to scale, like bleed and...
Because technically, if you look at this tree right now, if you go to that location of the tree, the jewel sockets are split up and it's like here instead. So I think that means it's alternating, I bet. I bet it's alternating between the midpoints. I think that's the answer. I think it's gonna be halvesy.
Poison. On the topic of spirit skills, Caltrops is a spirit skill that drops 3 Caltrops whenever you dodge. To find out that they don't work with disengage. I know disengage isn't dodge roll, but it kind of works in much the same way, and I half hoped
12. Yeah, there's only 12 jewels on the tree instead of 24.
Disengage Caltrops would have been really fun and maybe want to use this a bit more. It's a pretty low impact skill, to be honest. Maim is just easy to get elsewhere. Even just like the maiming strike notable in the Huntress area is like right there on the main path, and it's kind of good for damage anyway. It does have some cute details, like the damage scales with thorn scaling, and since they're a projectile, I guess you could use scattershot, which I didn't think to test at the time. And if you're scaling hazards for a spearfield build, then there's some synergy there, but overall I only really see this getting some niche use for the just trade-off of
Ziggy's not a believer in
another
thorns.
spirit skill. I think there's other better options.
Where's
for most builds,
your
right?
where's
I like
your
the idea, but it seems kind of
sense of
hard to
adventure, Ziggy?
justify, I think, in most builds, unless there's some like nice utility from certain supports or items that I'm missing. I'll probably look like an idiot when it's discovered that there's some super easy giga-busted combination here that everyone ends up using. Prove me wrong. On to level 11 gems, the first of the 2 level 11s, we have our Elemental Sundering, which is a build-around elemental attack.
Attack speed 55, plunge your spear into the ground to emit a pulse of consume, freeze, blah, 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 nearby enemies. Pulse itself deals no damage, but each ailment consumed causes an explosion.
Designed to detonate, freeze, ignite, and shock on enemies or corpses. Just a note, this gem was a bit unfinished here, playable, but it was missing effects and such, so we'll only take a brief look at it. The skill does no damage with the initial pulse, but the pulse detonates any statuses in the area, basically.
You said it was unfinished. Did you watch this?
The explosion damage ranges from very high on frozen enemies to lower on the shocked and ignited ones, since, you know, those are easier to apply ultimately. Ground effects do work with this as well, so you can detonate them, or more specifically, like a shock ground, the shock that it applies to an enemy can be detonated. And that shock ground, if it's still there, will just reapply that after a short delay. The real potential for this one seems to be if you have some nice like proliferation style effects or lots of lingering ignites and such on corpses, so that you can get a lot of overlapping explosions to blast down rares and big packs, but it's kind of hard to judge how good this one's going to be.
I mean, you can check the MTX list. It's on the patch notes.
The use case is a bit unusual in that it requires you to apply ailments to many enemies to do much with it. And in most cases, if you're doing that, the enemies are going to be dead. And unless there's a bunch of enemies in that same place and then you can detonate the corpses, you're not really going to need to use it a lot of the time, which was ultimately the case for me while leveling. But I'm not ready to write this skill off, as I think there will be some strong uses for it. It seems like one of those skills that someone's going to figure out how to break the game with. The other level 11 skill is Whirlwind Lance, which is a thrown spear that creates whirlwinds. Same as Whirling Slash. Whirlwinds are kind of their own separate secondary skill effect, and this creates them too. The Lance is a simple but somewhat hard-hitting spear throw. If it kills something, it creates a stage 3 whirlwind straight up, normally just stage 1. And it'll also consume a frenzy charge if able to create a stage 3 whirlwind, so you've got two ways of doing that there. A big difference between this and Whirling Slash, besides being a ranged attack, is that you can throw and boost whirlwinds up stages still, but you can also create up to 5 separate whirlwinds in different locations if you position them far enough away from each other. The whirlwinds work a little differently here too. These whirlwinds collapse and explode not when you leave them, since you're not even in them to begin with, but when you actually enter them for the first time. So you can place them and then dash in, maybe for a melee attack or something, to explode them. The opposite of Whirling Slash, which detonates when you leave them. It seems like both Barrage and Scattershot could work with this, but I didn't get a chance to test this skill too much. I'm guessing it means that if you threw 3 spears or if you barraged, you would be effectively always creating stage 3 whirlwinds, which could be good. Overall, it's kind of a tough skill to judge. It seems like it has pretty good potential, and you can of course use it as a combo piece to create whirlwinds to empower your twisters at range, which might be the primary use case maybe. Level 12 skills are typically the big cooldown or payoff finisher style skills, and that's certainly the case here. The first is Wind Serpent's Fury. It's the only melee spear attack I believe that uses frenzy charges. The rest are
300% 80, 388 with 40% attack speed. Consumes to make a giant spear he throws forward.
All ranged attacks. On use, it thrusts your spear forwards and consumes all frenzy charges to create a twisting wind serpent per frenzy charge consumed. The thrust itself is a slow but pretty heavy hitting attack with built-in knockback, and each serpent also hits and knocks back enemies as well, with increased distance against unique enemies, which is kind of necessary as often unique enemies are just not very pushable. This skill is designed to push things that you can't normally push. If you do manage to push a smaller enemy into a bigger one,
that's the advantage I'm looking for, is skills that can actually perform knockback. I definitely don't look at knockback as a downside in PvP1.
Or any enemy into a wall, then the skill also creates a shockwave that deals extra damage in an area. And I imagine scaling knockback range and things like that are probably going to be where this skill starts to really shine, especially in tight maps where you can get a lot of enemies to kind of just smash into each other and then smash into a wall for a whole bunch of shockwaves. Probably going to be very satisfying. It's really hard to see the potential here from just the footage of me testing it briefly, but I think in, you know, the right build, that especially something that's able to generate frenzy charges consistently, we're going to see, like, I don't know, builds one-shotting bosses with this by just bullying them into a wall. Since this has no cooldown, you can probably use it really often as well, so as long as you can just keep those frenzy charges going, you can keep blasting snakes all over the map. It's likely very much a build-around skill, and probably a pretty good one, I suspect. Spear of Solaris is the final skill, and it certainly stands out. Quite delightfully over the top indeed.
Cooldown 30 seconds, attack damage 623. Call forth the Ascendancy Solaris, jumping backwards and throwing your spear in the air, targeting location. A landing spear deals heavy damage in an area, then calls a divine skybeam that pulses periodically, creating expanding ignited ground.
Spear of Solaris is a 30-second cooldown, sustained AoE projectile skill. You throw a spear into the air while jumping backwards, and after a moment the spear lands for a heavy hit of damage that cannot be evaded. Then a big old orbital beam from the sun fires down and pulses fire damage rapidly for 4 seconds. It also drops expanding burning ground with pretty high damage that gets stronger over time until it peaks right before expiring. So you can't
how many
add
hits does it
projectiles
get
to do
throughout
shenanigans with that.
Like 2 or 3. Oh, I think somebody's behind me. Hold on. Hold on, I'll be right back. My baby girl's asking me to come upstairs with her for a sec. Hold on, I will be right back. Alright, come on. Okay. It's a massacre, I tell you? What happened? What were you guys doing while I was gone? Don't let him know? Caught? Cheese behind this. There's no donuts, there's no cheese, okay? Charles just wanted to show me some things upstairs, okay? We didn't quest for donuts, there's no donuts. See some powdered sugar on my hand? No, there was no powdered sugar. I will say though, when I got up there, no one was eating one of the powdered sugar donuts, okay? And he was pretty happy about it because we did not eat all of them, okay? And there was some left over.
And it also doesn't have a duration tag, so you can't kind of extend the duration of the beam. But as it is a cooldown skill, you can indeed use the second wind support to get down 2 of them for the trade-off of a longer cooldown, which I think is kind of a non-issue here, because if your plan is only really to use this at the start of a boss fight or something, then that's a pretty good choice. While it doesn't have a duration tag, the Burning Ground should still be supportable with Despoiler, I suspect. That'll need testing, and it's got some pretty big damage on that Burning Ground, so it could really be worth it to have that stick around for longer. Generally speaking, with big cooldown skills like this, the question is always just whether you want to dedicate the skill slot and the supports that could go elsewhere to something that you can't use constantly.
Holy Spirit looks pretty fun. It do.
I didn't feel like it was too worthwhile during leveling, and I had a lot of skills competing for my attention on the Huntress and on the Spears in general, but it's got some really big numbers, so I'm sure it'll see some use in endgame. Honestly, its biggest downside is that it's just a bit too epic. You can't really see anything when you use it, especially if you use 2 of them. I have no idea what the boss is doing when it's getting beamed. So that's the skill overview done. I hope you enjoyed these early looks at the Huntress and the Spear skills and mechanics. While not all of the skills clicked with me, many of them did, and really importantly, the fundamentals like parry, disengage, thunder asleep, and that whole melee range mix just felt really good to me. The Huntress and Spears are a complex playstyle with lots of possible...
I think my takeaway from this video is the companion looks really freaking good. That's my takeaway from this video. Companion, if they end up making sure it works with a lot of the other like various rare affixes, not the Roa, no, specifically the companion with various auras and random like negative debuffs it's gonna put on the enemy. I wasn't here for it. Yeah, we could go to the Tame Beast section. Basically, well, essentially what it is you find a random beast in the wild, you see the mods and you say those mods are pretty good, and depending on what type of beast, that'll matter too. But
on Pokeball, the gem you
fight it, you capture it
itself is actually Tame Beast, which gives you a skill to hinder a beast. Then if you kill that hindered beast,
this one has extra crits and energy shield aura. Now, when he was doing the testing, they said it wasn't working, but they told him that energy shield aura would work. But I can't play minions. Well, it's not minions. You're just using it as freaking like an aura bot. It's like your customized aura bot you find out in the wild. It's a companion. Yeah, it's a friend. Pokemon, something like that. So like you capture a beast with random decent mods on it, like Discipline Aura. He gave the example of a beast that put shock ground on enemies, which is basically pretty consistent shock uptime on an enemy for extra damage multiplier. Like right here, I think he showcased it. Yeah, here-ish.
Effect, or the ingenuity support to scale uptime of skills like this, and you know, look at their coverage and all that. I use this little.
This shock ground could apply shocked element to his tornadoes. The biggest takeaway, I think, outside of all that stuff is the minion companion nodes are good. Like, these all nodes going up to this are 20% damage each, and then the later nodes are reservation, and we don't know what this one is. Did Ingenuity get nerfed twice? Correct. It got nerfed, and then they nerfed it again before launch. Best from the Corrupted Crystals? I don't know if we've seen all the specialized essences. Inner Saga locations, yeah.
From PoE 1. And to be honest, this looks good even without a companion for like those, you know, those builds that have damage types that are...
Yeah. Jewel Saga location change. Normally it would be right here and here to the side, but they have it right here. Which means I think they did inner, outer, I think. But not too sure. They removed 12. They said they removed 12 Jewel Sockets, and there's 24 on the trees, so... Am I considering Amazon? I don't think I'm really considering Amazon still. Okay, here's the thing. Here's the thing about Amazon, though, is the Do you guys think they're going to bug fix this node before launch? Or do you think it's going to launch like it was when Ziggy did the playtest, where it was just straight up, this node was 4 times as powerful as it's supposed to be? 100% patch, it should be, right? It's still good without it. It's decent without it. But with it, it's insane. Like, ridiculously insane. Amazon, Queen of the Forest? I don't know. I think Queen of the Forest might be a bit of cope. I think your top end speed is so much lower with the evasion nerfs. I think you need like really good gear to make that work. And your top end evasion is still not that great. Like, you'd probably be just as fast just doing Adorned with movement speed, even with the minus jewel sockets type of thing. Lance, not everything going in. He looks so excited watching this compared to when he talks about Lich. No. I think spear skills look like they'll be fun, but I'm not convinced that Amazon's correct though. I'm just saying if it gets released in the buggy way it was in Ziggy's video, then it's like so good that it would just be an OP way to league start, and then it would just get you through the annoying parts of the campaign. I think I'm going to start Warrior. Warrior should be pretty decent. You have the Smith of Katava where you don't have to get res on your gear and get 90 max all res. What about, though, guys? What about... this node being global? What if this node is just global, guys? Think about it. What if it's just global? Think about it. Would be insane! What do you think? CIES versus Lich ES? I'm not sure. Let's actually look at the Ascendancies now in the context of how they're changing ES. I guess they don't, this POB does it have the new Ascendancies yet? There's no way, right? No new Ascendancies yet. Global wouldn't have the per-socketed wording. Per-socketed, red gem. What does it say on Jumbling for this node? Per 4 red socketed gems socketed. That's like the exact same wording, is it not? Per socketed red gem. I guess it says socketed twice. Now causes skills to gain 20% increased damage. Yeah, I guess that's a fair point. Would it say skills here? Or would it just say 20% increased damage? It would probably just say 20% increased damage. Not getting any data mine information? Yeah, I believe they said whatever GG did, they hit it better. Okay, let's take a longer look through our list of Ascendancy nodes. Let's take a good look at our options. Assess the situation. It's replaced with gem studded? Yeah, it swapped it around. You don't get it on your first Ascendancy. I think the thing that's weird to me about this node is a global node. And then it'd be next to that node, which would be encouraging gem socket stuff, but actually it really doesn't matter for how many gem socket stuff you do, right? So that's I think that's the weird part for me. They have a node that wants you to do a bunch of sockets to get the global benefit, and then to make this, which is worded similarly, and then doesn't have a global benefit. Been yapping all day. We looked through all the patch notes. We're just deciding what we actually want to do for League Start. Right now, a lot of the skills got pretty wrecked balance change. Alright, so I say Hexblast will get a buff. You know, I don't know about that. I don't know about the buff. A lot of spells got pretty nuked. Yeah. A lot of the spells did get pretty hit. And they did nerf Lich fairly significantly with the Zeri's Disdain. I didn't think they would do it, but they did it. What was your top time for what zone? We did Act 1 in an hour and 8 minutes. And then we did all the way to Act 2 in 3:22, but that was only one time we tested Act 2. 22 is pretty good. I mean, it goes to 27 overall if you have all the different stats, which is pretty good. 27 is pretty dang good. 27 plus Gigajoule socket. And then we could combo that with Unholy Might, or we could combo that with Explode. Or just non-channeled spell damage. Wonder if armor Warbreaker node is multiplicative or added with the new armor break node? I have no idea how easy how the Warbringer would work with that. 27 is decent. 27 is still really good. The other concern is, are they fixing spell builds in general? Spell builds, are they getting wrecked nerf wise? How do you scale Archmage in any meaningful way without Archmage? You just have less damage, and gain mods are more important on gear. Infernalist gets now big gain damage. Self-damage thing. If Lance don't know what to play, I'm Lowe's. Well, I just haven't decided, Bira. There's like multiple different options. I literally just finished the patch notes reading like 20 minutes ago or whatever, 30 minutes ago before we did the Ziggy video. So I have to think about what's something that I would enjoy to play on League Start and then also be good afterwards. Chrono does not look good to me. Chrono didn't look good before this patch. It don't look good after it. I mean, maybe Unleash saves it, but I kind of don't think so. Click Bone Storm? Please don't make me click Bone Storm. Please, not like this. Anything but the Bone Storm. I'm not ready. I'm not ready for the Bone Storm life. I'm not prepared. Demon form, I wonder how much flat that is, and how hard it would be to sustain. Gemmelin Legionary is dependent on whether or not this is, if this is global, Gemmelin Legionary is very good. If it's not, Gemmelin's a little bit despair. Yeah, I'm leaning towards Lich probably still. I think the thing about Lich that scares me is spell builds. Spell builds being if they got wrecked. The fact that the part of their nerf to Hex Blast is also reducing Hex Blast damage makes me feel not so confident in spell builds as a whole. Like they might nerf everything in spell builds. Lich Power Charge? No, you don't click the Power Charge node. Chaos spells are intact. Are they though? Are they though? You all saw what they did to Hex Blast. Bone Storm? Don't say Bone Storm. Flame Blast base damage was buffed? Yeah, that's the Giga Cope, man. I think the thing about coping about the base damage thing is this. Not only were they changing Hex Blast's quality of life to be non-existent, they were also going to include a nerf to its base damage. So they weren't even thinking, hey, let's make it a skill you don't cast very often and then make it hit really hard. They were thinking, make it a skill you never cast on top of making its damage worse. The fact that this was even on the notes to begin with.
Bone Storm.
Don't stop bone storming. What essence are you suggesting for crossbows? Amazon seems quite good attack based, I'd say. As for late game, I like Lich in terms of tank a ton, but it's early game, you have to play a spellcaster, and right now I'm concerned spellcasting is just going to be not fun initially. Because you can't really play a witch or a sorcerer as an attack base. Your tree just sucks way too much early, right? You have no attack speed, no attack nodes on here. Watch Bleed actually be good. Yeah, Bleed looks like it might be fun with like the Bleed, Herald of Blood explosions and stuff. I'll give you an advice, don't start spells. Yeah, I'm a little bit sketched out by spells. I'm gonna go Huntress with a crossbow. Huntress with a crossbow. On Amazon, the Predator Insect should be able to snapshot 50% more. Oh, you're talking about inflicting a bleed during the open wounds portion of the fight or whatever. 50% more damage against enemies with an open weakness when you proc your bleed. I guess maybe that's a potential way to look at it. It could be. Crit works with bleed. Flat Fizz works with bleed. Maybe start a bow build with Lich. I don't think you can start attack base with Lich. I think you have to start spell base. What music is this? This is Morrowind in the background right now. Accuracy, skill speed. There's the elemental infusion stuff. Minion start? No, man, you don't play minions. Never minions. 100% skill speed while an enemy with an open weakness is in your presence. 40% skill speed while an enemy with an open weakness is in your presence. Reveal weaknesses against rare enemies. The open weakness is just when you got them down to that HP point that you get the extra speed and stuff. You play Glacial Lance. Guys, I don't need to just play skills just because they have Lance in the name of them. Can you infuse your range weapon? I think so. It doesn't say specifically just spears. So if you have something that generates charge as well, I think that works. That's just gonna work out fine. That's the law? You do? Nope, I don't. You guys don't have that kind of power, okay? You just don't have that kind of power. Life root recovery, Waystone, how much you have missing? Interesting, I guess. Can consume mana to trigger charms with insufficient charges. Blood boil thing. Will ingenuity work with the extra ring slot? 50-50. Anybody's guess. Ritualist looks scoffed. Ritualist is good nodes that suck on League Start, and then who the hell knows on the other stuff. They said it won't work, that's why they changed it. Rest in peace. Stalking Panther seemed like an alternate to the 2 ES evasion nodes for Ghost Dance. What are you talking about? Stalking Panther? Stalking Panther, I think, is just, hey, you're playing, you're forcing Queen of the Forest, right? I think that's what Stalking Panther is. You're clicking Queen of the Forest. And you're believing the dream. Just play the pin stacker. Dude, there's so many things I don't want to do. And Tactician's at the top of my list. When I see this Ascendancy, I'm like, this is the worst thing ever. Pin. Reservation, less reservation, persistent buffs. I mean, that's pretty good, right? Supporting minion, totem. Bad armor stuff. I don't know, man. I don't like Tactician at all. There's so many things about this I just don't like. The suppression nodes, or the spirit nodes, decent. But like, armor evasion stuff. Pin. Minion node. I don't know, man. I don't know. I cooked something special? Oh, you did a Queen of the Forest setup with Hawa? Hate to break it to you, buddy, but this thing's dunno. It's gonzo. Widow Hail with Concoction skill. I'm assuming this is Concoction skill. Hand of Wisdom, all this is dunzo, buddy. You gotta pack your bags. It's over. Wait, what the heck are you doing, actually? Magnitude, crit chance, crit bonus. This isn't Concoction. What even is this? Is this a freaking lightning conduit build? I don't freaking even want to know. Cover nodes are weaker. He has plus level stuff. LA Instacker? Yeah, maybe. You scroll down to see the skills too late. Too late now. What do we play this season? I think spears, guys, okay? You know, GG decided, let's nerf everything. Surely the balance team hasn't had time to adjust for the new thing. Surely the balance team has not adjusted for the new thing, which is spears yet, and spears will just be overtuned compared to other options. Are spears one-handed? Correct, they are one-handed. One-handed weapons. Lich Spear. I think the problem with Lich is you have to league start something else. You have to league start as a caster. That's what I'm worried about Lich for, is the league start situation. League start Lich will be awful. Yeah, that's the concern. Because Lich's league start your first node. Like, this node isn't good until you get the second node behind it. So you're playing through Act 2 until Act 3 Ultimatum, where this part just feels bad. Jewel Socket, you don't have a jewel that's good initially, so that can't work really. You can't do this node earlier because you don't really have that much ES, so you can't afford to do this because you're just going to get your ES knocked off because you have to start out as life build. So it'll disable your casting. This bricks your mana early, so you can't really click that. Like the early node is rough. Explode based on curse, and you don't have curses really early on. You don't have like a blasphemy or anything. Should take on the Lich Jewel Sock. Is it good? It's a good node. This is a very good node, but there is pretty significant limitation here. Power charge node. Power charge generation sounds annoying to me. I don't want to touch this node. The force in charge generation, all the charge gen methods are always like so awkward, it feels like. What are the chances they're buffing the grenade skills? I mean, they nerfed the cooldowns a ton. Maybe they made the effectiveness better, but I don't know. I looked a lot into power charge generation. It's horrible. Yeah, I don't think it's great. Can you just take 2 minor nodes? Yeah, but do you want to be doing that for your Ascendancy on your start? That's the problem. That's the crux of the issue. That's the bummer situation. Smithing Katava. I don't really want to do a warrior start either. I guess warrior could do spear start as well. Problem with Smithing Katava is its late game is you have no ES chest piece, so your raw EHP scaling's bad. I suffered through Blood Mage. Yeah, the Blood Mage has had a rough go of things. There's a non-zero chance this node's just bugged on League Start and you deal way more crit and it's OP. Connor's cooking Hammer of the Gods again? Yeah, Connor's a Hammer of the Gods addict. What are you starting? If I could cope into telling myself hard enough that Gemling Legionnaire, this is global. If I could cope hard enough that this is global, this is like ridiculously insane, but it's probably not. I want to cope hard enough that it's global and then have an excuse to play Gemling, but it's probably not global. Because if it was global, it'd be way too good. You log into standard to test? No, you can't log into standard to test because this doesn't exist yet. It hasn't been patched into the game. You think the Falcon dive node would be OP with Amazon? I don't even know what that is. But they removed the +3. Yeah, they removed the +3 and they made it the node you had to travel to get, which made the max res node worse. And you have to give up more passive points to force it in, or choose between that and max res. Hey, that's around early game mapping. Did they improve early game mapping? They improved towers. I don't think the Atlas is gonna feel all too different. They added a couple extra mechanics, improved towers, but I think the Atlas will still feel pretty similar to what it felt like on the initial patch. The +3 skill slots? Yeah, they took away the +3 skill slots, which in turn nerfs this node. Stay with the cope. I can't wait for the video where he says it's not global. What if it is, though? What if it is global? Can you imagine? Just carried by that one node. Amazon can break 10 to 20k accuracy. The thing about the accuracy is it has a cap on how much crit it's giving you. Gemling Bone Storm? Shut up, we're not doing Bone Storm. The whole reason we're looking at Gemling or anything that isn't a Lich is just to be away from Bone Storm. That's the whole purpose of looking at these other classes, is to not look at Bone Storm, to protect ourselves. Is there a node behind the accuracy node? Yeah, the accuracy flat damage, the added flat damage accuracy node. So you'd buy several useless 6 links and fill them with gems? No way that's the way. It's way too stupid. You could buy 4 links. You don't like, maybe early on you don't have 6 link money, obviously. But late game when you're min-maxing, sure. You do that for the extra % damage if it was global, if it worked that way. I mean, I think it might be being lured into the bleed spear dream. Just because I don't know if I want to do a spell start. I feel like they're gonna murder spells more than they already are, and then I don't want to be having a bad time playing spells. Bleed Bone Storm. Stop saying Bone Storm, guys. I mean, this would be a lot easier decision to make if they actually gave us numbers on what they're doing to other skills. It's the Hex Blast thing, dude. This line is faking me out. Because like I could get myself to believe that they would do the right thing and make Essence Drain damage suck less. But then they had this situation where they thought nerfing Hex Blast number on top of making it a skill you never get to use made sense. Which means they're capable of seeing Chaos Dot skills and saying, nah, man, Essence Drain does decent at clearing. It doesn't deserve to ever do single target damage. The 17% doesn't matter. The 17% matters because it implies... it implies, to me at least, it implies questionable nerf balance adjustment towards things that don't have overtuned damage to begin with. Cope and believe in Hex Blast? Oh, Hex Blast is making me cope and believe less. Hex Blast is inside my head right now. Hex Blast is inside my head right now. They're willing to nuke Flame Blast. Just imagine what they're willing to do to good skills. I found out there's Twitch drops, Baba. There's Twitch drops. For what? You're making me second guess Eye of Winter? Yeah. You're thinking about it now, aren't you? You're like, wait, what? That's what they're willing to do? What are they doing to the actual numbers? What did the thing say? What was the phrasing? Hold on, we gotta scroll to it. What's the initial note? Many skills have had their base damage or damage growth per level rebalanced. Not mentioned. Rebalanced. I don't know, man. I don't know. You know what isn't getting rebalanced? Spears. Okay, spears are just getting added to the game. Not rebalanced. They're just getting initially added to the game. Give us the info then? Well, that's the point. That's why I freaking sketched out. This combo with the Hex Blast thing makes me like, oh, I don't know if I should start a spell skill, man. Spears were designed with the 0.2 power level in mind, so they'll be undertuned. I guess that could be the case too, yeah. They're right, 90% of players will play Huntress not because it's new, but because there's everything else got deleted. I think like 50% of the player base would play Huntress regardless of them nuking other stuff. Like if they didn't really nerf things too hard, I think a lot of people will just play because it's new. But if it's also new and it's just better than other things, holy. Zero spell fly gem is gem levels. Spells are looking super sketch with these notes. That's how I feel about it. Based on the notes, all your base damage on spells is your base damage. And let's not kid ourselves. Let's not kid ourselves. Spell characters, we can all agree, were completely carried by this. Right? Like, completely carried by this. If it was a spell skill that you saw actually dealing damage, you look under the hood, it was Archmage that was carrying its bad base damage to being good base damage. It was OP, but it was also necessary? Yeah. Except for Frostbomb? We played Frostbomb without Archmage, and it was only kind of okay, right? We intentionally played it without Archmage. And it was still pretty rough. I guess the case of Frostbomb being good without Archmage was, I guess if you put it on like Temporalis, but then it was good with even better with Archmage too. It's one of the best damage skills in the game. Yeah, Frostbomb is decent. We literally played a Frostbomb character, but maybe they said, hey, Frostbomb's one of the better base damage skills. Maybe let's nuke it. What does Frostbomb get in this patch? Was it even mentioned in the patch? It got an AoE buff. But maybe this came with a damage nerf. Okay? Maybe this came with a damage nerf. I'm just saying it's possible. This could be a damage nerf to go along with it. AoE is nerfed on the tree? That's true. They did take away a couple AoE nodes. Did the gems get data mined? No. No, we don't have any data mine stuff, I don't think. I think most of the skills in the notes that got an AoE buff probably got a damage nerf to go along with it. Don't want people to get too cozy now. What do you think about Deadeye? I don't really like Deadeye too much, to be honest. I am not a Deadeye believer personally myself. Is there any way to still go Archmage with Lich Burden of Shadows gimmick? talking about the hell's Burden of Shadow? Actually, I don't even know what Burden of Shadow is. What the hell are you even talking about? The staff? Oh, the ritual staff? Mana cost converted to life cost. Skills gain 1% per 3 life cost. Oh, you know, that could work maybe. And that is dependent on, does it work? Does it work with Eternal Life? But if this works with Eternal Life, yeah, that'd be probably pretty legit, to be honest. If it works with Eternal Life. No spell skill levels? Yes, you do lose. That's like 7 gem levels. That's actually quite a lot. That's over 100% more damage, right, that you're losing. 3,000 life puts this at 1,000% gain, though, right? It's a ton of gain. But yeah, that would have some potential for sure. 200 is extra? Well, it's a lot more than 200 if you actually like scale some of your life. Eternal Life will disable cast. I think you'll be able to cast with Eternal Life. I think you'll be able to cast with Eternal Life in Blood Magic. But there's definitely people that don't think it'll be that case. Did I look at Embitter? The thing that changes gain damage to cold? Yep, those are decent. You could use an Embitter with this if you wanted to force cold damage instead of chaos for some reason. But Wither's also good, right? Per 3 cost? Oh yeah, that's fair. Yeah, it isn't per 3 total life. Shoot, yeah, you're right.
14 months telling you to use Frost Bomb on Poe and getting ignored.
Frost Bomb on Poe and getting ignored? Marsupial, what do you mean? I did a Frost Bomb character. We did it on the Titan. I guess maybe you're talking about telling me to use Frost Bomb in PoE1 just to like get reduced life regenerate. I'm thinking about making a rapid shot into a bleed build. Bacteria? I mean, that could work. There's potential, right? There's a dream. Just get a level 40 gem. Yeah, but you're not getting level 40 gem with no levels on your staff, right? Your level scaling gets pretty gimped when you lose out on the other level scaling you could have throughout the tree and whatnot. How you feeling about reading the patch notes? I'm afraid of rolling a spell build, and I'm starting to I'm not sure. I like Lich a lot, but to be honest, I'm afraid of starting a spell build. I think I might just have too bad of a time. I feel like spears are probably gonna be overtuned for the early game, and probably just like will be a better time. And so I'm psyching myself out of doing a Lich, just because I think spells seem like they're getting destroyed. They'll let the fear take over. Dude, the fear's getting to me, man. Between this part, had their base damage and or growth per level rebalanced. Between that, plus the Hex Blast, it's inside my head. Connor's idea of starting in standard to read gems doesn't sound bad to know if we get data mined beforehand. Oh my word, do I have a Gemling Legionnaire in PoE 2? Do I have a character I can just log in and test the node on League Start? Please tell me I do. Holy, I do! I could just test it on League Start. I don't have to freaking go back through. My game crashed. Shut up. Didn't somebody suggest this 15 minutes ago? I don't freaking know. I didn't see the suggestion. I could totally just test it though. Ooh, that's a pretty good everlasting gaze. Int corruption with lightning rod on there. What was I doing with this character? Don't even remember. What's this character called? I just have a character called Captain Lance. Okay, cool. So what I could do is on league start, I can spec this node. Unspec this stuff, spec this node. You just playing on YouTube? Shoot, my bad. Hold on, let me turn that off for you guys. My bad. Thank you for letting me know. Spec it now. Prepare.
It may be
So we're ready to go.
some changes.
And then I can just check the tooltip as I socket and unsocket things. Do anything expects it now? It'll reset? Yeah, it'll probably give me a Ascendancy respec or whatever. So that's kind of nice though. We can totally just test it. We have a bunch of gem supports already ready to go here. And I can just swap stuff in and out to see what it does to the tooltip, which will tell me if it works globally or not. Holy, that's worth. So we can just league start, check if it works. If it does, we just roll Gemling Legionnaire, no questions asked. Because if it works, that node's just ridiculous. And then if it doesn't work, then we can just be a basic spear enjoyer because we want to have a good time leveling.
And my axe.
My axe. Yo, Nachin Shoku. Appreciate the sub, man. So you're rolling spears, you say? I'm kind of like, unless, I don't know, unless we get more information about what they're doing to spells before the patch. But right now I'm like sketched out about spells. You know, that's fair. We could check spells as well. We could just check the spell numbers as well. We could get some context. If I have just a few different gems ready to go for comparison to see what they did. Level 2 skill gem, level 3. Does it tell you like what the numbers of level 5 are? Yeah. So we could literally just check the number, right? We just pull out our level 19 gem and say, what is essence drain at 19? 235. Yeah, we could just do this. Holy. Our league start plan is advancing. Rolling bones are shut up. I just grabbed the 10 E's. I got attack speed fortified twice. GG, dude. GG. Bobes, I need the support info and the gem info. I have so many eyes that don't know if they work. Yeah, because it's contingent on those things, right? So we can log in, we can check the Gemling Legionnaire node, we can check these things. How do you check it without the data mine? We can't check it until the patch goes live, unless they give it to us beforehand, which doesn't sound like they are. So the idea is patch goes live, most people log in and they just start playing. We log into this character, we spec the node, we swap some gem sockets around to see if it works globally or not. Right? I guess I should get out some red support gems, right? Just to like test. Some red support gems for testing. We theory craft? Well, we're not theory crafting. It should be a pretty quick succession of decisions. You clipped me not reading the suggestion? What are you talking about? Get proper reds. Those are attack support gems. Persistence should work. Inspiration should work. Fire pen should work. None of these are attack gems. This one is, though. Here, I'll put this one away for you. It should be plenty of for us to test. Because I can socket them in and out of other support, other things. Yeah, that's my poison concoction. Not really. It got pretty heavily nerfed with the quiver change and stuff. Is Slower coming in point two? Right now they said they had a patch notes that said something about Slower, so maybe it didn't exist in the most recent patch, at least, because it was tied to a staff base that couldn't drop. Is the torrent gonna be data mine? I have no idea. I just know we don't have the data mine yet. So okay. Think about our options. Let's think about our options. We have in front of us, this is way too big of text. Cope, Gemling Legionnaire, node equal global, holy OP. Less Cope. Spell skills not murdered. Lich, good time in campaign. Even less Cope. Spell skills murdered. Basic spear Andy. Spells without Archmage? You forgot Bone Storm on the second one? Never gonna happen. Bone Storm. Okay? Keep dreaming, okay? We're not Bone Storming. I will not be bullied into Bone Storming, okay? Bone Storm's gonna stay down there where it belongs. The Gemling node cope? So the Gemling node cope is essentially based on this change right here. If you go to Gemling Legionnaire, this node right here, if this is global, this crit chance, attack speed, crit chance, percent damage node, if this is global, it's insanely good. If it's local, it's very mid bad. So basically, it's good enough where it could carry the Ascendancy if it's global, and it's just mediocre, and I wouldn't really want to click Gemling if it's local, like, because it forces you into kind of like some bad, like, not great Ascendancy points. Enhanced effectiveness got hit pretty dang hard, along with all the attributes on the tree got hit pretty dang hard. Technically, you got the plus, this plus level thing got slightly better, but you can't get this and get max res and this, like this. No way it's global. Pretty unlikely. It'd be probably way too good, right? If it was global, it just carries this Ascendancy back into being better than other Ascendancies based on one node. It's worse than the Fairgraves Tricord Cup? What are you talking about? I'm just pointing out. Somebody was asking me about what the Gemling Cope was, and that was the Gemling Cope. I like some of the changes in nerfs, but the straight deleting Flame Blast in the game is a funny decision, Bopes. There's a couple head scratchers. The Hex Blast one, the Flame Blast one. Those are some head scratchers. Like, wait, why? Do we have a time for patch tomorrow at 3 o'clock, like 21 hours from now? My axe, yo Yapper, ignore, appreciate the sub, man. Curse Delay, yeah, the Hex Blast one for me, I think, was the biggest head scratcher. Where is data mine stuff? We don't have it. Mediocre skill, 5% of players play. GG, better nerf this just to be safe. 5% play rate is, like, massive. 5% play rate is a meta skill. That's like a top 5 meta skill, pretty much, right? if that many people are playing it. Lightning Strike 16%, Power Siphon, General's Cry, KB clustering. Like these are your top meta skills basically. Lightning Strike obviously sticking out the most because Lightning Strike is ridiculous, but still, these are your popular skills. 5% of your popular skills. I didn't consider changing because Rogue Exile is using the same skills as us. Do you think that actually is part of the reason why they changed some skills? Maybe. Even if split colors would be 360% increase, 360% increase, 100%. What's your splits you're doing there? 13, 13, 13, 13? Which would require 40 support gems? Or 50 support gems? No, 40 support gems, right? No, I'm being stupid. You're using freaking 18, 18, 18. You're using 54 support gems. How many support gems do you get naturally? If you have all 6 socketed stuff. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, which means you normally get 10, which means, oh wow, you do get 50. Holy. But the thing is you can get more with like implicit stuff, right? Like various like scepters or things that have built-in skills. Juan insane, yeah. Listen, Ribazon, let me cope. But yeah, you guys are probably right. It would be so overtuned. It wouldn't make sense. At the same time, though. Why make an Ascendancy based around all these extra support gems with the max res thing? And then make another node that has a similar, like, freaking style of stuff going on? And then make it some garbage local thing. You could just balance these numbers a bit better, right? So bad if it's local? Yes. Bad if it's local. Very bad if it's local. Depressing if it's local. But then again, there's other Ascendancies which have really depressing nodes that are just not good, so it'll just be added to that category of stuff, right? So our plan is probably going to put us... We start here, max cope. We then go to here, second maximum cope. And realistically, we end up here, where we're just a basic Spear Andy. That's probably realistically what's gonna happen. Do we have any suggested other options? How do we get to Bone Storm? Read this word right here. Okay, read this word. Very key to the are we going to do Bone Storm situation. Your camera's in the way? Oh wait, is it actually? Oh my... I didn't realize my camera was covering it. It's gonna happen. Shut up! I didn't know my camera was covering it. No, we're not gonna end up in Bone Storm, okay, guys? We have 3 defensive layers against Bone Storm. Okay, we have 3 defensive layers. Maybe we just cope for like 1 more defensive layer. What's another defensive layer we could add in for something to do besides Bone Storm? Want to buy a 4th defensive layer? Yeah. Katava Smith? Hammer of Cope? I don't want to play a warrior, man. Don't make me play mace skill. Don't make me play mace skill. Join Connor? I don't want to join Connor. Connor can cope all he wants. Oh, the only problem with maces is that I played it for 3 weeks. Did you guys see him on day 2? He freaking... If I just played maces for only 9 days, it would have been fine. Freaking... You're coping harder with the gemling? I am coping pretty hard with the gemling, but I'm acknowledging the cope, and that's why I have backup plans, guys. That's why we have backup plans. Specifically in consideration of the cope situation. I think Expos are going to get over buffed. Expos did have a surprising amount of things being buffed in the patch, didn't they? Aside from grenades. Grenades got their cooldowns like destroyed, but a lot of the other stuff for Expos was like buff, right? Basic kill damage buff, two-hand weapon buff. I don't know what I should start to have decent fun. My theory on just a safe start that'll probably be decent fun is just spears. Is basic spear Amazon. I think that's the that's the safe option. That's the safe, probably decent, good time start. They're gonna be expensive on trade? Yeah, probably. The safest option is Bone Storm. No, it's not. Bone Storm is never the safest option. Definitely not Chonk. I never thought the day would come when I'd be more excited about Elliot than Pee-wee stuff. Well, it's a new reality we're stepping into here. The safest option is basic attack Titan. Shut up. Not the basic attack Titan. Bleed Ritualist. You guys think the extra jewelry? Okay, what like all the other nodes are just not good though, guys. Everything besides the jewelry stuff on Ritualist is like not a good time. I think Amazon would be better. I think Amazon would be better, but too. I'm not feeling the Ritualists. How long do you think this random monster modifier thing lasts? $30 seconds? 20 seconds? Oh, so it's just like a short duration. From the reveal, wait, did they show it in the reveal? Like the dude doing the sacrifice thing? Dawn of Hunt. Content reveal. Let's go ahead and look over to when they did the Ascendancy stuff. New Ascendancies, Huntress Ascendancies. Extra ring slot. Okay, sure. I posted the image that shows the skills. Oh, there was an image for the skills. Let me see. What we're talking about here. Oh, it is here. Oh, nice. Okay, Ritual Sacrifice. Sacrifice the corpse of rare to grant you its modifiers for a duration. 20 seconds. Okay, Blood Boil. Corrupted blood deals 2% of slain enemies max life is physical damage per second. Enemies in your presence accumulate blood boils periodically. When they die, the boils pop, applying corrupted blood to enemies near them. Blood Boil applies to non-unique enemies in your presence every 1.52 seconds. Corrupted blood deals 2% of slain enemies max life. Is that scalable? 20% more corrupted blood infliction area effect per blood boil on slain enemy. Inflicts a stack corrupted blood on targets within 1.5 meters. I guess if you wanted to play a bleed build, this like feels like it's synergistic, but is it really that synergistic? I don't know. I don't know how much you can scale this corrupted blood number damage wise. Not scalable, stacks up to 10. Yeah, I guess it would help you clear a bit. I don't know. I just don't know. So Blood Boil doesn't seem very good to me. Ritual Sacrifice, Charm thing. Like, it's literally just the jewelry nodes, and then everything else is just not very great. It's for our Bleed Bone Storm build. No. Stop. It sounds redundant with the Herald of Blood, yeah. Like, I think you could easily just go crit chance, which helps bleed because hits help bleed and there's no freaking distinction, so you just be crit plus bleed. Attack fizz, extra flat fizz, predatory instinct, snapshot of better bleed. And then you could either go speed, or you could go one of these other new useful nodes if you wanted, right? Rituals look so bad to me compared to the ring slot. Yeah, the ring slot's a big freaking deal for it. What are the nodes you have that works with evasion scaling stuff and ES? Evasion rating, perk, evasion on helmet. And then the other one's the reverse, which is ES per evasion on body armor. I don't know. I don't think I want to believe in the Queen of the Forest dream. I think you just go ES. You click this on your ES build. Did the tear support work on Herald of Blood or am I coping? The tear support? Maybe. PoE 2DB. Dawn of the Hunt. Tear. People change the on-kill effects caused by killing blows on bleeding enemies with support skills to occur twice. Yep. I mean, that would work with Herald of Blood, as long as you're killing with a skill supported by that. Energy shield helmet equal dex slash int body armor. I don't think you do it at dex slash int body armor. I think you just do a pure ES body armor. I think you would just do pure ES. I think you'd click subterfuge, do a ES based helmet, and still do an ES based body armor. They're not nerfing like any of these evasion energy shield nodes. It's so crazy. So the way you play Amazon is you make it a monk tree. I don't know about a monk tree. Monk, a lot of the monk builds I thought were way over invested in evasion. We don't really know how much they're changing the tree either, in terms of like this area with spear stuff and whatnot. I think Fizz Spears looks fun though, having the melee melee bleed aesthetic going on. Tree's still so boring. Well, they're adding a bunch of stuff which should help fill it out. I'm assuming the ranger side will look pretty good once they add spears to it, or look a lot better than what it is. Would you roll for bleed? Conk or spears? Conk is you're going Pathfinder, which Conk might still be fine, honestly. Conk is just you're instantly like a decent character, right? Problem is you're now limited to you have no gem level scaling, right? So you lose a lot of your you have to be unarmed, right? So it's just like a shield. You can't just go quiver plus bow. See the Huntress cluster from Ziggy's video? Which one? Did he mouse over one of the clusters? You can look at it. The end of part 2. I mean, we saw the part where he went and looked at the companion nodes. I don't know, did he go over the tree at any other part in this video? Or was it just this part? Like, you see spear node here, that isn't there right now. Pre-download win? I don't know when they're getting the pre-download. Let's say Spear or Expo? I'm leaning more towards Spear, just because it's fun and new. I'd like to go Spellcaster with Lich, but right now I'm a little bit skeptical of it as a whole. How much does that differ from the current tree over here? This is still here. This is here. Even this stuff's here. But that wheel is new. And that we don't know about. I guess this is staff stuff. Guess we'll find out with this wheel of how good these nodes are spear-wise. Wait, was this here before? Dance with Death. 25% more speed with offhand empty when you have a one-hand weapon equipped in your main hand. Yes, it was there before. I gotta download on PS5. Well, maybe it'll be soon. Maybe it'll be soon then. People used it for Mace memes? I find that surprising. But okay, makes sense for something, I guess. I mean, ultimately, this tree doesn't look too different from what's currently here. Pretty much most of the stuff on this tree is stuff that was already there, right? I'm more interested in the change they didn't put in the notes, yeah. Where was the accuracy wheel he showcased? He showcased an accuracy wheel at some point. Was it just this one? It might have just been this one. They haven't addressed ES defenses at all? I don't believe so. ES seems still OP. So we'd be playing in Amazon with just ES as defense instead of life base is what we would probably do. The 0.3 problem, yeah, it's a future issue. It's not a current issue type of thing. You can see the jewel socket change. Yeah, the jewel socket is here and it's not here and it's not here, right? That's probably the biggest change of it, aside from like the companion wheel that got added. Which spell are we thinking on Lich? I'm a little bit nervous about starting Lich because I don't know. I got a bad feeling about what they did to spells. I feel like it's gonna be we're gonna enter a dark period for the spell characters. Maybe until they enter Templar and rebuff things or something. Didn't they even nerf life nodes? Yup. Yup, they nerfed life nodes too. Not a lot of life sources, but some of the important ones like Warriors, percent life from Candlemass, percent life from Against Darkness. They said Templar is far away. I feel like Templar might not even be. They said at one point, didn't he say that they're like okay if they don't even have all the base classes done by full release? It might be like an after full release situation. No, yes, Source got nerfed. No. Well, Grimfeast was the only one. Well, okay, yeah, I guess technically Ghost Wraith, but come on, guys, that was a bug anyways, right? That was a bug anyways. Activate drops? What are you talking about? Activate drops. Drops are just basically, are you streaming the category for the drops? Next one's gonna be Druid, yeah. We'll see how long Templar Marauder stuff takes. GG, build idea is 200k DPS, 2k life, and doing T2 maps. Well, good news is ES still exists, guys, okay? Our damage might be questionable, but we will be able to just tank the mechanics. It'll be fine. Everything will be just fine. Zaggy is going from chat to chat, taking notes for last minute changes. Nah, it's too little, too late. They can't do anything about it. Okay, there's gonna be 15 to 20,000 ES builds, perfectly overtuned for the content. It's too late. Damage is already done. The opportunity was passed over when they decided to kill Grimfeast instead. They've been too busy with other things. We're fine. Do you think Deadeye Swirling Chase double empowerment will work for frenzy combos? Maybe it'll feel good. The charge stuff to me seems pretty lackluster and frustrating to generate charges. That's my general sentiment towards charge gen in PvE2 is it usually seems like it's pretty rough to generate charges, more so than it's worth trying to force in. What I think you do? Bosses and Rogue Exiles is what I'm looking forward to doing. Seeing how hard it will be with the nerfs for bosses, and then just seeing what Rogue Exiles are like. Is that gonna be half the player base? Yeah, I think I might be an Amazon appreciator too. There's the other cope as well. There's the other cope. You guys know the other cope, right? They forgot to bug fix Amazon crit node. That's the other cope. What do you mean bug fix? In Ziggy's video, in this video, where is it? I have to go to like the part where he's highlighting the skills. The base crit he's getting from that node is suggesting he's getting 100% of the over 100% hit chance as crit instead of 25%. So it's giving 4 times as much extra base crit compared to what it's supposed to give. At least on the tooltip. So that's the thing about the which surely they patched. Surely they fixed that before launch, right? I mean, technically on the preview he shows when he hovers the skill, the wording has changed. So they have since at least changed this description. Right? They in like his preview it just had like one line, excess crit is applied to 25%, right? So they've definitely at least looked at it since when he recorded the footage. When does Brute Force be able to play new stuff? I kept hearing there's only 3 to 4 builds. Yet everyone I played before this patch, I never saw anyone else try, and they were really solid builds. I think it will. It will be forcing people into some variety. Whether or not people are going to be happy about that is another story. Popes, you're also like a super creative person, though. Do we practice a attack-based character start? Or do we not even worry about it? We just show up and win tomorrow. Do it raw. Just win. Raw dog it tomorrow. That's kind of what I'm thinking. I'm thinking we just show up tomorrow and do not bad. Yeah, plenty of PV2s builds, but a lot of them couldn't kill T16s. Yeah, I mean, the things that were good by a mile, and the things that were bad were pretty far behind, or mediocre, mid, just okay. I played 4 to 5 different melee builds, and I took Warbringer to 4 difficulty of all pinnacle bosses. I'm chilling. Holy, the Warbringer enjoyer. Practice as warrior so you know you'll have a better time tomorrow. Below the never gonna bone storm is the never gonna practice may start. Okay. This is also in the never gonna happen category. Okay. I've seen the footage of May's gameplay, and I don't want nothing to do with that. Okay. 90% of Ziz's 4K viewers voted for the game to be even slower, and we're happy with the nerfs. I was shocked, to be honest. I don't know about that. I mean, that seems, I'm actually, you know, I am surprised. I'm surprised it would be 90% of the people in his chat voted for that. I find myself in that category where I'd rather them do like big nerfs and take OP stuff. Because I don't like the situation where certain skills are just overtuned, and then it makes you, if you click the thing that isn't the overtuned thing, then you made a bad decision or whatever. That feels bad. So I'm down for a big shakeup where you don't necessarily know what's good, and then you can just play freely without that extra implication of you're doing something bad because you're playing the bad thing or the thing that isn't the good thing. Bear situation, Elliot. Yeah, us playing bear was a little bit painful. We were getting stuck on elevation changes on our bear rampage thing that had a long cooldown, and then I'd end stream and I'd go look at all these falconers just freaking jumping around everywhere, and I was like, this is disgusting. This falcon abuse is outrageous. I started Blood Mage, so this can't be worse. Yeah, there was a lot of people that started Blood Mage. The Blood Mage start thing also is part of the concern for the, do we start a Lich? I'm just worried it's early game. Its early nodes aren't like instantaneous power. And I feel like that's like, you need power the most in the first Act 2, Act 3 time frame. And if they nerf spells on top of like, you don't have instantaneous power on those initial acts, it's going to be like, ooh, it's going to be a slog for that early portion. New supports surely buff spells. Yeah, maybe. I don't know. Some of the changes were support gems getting weaker. Jewel node as the first node is kind of fire. Jewel node is kind of fire. Is there even a guarantee you drop a jewel doing the first lab? And then is there even a guarantee you can buy a jewel that's good when you do your first lab? Do you even have money at this point? Do you want to be spending it on this jewel socket versus a gear upgrade elsewhere? My disappointment with the Blood Mage was I was able to make a Joseph level build that didn't function because they instantly crashed the game. There was quite a few instant crashing things that occurred with various. I mean, most of it was Temporalis, but there was other sources of it too. First node on Holy Might is easy. Is it easy? Is that easy? Losing 5% of your mana per second as your first node? I don't know, man. You just instantly have bad mana sustain because you click this and have to reinvest into more mana nodes to, it's of current mana. I still feel like that sounds like you're gonna have a lot of mana problems to me. Like, it's bad at first when you have high mana, so you drain down much faster to get to low mana, and then you're just Just life tap, bro. Just use one of your support gems. So you use one of the support gems that could give you 30% more damage. So you could grab a Ascendancy that gives you 30% more damage. I don't know about that. Patch notes just updated. Check the bottom. Holy. Did they actually? What do we get? What do we get? Are the ES nerfs happening? Wait, this is actually a lot of stuff. Hold. Okay, let's keep going. New patch notes, guys. Fresh. Fresh off the press, baby. Ripwire ballista bolts. Pins enemies as though dealing more damage. Cool. That's a thing, I guess. Shock chain arrows. Now chain up to 8 meters away, previously 4. Shockwave now also hits monsters from which the shockwave originated. Okay. That's something, I guess. Considered casting. It got nerfed. Holy spell-based characters. Just another spell-based nerf. Oh, I'm fine. GGG, I'm fine. Okay. I won't one-shot your bosses anymore. Please, please, I've had enough. Have mercy on me. And new notes. Artillery Ripwire now aggro range from 8 meters. Okay, artillery now fires 3. Previously 1. Hey, that sounds like a pretty big buff to artillery ballista. Unfortunately, it comes with a 2.1 attack time delay. Lightning Arrow now fires beams up to 2 to 4 additional enemies near targets. Previously 2 at all levels. Hey, buff to Lightning Arrow. Cool. Siege Cascade now does something. Wind Dancer's Gale Force had an knockback distance reduced. Okay, knock it back too much, I guess. Arcane Surge now calls you to gain Arcane Surge for 10 seconds after spending 100%. Previously 8. Holy, that's a buff, kind of. Wait, that's a nerf right behind it. Another self-cast nerf. Oh no, we're in so much danger. What the hell is this? 5% here, 5% here, 10% here. Hex Blast completely deleted from the game. I'm not in danger. Break Endurance now provides 40% chance to gain Endurance Charge when support skill fully breaks armor. Okay. I mean, that's... Okay, sure. Break Posture now has days last for 8 seconds. Cool. Bursting Plague, Trigger Plague Burst, crit chance of 5. Cool. Combo Finisher now causes support skill gems to lose combo if you generate combo in 4 seconds, previously 8. Okay, that's kind of a nerf, right? Comorbidity now causes support skills to have 20% less poison duration, previously 30. This is a buff, I think. Conk Effect now deals 30... Wait, GGG, that's one of my... I use that on spell builds a lot. Stop! Stop it! Controlled Destruction. What the heck? This wasn't even one of the good support gems. What is this? This was like people coping on Lightning Rod as like their budget non-crit option Lightning Rod 40D Anoint. What the hell? I don't know, guys. Every note I read just says, hey man, don't play spells to start. That's every... I'm getting more scared as time goes on. Decaying Hex. Deal 100% of intelligence chaos per second, 8 seconds. Previously, hey, that's a buff. That's a buff to that one guy who's saying Decaying Hex is like a game changer for chaos dot leveling. Game changer. Demolisher now causes support skills to break armor. Cool. Energy retention now has a cost multiplier. Sure. Execute now causes support gems to deal 50% more damage with hits against enemies on low life. Hey, that's a buff. Low life DPS buff. God, please make Bone Storm the best spell in the game. I need you to stop. Okay? Expanse now causes support skills to have plus 8 seconds to cooldown. Previously 6. Expanse. Sure. Okay. That's the one that gives like more AoE, right? Cool. Extraction now causes support gems to gain 35% as extra chaos damage. Previously 25. Wait, that's a buff. Actually, Extraction. This has some like weird condition to it, doesn't it? This has some like weird condition to it. I already know it. If it got better, support skills sacrifice 10% of life on use. Hey, wait a second. That is a lich buff. That is a lich buff, guys. Lich buff. Who's thinking Lich buff to me right now? Who's thinking Lich buff? I'm thinking Lich buff. You thinking Lich buff? I'm thinking Lich buff. Holy. Lich is logging back in right now. 35% is extra is nothing. Shut up! Okay, yes, we had like 500% gain from Archmage. Shut up! Okay, I'm trying to look for the positive here. Okay, I'm trying to look for the positive. Disregard all the other nerfs, yeah. Fork now causes projectiles to deal 30% less instead of 50% less. Holy, Fork buff is online. Frost Nexus causes this for 8 seconds. Sounds like a buff to me. Ice Bite now has attacks 35% of cold for 5 seconds on freezing enemy with supported skills. Previously, it was 3 seconds. Holy. Another buff. I mean, that's attacks, but still it's a buff. Impending Doom Trigger Doom Blast now has a base crit of 7%, previously 5. That's another buff. Massive buffs coming in just back one after another. Innervate now lasts for 5 seconds, previously 3. Another buff. Inspiration now costs 30% less. You know, just in case anyone's dumb enough to click Eldritch Battery after they double the mana cost, just in case they think they can get away with their mana sustain, well, just in case, we'll give them 30% less. Yeah, teach them a lesson. You ain't sustaining the mana cost. Lasting Shock now has a cost multiplier of whatever said previously 120. Okay, cool. Life Thief now leeches more. Sweet. Long Shot, 30% more attack damage to enemies further than 7 meters. Scaling to no bonus 3.5. Previously 35, so it got nerfed, I guess. Martial Tempo goes from... Holy. Rest in peace, Martial Tempo. 30 to 20. Rest in peace. Minion Pact. Support skills to remove 100% of life and nearby minion. Deal 30 was previously 40. Okay, so now you can kill your minion with one shot and the support only does 30% more damage. It's 25 in-game. Yeah, it is 25 in-game, isn't it? Well, at least Martial Arcane Tempo is 25, right? Pierce now causes projectile support skills to deal 20% less damage if they pierce an enemy, previously 30. That's a buff! Soul Thief, Leech Mana, okay. Stomping Ground, Trigger Shockwaves, now have base crit, okay. Swift Affliction is worse. Wait! Wait, that's another Essence Drain nerf! What is this? What do you mean? That's my main damage support on Essence Drain. Come on, GGG, that's my best one! Stop it! Please. That's like one of the only damage multipliers I have! This isn't right. I gotta be honest, guys. I don't know, man. I don't know. I'm starting to think this option's looking. This option maybe should be above this option, you know, in terms of like cope levels. Spear Lich. Okay, here's the problem with Spear Lich. The problem with Spear Lich is it's League Start. That's the problem. You don't have any attack-based nodes over here. So you have to play your first, like, 15 levels or whatever with, like, no scaling, right? You have to at least be able to path over to the monk area to start having nodes that are relevant. So that's the issue. I don't want to have a bad league start, and Spear Lich would make sense late game when you, like, need the ES nodes and you're going to go down here anyways. But early game, it makes no sense. Early game, like, your early Ascendancy nodes don't matter until, like, late game, and I don't know if I want to deal with a bad league start. The answer's Bone Storm. I don't want to click Bone Storm. Add Bone Storm to the cope list. It's down here, guys. It's right here. It's right there. Why do you hate Bone Storm? Because it's just not fun, guys. It's just not fun. Martial Temple didn't gain nerfed by 33%. They had a typo. This is a typo. The Martial Storm thing, it only does 25% more in games. This is just a typo. You're gonna have to change it to maybe it depends? No. No, I don't want to do Bone Storm, guys. Just thinking about it, guys. Just thinking about it. I'm like, spear summon. I'm just standing there, standing still for like 3 seconds every time I need to do damage. Like, just like, meanwhile, I could just be like, yo, poke, you know? Poke, versus hold on. I'm channeling my bones. Hold on, wait a second, I'm not done yet. Let me channel my bones some more. Versus just poke, you know, poke, you know? But the 30-minute Act 2 boss was some of your greatest content in months. See, here's the thing. You think it was some of the greatest content in months. I think I was not having a good time. We are not the same. It was hilarious. Oh, yeah, I'm glad you had fun. I'm glad you had fun watching me be tortured by my bad life flask. And I swear, that dude's freaking mechanics, the timing of his swing, like, changes. Okay? Like, I dodge roll really fast when I see it come up, and he swings, like, a year later. Like, weirdly timed. Then sometimes I'm like, okay, it takes him a year to do his swing. Let me wait. I'll wait a little bit, and then I get stunned before, like, it somehow stuns me before he swings. Oh, it's freaking such a load of baloney, okay? It's a load of baloney. It's Elden Ring for you? I didn't say it was Elden Ring. I said I wasn't having fun. Accept the skill differential. I accept the skill differential, and I plan to outgear the skill differential with energy shield. Okay? So that way, every time I get hit, it doesn't matter, because ES is broken. And they killed Grimfeast, and I'm fine. Most things look cursed to strat. Drowning. Yeah, that's what I'm thinking. I'm thinking bleed. Bleed. Poke. Bleed poker. That's gonna be me, okay? Bleed poke. Wait till see the new tree. We went over the tree changes. The things they listed like didn't touch ES at all. The only thing they did that nerfs ES is this. You get one less really good notable that you used to be able to take. But this only nerfs CI too. It works with Lich. Like Lich is just pure upside. Can I donate bits to convince you to not play Bleed Huntress? Donate the bits and I'll tell you if you donated enough. Money talks, my friend. How much? Icebreaker nerfed as well. That's fine. And Grimface is not good, so I don't know. I think those are inconsequential. The good part is GGG thought Grimface mattered, so it just means ES gets to be OP for another patch. Watch this. What are you baiting me into? What is this? It's a hog video. All right, what's hog doing? We'll take a gander. What is Hog doing? I'll make it so YouTube chat can hear. How did Hog react to the patch?
Graphic nature of this patch. Viewer discretion is advised.
Wait, am I gonna get DMCA'd from Hog? No way, right?
What you gonna do when Jonathan comes for you?
Is Jonathan running around arresting people?
Oh no, what we gonna do? What we gonna do? No, nerf boys, they nerf the game. They nerf the game, ain't never be the same. Nerf boys, they nerf the game. They nerf the game, ain't never be the same. They detected a hunt, they pulled out their guns, killed everything.
Elden Ring the Vision? I don't think Elden Ring's the Vision, guys.
Let me remind you all of something. It's called the Vision. For those that don't know, the Vision is this. No fun, no dopamine, no build variety, just pure unadulterated pain and suffering. All hail the Vision.
I thought the Vision was more of a Chris thing, right? I don't know if Jonathan talks about the Vision. Am I crazy? Might be AI generated. Oh, the voiceover from Jonathan. Yeah, it seemed like it was like AI generated. That didn't seem like Jonathan actually talking, or he took clips of Jonathan saying each of those words and like cut it together or something. This being people's first patch I'm using, yeah. This patch is I didn't think GG had it in him because it's been so long since we've got nerfs like this where they actually go through and just dumpster. Well, first of all, they actually like do massive nerfs for the most popular things that are OP, like Archmage, attribute stacking, right? But then not only that, but they're just going around shooting random things like on the sidelines, like Flame Blast, Hex Blast, just random nerfs. That's like, yo, what the hell? I didn't do nothing wrong. It was just like, it's been a hot minute. What class are you playing now since the patch notes? Bleed poker. That's what I'm thinking. I'm thinking Amazon. Basic spear Andy, okay? Listen, I want to cope that these things will be good, but I'm trying to be realistic. Okay, play Lich Coward? No, because you guys are going to force me into playing Bone Storm. Here's what happened. Here's the life cycle of the Lich League Start, okay? Here's what's going to happen. Plays Lich. Login Witch. Oh, I need more space for this. Login Witch. Tries Essence Drain. Oops, damage nerfed. Even more ZDPS than before. Okay. And then it's like, oh, great. We have no damage. What do we do? Bone Storm. Still bad damage, but less bad, and I'm having a terrible time. That's how this will go. Okay? That's how this will go. We log in a Lich. We try to do Essence Drain. The damage isn't really enough because they nerfed it on top of it already being bad. And then we're like, what's our solution? Well, Bone Storm's the only thing that does some level of damage early on. And it's still bad. And then I'm playing Bone Storm on top of still having bad damage. And I'm going around going, channel, 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 and getting chain killed by that stupid boss in Act 2. And then you guys are going, Lamau, skill issue. It does not sound like a fun time to me. I need to find a new creator to watch because I wanted Lich. Listen, I might make Lich as a second character if I make it that far. But as for League launch is looking rough, man. I don't know. It's looking rough. I'm just trying to survive out here, okay? And you'd be smart to do the same, okay? I'm just saying the Lich start might be not so fun. Pin Tactician, we're definitely not doing Pin. Okay, we're not becoming a Pin enjoyer. You need to flip a coin instead? I don't know. Casual going, Lich, you're gonna get crucified. The thing is, Lich is gonna be really strong late game, but I'm just super concerned about that early game being atrocious. Because your first node is just rough. Like, you need stuff to make a lot of the nodes work. Like, Eldritch Empowerment, this requires you actually have an ES geared character properly for this to work. This Jewel node requires a Jewel to work. This node requires the second node to work, which means you have to get through Act 2 and Act 3 and complete Ultimatum while having a scuffed character. Like, once you get the Cruel Lab, you're probably having a good time, to be honest. You're probably having a decent time. Cruel Lab is yours, then you're fine. But before then, you're just having this multi-hour period of your character just sucking, and you're just throwing yourself against the wall is the problem. That's the issue. If you don't have ES, it's just free. You go pure life. I guess, yeah, it solves your mana a bit. But, like, that's still, like, no damage increase. And the spells look like they're going to be really rough single target-wise. You go hybrid dot plus minions? Maybe. I don't know. I'm skeptical. I guess that would maybe be okay. Just a ride? Do I have a question? Tame Beast Gem, does it count as a minion for the purpose of minion nodes? I think it'll benefit from minion nodes, probably. But then again, they gave it companion damage, so maybe it doesn't benefit from minion damage. Kind of seems like a minion, though. Do you think we're gonna get Death's Aura? One of the items looked like Death's Oath, so maybe. Just ID a Mirror Jewel and Axe, that's it? Yeah, just get a good jewel for this node. Minion and companion attack, so it probably does scale for minion damage then. Yeah, but Unholy Might would be good, but it bricks your mana. Shrine. The Explode requires Curse, which you don't have stuff to support this, like a Blasphemy at this point. I think it's basically just the issue of your character is, your first Sensi point is dead until you get some gear. Because a lot of these nodes are good once you have your gear. Like, once you have a jewel, they're good. Once you have the second node, it's good. Once you have an ES character, this is good. Once you have these nodes, this is good because your mana's basically solved. The Necromantic Conduit, it doesn't really have a downside. But it's like, the first point going to the second point seems like a really bad time. Warbringer Spears could be good with Acrobatics, Savalin, Turtle Charm, 3 checks for any damage to connect. Acrobatics, Savalin, Turtle Charm? I don't know about that, man. There's some mechanics that you can't evade or dodge, right? I guess Turtle Charm, yeah. I don't know, Death Rage. But then you're playing Warbringer. Warbringer did get a lot of buffs, right? This got buffed. The broken armor got buffed because enemies take increased damage now based on their armor broken. But then you're playing Warbringer. Is that an okay situation to be playing Warbringer? Tactician minions? Will people play Tactician minions? I have no idea about Tactician minions. That I do not know. Wait a second. Huntress nodes are going to have like hybrid fizz damage, right? Or hybrid melee projectile. They're not going to be starting with projectile damage nodes. Clueless, surely? Yeah, they will. They will. They're not going to just have projectile nodes which don't work with their bleed spear stuff, right? Sounds perfect for Bone Storm. I am not interested in playing Bone Storm, guys. Okay? Stop saying Bone Storm. Are we sure they fixed the Warbringer Ascendancy ever? I don't know what happened with Warbringer, to be honest. They do have a lot of changes. What about Expo? Expo might be fine, to be honest. Expo's getting a lot of buffs, but spears just look fun to me right now. Omen's gonna play bows? Yeah, bows seem like they're probably still decent. I don't think they got nerfed too hard. Why not just drop a mirror tier jewel while leveling? Because that's not how it works, okay? You don't just get that lucky. Oh no. Aloezy and Bakano are going at it, telling each other to read previous messages. How does it feel, guys? How does it feel to get backseated about reading against each other? Holy. This is a good experience. I'm not the one being told to go reread things. Yes. Finally. It's not me. Other than the damage that bows and crossbows will do, I'm leaning heavily on crossbow or just go Bone Storm. I mean, that's just a decision whether or not you're okay with playing Bone Storm versus crossbows. I mean, crossbow gameplay looks, honestly, from the character cell that were decent, crossbow gameplay looks probably fine, right? There's no point making a tree, is there, guys? Is there any point making a tree? We're just gonna YOLO something anyways. Because they're changing the nodes. The starting tree's gonna look different. We'll just grab percent damage. We're gonna pray the crit node's broken. And everything's fine. Save the tree for Q content. Do you think we're gonna need to have it data mined before the Q goes live? Or do you think it's gonna be not there? Not fully there. It'll probably be available while we're in the queue. Yeah, maybe. We're gonna play Bone Storm in honor of you. Why would that be in honor of me? How on earth is that? That's not. Shut up. You have how the crit node works from Ziggy's last video? Based on Ziggy's video, it's doing 4x what it's supposed to. Which I'm assuming they patched it since he recorded his footage. But if they did it, this node is just straight up like... It's crit cap, essentially. With a build that has like very little crit chance. I'm assuming they fixed that. It's good if it's what it's supposed to be, which is 25%. Do you see the nerf supports? Yeah, we looked at those a little bit. Play Bone Cage is the new solution? Oh no, not the Bone Cage. Unarmed only monk? I don't think there's any support for unarmed, unless they added like face breakers or one with nothing or something, which I don't think they added those. I think crit chance, base fizz, predatory instinct, in for the kill just seems like pretty easy, straightforward stuff. The infusion, if what Ziggy said is true about the 600% effectiveness or whatever, seems like it could be legit if you can just get a decent charge gen. So that's another alternative option, right? Put together a guide for Bone Storm? Nope, not gonna happen. Not gonna happen. I think patch notes, they broke my morale a decent amount. Bone Cage is awful. Bone Cage? Is that a different skill or did you just say the wrong thing? If I was thinking it would snapshot with Bleed, with Predatory, yeah, I think it would. I think Bleed would be pretty good with this. The thing about Bleed, though, is with the skills they've showed us, with the skills Ziggy went over, they aren't really that good for Bleed. I'd be thinking more just being Fizz hit based with Bleed is just a bit of extra damage. Because none of these skills have very... I guess the infused weapon, but this is full convert built into it. The infused weapons just seem strong. With 600% effectiveness. Double up on bleed pops as blood loss, yeah. I guess if I come up with a good charge gen, infused weapon seems solid. 600% effectiveness is like much better than most other attack-based skills in the game. Aggro bleed Keystone with the Hema crystals. What's the aggro bleed Keystone? PDB shows Rapid Assault with 707% scaling at level 20. Oh, that's actually kind of a ton of effectiveness, actually. Crimson Assault. Let's pull it up. PoE2DB. Crimson. It's not in this stuff. It's in the patch notes. Crimson Assault causes bleeding you inflict to be aggravated and base bleeding duration to be 1 second. Oh, okay, yeah. So a fast hitting build always causes aggravate. But the thing is, the Herald of Blood always gives you aggravate, doesn't it? It gives you aggravate chance regardless, so you probably wouldn't need the Keystone. %43% chance to aggravate bleed on hit, right? Like, you don't need to take the Keystone if you have this. If you just always can aggravate pretty easily. The aggravate's on the explosion? Ooh, you might be right. This isn't... You guys are saying that you don't think it's providing a buff. It's saying the bleed explosion... Yeah, you're right. It has a chance to aggravate. That's fair. So if we have a fast-hitting bleed... with the Keystone, that might make the sense. Okay, I see what you guys are saying. I see what you guys are saying. Which would be an argument for the what you call it skill. Rapid Assault. I thought you said this went up to 700%, Bakuado. Or did you mean a different skill? It's 234. You freaking... Read. Final strike. Oh. What is this? The secret information hidden lower below. This freaking game, man. Tax at speed. Yeah, well, it does multiple strikes, so it still might have some delay to it. I don't know. I guess watching the footage when he's using it, it does look kind of fast, right? He'll probably showcase it in this Herald of Blood footage, right? What's the rake numbers? Because he showcased rake too, which dashed him around. I guess this doesn't have rake yet. He has rake in this footage, right? Rake. Disengage, parry, bucklers. Rake is here. Rake is 61% effectiveness at level 3. Which is, you get that right away. 100% more magnitude, deals up to 100% more damage based on the distance traveled. Okay, so that's not that great. Rake feels like bait, yeah. 61% effective is not that great. I guess by the time it's level 20, this could be 200%. Right? If it triples throughout the leveling. Like, this goes from 75 to 234. So it could go from 60 to 200 or whatever, close to that. Which it would, at that point, it would be... If you did it from distance, it would be like a 600%. Or an 800% with a double multiplier of 100. Max damage, yeah. I think this is like you use it while mapping, probably. It's a pretty decent dash around. Because it dashes you to the enemy, right? I feel like later on when he had better attack speed, he used it as like a movement thing. Yeah, like this. What is that dash? What was that? Looks like Rake has an anime move. Yeah, it always, I guess he like targeted that dude and it knew to path him around enemies. He was talking about how it paths weird, and this was him just showcasing it. Interesting. So you could use Drake for extra movement. Lance has resigned himself to playing spears after the Hex Blast nerf. Okay, here's the thing about the Hex Blast nerf. It's like you have something that's like it's like a sign of what's to come, okay? it's like it's not bode well for the spellcasters, okay? Archmage, I guess it committed such an egregious sin that all spell builds must pay, okay? You know what I mean? The Archmage sins have caused a reckoning that we weren't prepared for. Guilt by association? Yeah. I blame your max roll build. I am innocent. I didn't do anything wrong. I just played the game, okay? I am innocent. I feel like we're 3 years ago in PoE1. No, PoE1 was such a fast game compared to this 3 years ago. Is 3 years long enough to go back when you could roll like 30% movement speed on a suffix on a flask? Was that long enough where you could go back to that point? It's dawn of the hunt for spells, yeah. I don't understand the nerf to mana cost Archmage. The mana cost of Archmage. I mean, the mana cost wasn't really the prohibitive factor of Archmage. And it's just another way to like, if you make the mana cost worse, that means you have to invest more in mana regen, which means you have to take some DPS nodes off to counteract it more, right? It's just they're hitting it from all fronts. The mana cost, the percent mana scaling, the amount of damage you get per mana, the spells that you would use with Archmage. Calling this league Hunt with no Einhardt's a little bit sus, yeah. Maybe there is Einhardt in this patch. Don't forget the Archmage mods on top of this. Yeah, we don't know what that is. The empowered rares. Holy wait, maybe that's just a buff for our companion. What if it's just a buff for our companion? We get special Giga mods, and we use our Tame Beast mod on it, and we capture the ultimate Pokeball. Our super companion will just fight all the content for us. We can't deal damage ourselves, but maybe the super mods of the special rare monsters. Is Lance going companion specters? I don't think I'm going specters, but companion itself seems good at a baseline, like as a reservation space. Because you can get rares that have good mods in terms of like auras and other benefits. Rip of the Gazelle, gone but never forgotten, yeah. Lance is going to go tame the beast route. I think it's going to be worth the reservation space on a lot of builds. Depending on what mods you get on it. Do they have the allies are invincible? Oh, like the one that just temporarily makes everything not take damage around it? They might. That might be a thing you could get. Hopefully they remove it. I'd rather them that not be a part of the game over it being something we could get as a companion. I'd rather not have the scenario where I run into the pack that randomly is immortal to damage. You think it'll be worth to start Lich? I think Lich is one of the best class ascendancies in the game, but it's dependent on having multiple ascendancy points and some gear. It's enough where I'm not sure I want to league start it because I think league start's gonna be a bad time. That's my feeling about Lich. Have you checked out the new support gems? The new support gems? We saw some of them. The ones on PODB at least. I want to play Rituals, but I know it's going to be dog for a starter. Yeah, Ritual list is in that category too. Outside of the jewelry nodes, it's not very good, and the jewelry nodes are mostly downside initially. Until you get some good some good rings. Literally like a second build league? Yeah, I think Rituals falls into that category too. You can't respec to it either. Whoops. The helmet that makes the enemy act as being a low life? What's it called? Is it on the, is it one of the new Dawn of the Hunt uniques? This thing? Life, Chaos Res, Armor Energy Shield. Enemies in your presence count as being a low life. Very strong for damage. What are there stuff that's low life on the tree that's good? There's this stuff, right? Damage hits against enemies that are on low life. Lucky against enemies on low life. 60% increased damage against enemies on low life. Oh, that's just a ton of damage. Like a ton of percent damage. This wheel is just insane for that. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. So it's 240% damage and then lucky. And you get to use execute. Is there any other stuff? That's really strong. 120% damage with hits against enemies that are low life. And you could be a Titan to improve it. Yeah, I guess you could be a Titan. That helmet's actually insane for damage scaling. Stop talking about it? Alright, guys, we gotta stop talking about it. Weezy says, no more talking about the low life helmet, okay? No more talking about the low life helmet, okay? Everybody just shut up about it. No snitching? Yeah, we all gotta remain extra quiet about it. We don't want to draw any attention to our evil plans. Did someone say low life helmet? Never heard of her. Okay, I don't even know what you're talking about. The deepest tower, spirit born crown. Go to the bottom of the mercenary tree. What do you mean? Right side of the crossbow. Are you talking about this? Oh. Witch Hunter having these nodes? Yeah, I guess. But then you're playing Witch Hunter. That being said... Okay, wait, hold on. Sorcery Ward is getting changed quite a bit, right? Sorcery Ward is becoming good. Wait a minute. How good is Sorcery Ward? Sorcery Ward recharges after 8.1. Been reduced 2 seconds at all gem levels. 35 instead of 50. So this goes to 6 second. Can take damage equal to 30% of armor evasion. You can't get quality for it. It got buffed. Yeah, it got buffed pretty substantially. You could support it? What do you support it with? I don't know what you support this with. You can support the gem levels with plus fire, lightning, and cold. Oh, just to make the minus second duration go down a little bit further. Make it like 7 or 6.8, or no, this would be 5.8. Does that make Witch Hunter tempting? Wait. So this would go from 5.8 and then plus the recover faster would make it more like a 4-second duration. Does it have a reset timer? Does it have an aura tag? It does not have an aura tag. For passively manifest a protective bearer which takes elemental damage from hits from you until depleted. The bearer instantly recharges to its full value a short time after it stops taking damage or is fully depleted. So it's a you have to not get hit for 3 seconds situation. You have to not get hit for 3 seconds straight situation. Energy shield? Well, it's an instant recover. It's a ward combo with energy shield type of thing. Or if it zeroes out, then yeah. And then it will start the timer. It's like 2 seconds to refresh. It's not 2 seconds. 50% faster on like a 5.8 second duration is like 4 seconds, right? Am I misunderstanding it? %, of 6 seconds is 3 seconds. I think you're thinking 100% faster. It's not 50% reduced delay. It restores 50% faster. I'm pretty sure that's more like 4 seconds. Hello, impossible to stack early? Yeah, I don't think you would take this early at all. But it's a pretty significant buff to it, right? You are 50% faster is the 1 divided by 1.1 plus 1.5 equal 0.66. Yeah, okay. Yeah, 100% faster is where you cut the time in half. So this being 35, and then the base duration's faster. I don't know though. You're playing Witch Hunter at that point though. "24 war weapon set passives." They made weird DR for Witch Hunter that's probably outclasses by a Lich way easier. Yeah, I think in most cases I like the Lich situation more than this stuff. The sorcery word work against dots or anything? I wouldn't think so. So you don't Witch Hunter spears? Okay, no, I think I still like Amazon more than this. The more I look at Tactician, the more I look at like it. Really? The more I looked at Tactician, the more I hated it. The thing is, the pin stuff is probably unironically pretty good, but then it's pin, and I don't know, A solid plan will help me get Giga Companions. Do you think Companions counts as a persistent buff? Does it have the Companion tag on it? I guess it does say persistent. But it doesn't say buff, right? Buff. Persistent buff have. I don't think this would work with Companion. The super easy defense, the pin stuff? Yeah, the pin stuff seems like it'll be something. I don't know. I'm still a pin hater though, regardless. I think they worded persistent buff to exclude minions. That's what I think so too. Yeah, I don't think this is working with minions. Link to all new ascendancies. Just look up PoE2 Dawn of the Hunt Reddit ascendancies. There should be a post that says Dawn of the Hunt complete ascendancy passives with all the pictures. This is what we're looking at here. What are your top 3 options? Lich if I want to do a caster build, or if I want to respec to a late game, like Lich can do basically anything. But I'm not sure about league start. Amazon just seems like a really easy league start. Like it's got a lot of good base damage stuff. Smith of Katava seems like its baseline is pretty decent defensively, but I think I would rather just be a Lich. The crit numbers Ziggy showed look crazy. The crit numbers were bugged. Or they just... I think they're just bugged. Or the tooltip wasn't showcasing correctly. Can you explain tactician defense option? You click pin and you make the enemies not move. And the defense is the enemies aren't moving. These nodes here are, in my opinion, not that good. Fizz damage isn't really the thing that can kill you, and you're breaking your evade chance. This is maybe a nice for ailment threshold and armor, but you don't click this node. Like this node, stay light, use cover. That node right there is just for context. This exists on PoE1's tree, which is essentially what that node is doing. It says your max fizz reduction is 50%, but you defend with double the armor. And pretty much no one ever clicks this because it's bad. It's like a downside more than it is an upside. So like I don't think you really want to click this. And then those are the main defensive nodes. I guess you have persistent buffs so that you could have some more defensive reservations. Homie's mentally leaning towards Lich, but he doesn't want to commit. I don't want to commit to having a bad time on League Start. That's the issue. I'm afraid of having a bad time with nerf spells and not a great first ascendancy point to click initially. Like the ascendancy nodes become good when you have certain things to support it, like blasphemy supporting the explode, or in like some ES gear to support the ES cost, like stuff like that, but beforehand, I think this is going to be a rough time in terms of like how it feels to play. Cannons ready to pin? Oh no. No. Totems. Ugh. Does suppressing fire work with ballistas? Unleash hell? I have no idea. No idea about the supporting fire thing. Have you seen the new notes? If it's just the support gem things we looked, if they added more to it, then no, I wasn't aware. Yeah, we read up to this stuff. I think I'm gonna need to sleep on it, guys. I'm gonna need to sleep on it. I'm leaning towards Amazon Bleed Spear though. I get the sneaking suspicion like they might have just destroyed spells for Archmage's sins, and then spell leveling will just be a bad time, but you can't really do another leveling type because you don't have percent damage scaling, so you have to do spells. And then next thing you know, you're leveling with Bone Storm, which would be terrible. So I think we just level in with we just log into the Herald of Bleed Explosions, and we poke things. I feel like I don't really want to have a bad time on League Start. I feel like that's the safest option. That being said, we will test the Gemling Legionnaire thing. If the Gemling Legionnaire thing works, then we could just forget everything else, because that one node will carry so freaking hard. If the Gemling Legionnaire thing works, but it would be completely overtuned, and that wouldn't make sense. So that it's probably just local, and that therefore mid, and therefore not what we're doing. The safest option is Katava Smith plus Spear. Katava Smith plus Spear. Or even is the Katava Smith? Katava Smith plus Spear. No. Guys, no. You're coping. You're coping. But 90 max res, Lance! 90 max res with your 2k life character that's dying to fizz hits. I'll pass. I'll pass. I'm good. 3k life character? I'm sorry, I don't think you calculated for the life nerfs, okay? Did you add in the nerf to your Candlemass? Did you add in the nerf to Warriors? Did you calculate for those? Because I don't feel like you did. Can you just not pick the first node and wear a Cloak of Flame? So if you don't click the Smith Masterwork and you wear Cloak of Flame, you have the max res thing, and then you have a bunch of stuff that isn't very good. I don't know, man. Maybe it actually is good. Maybe the anime weapon dude is good. Maybe the temper weapon dude is good. Force yourself into fire spells. I don't know. Smith Masterwork, I think, is one of the main reasons you click this Ascendancy, if you click it. Are you play Bleed? Yeah, I'm thinking I'll log into Bleed Spears. Bleed just looks probably the most fun. That's where my brain is right now. I'm gonna sleep on it. I'm gonna think about it overnight, and then tomorrow we'll have an idea with what we want to do, and maybe we'll log in to do some final preparations. Maybe stuff gets data mined and we can plant a tree. But that's where I am right now. But yeah, I don't know about the. I'm getting I'm being a chicken out of. I'm chickening out on Lich right now with the spell nerfs. I'm scared, man. I'm scared. I don't feel safe right now. Coward, maybe a little bit. I'm being a little bit of a coward. Okay, I can't deny those claims. I'm gonna send you guys over to. Who do we send you guys over to? A lot of people streaming PoE2 right now. I'll send you guys over to Fubgun. We'll see what Fubgun's planning. I think people said earlier he was gonna play bows, so we'll see how that looks. Thanks for hanging out, guys. But tomorrow we'll probably be doing Bleed Spears. I was about to say Bone Storm. Holy, we're probably doing Bleed Spears. And I don't know, maybe there's some reason we'll change our mind if we get some gem info or something. I don't know, but you guys have a good night. Thanks for hanging out. I will see you guys all later. Peace out.